Good morning to everybody out there.
Morning.
I've noticed a Mr. Null in the chat. Has he been on the mic yet?
I don't think so.
He's been idling in here for like 2 days.
I've been finishing off that Lanolin versus McToon versus a bunch of other annoying anti-flat earthers. And you know who's even worse faith than McToon? That freaking PhD Tony guy. That guy.
Oh, yeah.
That guy is a freaking clown. Absolute clown. I don't know how some of these grown men can conduct themselves like that, and in their own minds they think that they're crushing it or they're impressing people or something like that. Maybe they're impressing some other anti-flat earthers that are also degenerate trolls, but just the way they conduct themselves, it's obviously bad faith, right? It's obviously just generally just wrong the way they're talking to people. Right, just yelling and screaming and crying and strawmanning everything.
I was about to say strawmanning. It seems to be the only game they have.
Yeah, fallacies and feelings. I've been saying that for a while now. That's all the Globers have.
They pop up the azimuthal equidistant map and they try to stick you with it. And the problem is too many flat earthers are too happy to go along with it. All too happy. They've been representing this to their friends and their family.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
You know, like Josh basically came in here yesterday, and when he started plopping down the ISS tracks, comparing the globe coordinates with flat Earth, and when we pointed out that, well, the flat Earth coordinates he using, there's still globe coordinates, he basically all but admitted, like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. This doesn't work on you guys. This works on the dumb flat earthers and the other community.
Yeah, I actually messaged him that yesterday. I'm like, maybe you should go back to QOP's server. You know, with this bullshit. You know, I'd already explained to him the previous day the same thing, that he was strawmanning us.
That's what other people were saying.
Yeah, and he came back the next day and did it again. Which is, it's put him on thin ice, that's for sure.
I know he must know this stuff. I know he must know the higher geometry and mathematics involved with coordinate reference systems and geometric concepts, topologies, and manifolds. I mean, he's an aerospace engineer. He understands the concepts of orbital mechanics. He understands maps and coordinates.
Well, I think that they handpick people like Josh. I think maybe he has a very good memory. Okay, he's very good at memorizing and regurgitating what he gets told to memorize and regurgitate. I don't know if he's that smart of a guy, right? His intelligence. And he seems kind of more like a salesman, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting. He's very good at repeating the glossary, right? The glossary.
It makes sense. I mean, you can make up for your lack of processing power with good RAM.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the things he says are total bullshit. Like a lot of the things he says, they sound very technical. Like he was talking about X-rays the other day, and then I just looked it up. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I looked it up. I'm like, oh, you're completely wrong about that. Like, not only are you wrong, it's like the opposite of what you just claimed. And he's like, oh yeah, well, that's not my area of expertise, you know. So yeah, I admit I'm wrong about that. I can always admit when I'm wrong. I'm really honest. I'm like, but why did you say it with such confidence? You acted like you knew what you were talking about, but everything you were saying was complete horse shit. And he's like, yeah, it was. I was wrong, completely wrong. It's like, what were you just trying it on us or what? Like, same with the Velcro thing, same with quite a lot of the things he says. And now it's got to the point where I think he's just a bullshit artist with a lot of the things he says.
I may have been wrong in my assessment yesterday when I said that I think he knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe he really doesn't in that case.
Yeah, he's like a PR guy. He's like memorized the glossary.
His job title is something like science, communication and science or something.
Yeah, I've been talking to him for months. We all have in here, maybe a year now.
Yeah, he's a fraud. You ask him any hard questions and you get nothing.
I mean, he showed everybody his car, and he's got the license plate, custom vanity plate that says it's flat.
Yep. I saw that.
So, yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like yesterday, he called me out by name, asking basically to talk to me after I was basically packing up for the night, incidentally. And maybe it's because I tagged him in here the other previous night when he dropped that ISS orbit comparison between flat and globe Earth. And I just, when I responded and basically told him that he's strawmanning flat Earth by providing us a coordinate reference system that's still spherical, I was just reminding myself of the other 10 conversations that I've had with him where he seemingly understood what we were talking about. And then wondering why it is he suddenly, NPC reset, felt so confused. So I question even his memory. Maybe he can memorize and regurgitate academic stuff, but has he forgotten what our community talks about in here and what all the discussions we've had, personal one-on-one discussions too? There's something really weird going on.
Yeah, super weird. That's what I was thinking. It's just bizarre. The whole situation of him coming in here all the time, the way he acts, it's just bizarre.
Yeah, why at this point would you come in here and submit the azimuthal equidistant projection as a flat Earth?
He does the same thing that Jesse Path of Light does. He'll present something to someone like you or DJ, call bullshit. Y'all will call bullshit on it, or Indio. And then when they're not here, he'll present it again and see if he can't swindle somebody over that doesn't understand what they're looking at.
Since the first time I interacted with him, I thought he was an operative of some kind.
I mean, his profile picture says it all. He's a communicator.
I really don't think he is. I think he's genuine. We're seeing a similar psychological profile come through here of other people that deal with this topic in the same way. He's bothered by it.
Yeah, but he's like a professional guy with allegedly a high profile job, and he can be in Discord for 18 hours a day.
Yeah, I don't see how that makes him an operative. Just makes him addicted.
Or he's getting paid.
If you haven't noticed, Bill, he'll say he doesn't understand why you can't measure the curvature from the surface of the Earth, and he wants to know why.
Right. In the next breath, he'll say that he doesn't think that it's possible to do that. Like Matthew Learns, he's got a few NPC installations, right? He's got the Matthew Learns kit, he's got the satellite upgrade kit, So yeah, he's just seems like a bit of an NPC to me. Just wanders around with different scripts and tries them on different flat earthers, and it's like not like when he's not in here, he's off doing his job. When he's not in here, I'll check other voice chats, right? And he'll be in there in some other flat earth server.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is like how do you hold a professional, high profile job and be inattentive and gone doing Discord for 10 hours, 12 hours a day? I mean, I've seen him in other servers like a total of, a good 15, 16 hours. It's crazy.
Oh, I mean, he's in my view another Washington D.C. Beltway wonk. You get paid a lot of money for a lot of workplace flexibility with little oversight as long as you get your job done. His job is essentially business development. So this entails linking people together so that they can go bid on government contracts. And he has a fat Rolodex, so he can basically drive around running errands all day to IKEA, talking to us on Discord, and maybe check in with the office once in a while and still get paid.
Has he told you about his WEF connections?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. Like there are only a handful of real aerospace engineers, graduates of prestigious aerospace engineering programs. When you reach that status, I mean, the red carpet does get rolled out for you. And not just the graduate being a graduate of such a program, but passing your engineering exams and then also being employed as such, which I believe he's been before. So I mean, he's really part of an elite cadre of people. This is true. But what he's been able to demonstrate to us is that even someone of his status and claimed connectedness in the industry, he is actually quite far removed from physical hands-on application with the technologies that he's representing. And this is not by far like an abnormal thing. This is quite the norm. We get people all the time who come in here who claim to be like satellite engineers or even satellite drivers. And then you start picking their story apart, asking them a few questions, and you scratch and find out, well, they're not the ones that actually do it, but they're in an industry with those who do, and they seem to know somebody who might actually do it, but they handle this other thing that's seemingly close to that exact work. And this is even assuming that somebody who's actually doing this work is actually in a capacity or position to know. They aren't necessarily either.
Well, I've got a friend that was a NASA rocket scientist. He was Air Force officer. I don't know his rank, but anyway, it's amazing how little he knows. I mean, there's certain things he knows really well, but they just had him figuring out how to put these things together. Didn't really know what was going on.
A great case in point is when Robert Bassano started going through phone directories and called the NASA's Hubble spaceflight program deputy director. And like 10 minutes into the conversation, we find out that the deputy director for the Hubble program has never seen raw feeds from Hubble itself.
Wow.
The question, of course, arises is how is it you are responsible for a program and you do not have direct access to the technology?
That's amazing.
Yep. But for him, I mean, this is just kind of normal. Why? Because everything is segregated. Everything is spread out on this massive topology, this network topology. So I think from his standpoint is I'm the program director. Why would I need to see this myself? There's some office below me somewhere that is receiving this data from another office. I tend to think that the people that might know something about this in this industry would have to have a crossover of a couple different kinds of skill sets or disciplines. One of them is probably going to be involved in cartography and mapping, understanding coordinate reference systems and the technologies it use. And the other is going to be somebody, that same person potentially, who has also been part of been working in like payload integration facilities for satellites. Basically, people who are at the last mile, last step for these things and can link them together. So people who can watch the fairing close up on the second or third or whatever final stage of the payload, just hours before actual launch, and then understands that there's a direct link between that object, the rocket that it's hoisted on, the telemetry coming out of that rocket, and then going to a downlink where it's processed and then analyzed. And then understanding the nature of the mathematics behind how that telemetry data is processed into coordinate references for tracking. People like this over time might start to wonder about the arbitrary nature of coordinate reference systems, and if they've seen firsthand the actual package without any kind of balloon assembly attached to it, and they might wonder about potentially alternate explanations of the physics of an orbit, besides going around a ball and rotating meanwhile. And then you start digging into potential alternatives, including the electric universe idea. And then you start reading about how, yes, there are NASA scientists and affiliated scientists who fully buy into this and have chastised the simplistic gravitational mechanics that is often taught to people and is more conventionally understood with the technology involved in these things.
Well, and how do they account for the acceleration and deceleration phase in the satellite mechanics, telemetry data?
Yeah, acceleration and deceleration is handled with electrodynamics. It's explained that they basically go perpendicular to the magnetic fields.
Oh, okay, that's the explanation, huh?
Yeah, and they have coils that's wrapped around the outer frame of these things. It's basically creating a big like ionic sheath, and they can charge and discharge, change the polarity of the electron density across the sheath, across the surface, which interacts differently with the magnetic field that it's flowing through. So they're able to move this way and that way and this way and that way. And then, they publish their data. Like, you can find this if you go to NASA's technical report servers and type like electrodynamic propulsion. You can find their so-called experiments in the upper atmosphere going back to the 1970s, playing around with this stuff. And then you're like, well, what's the role of gravity? And then you read in these own papers, well, we believe, gravity is about 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the electrodynamic forces at work in this. In other words, we're not really accounting for it. We're dealing completely with an electric universe here. And in the same server, you find similar experiments where packages are brought up and slung into gravitational orbits using gravity wells. It's like, well, what's going on here? Which is it? And then you find the more conventional stuff. And in my view, maybe both of these are BS. You find the more conventional stuff involving balloons with long dwell times, like super pressure balloons.
Yeah.
And then you start to read further that maybe it's balloons, but also a combination of things. Not only just other high altitude craft, but potentially it's all ground-based antenna work. That the communications is done with ground-based antennas and can give the appearance of things that are flying across the sky in orbit. But then what are the lights? Well, who knows what the lights are? I mean, you can really go down this rabbit hole quick and find that they can actually produce artificial stars. And like, what? Yeah, they blast a high-intensity beam somewhere way up high, and it like activates sodium molecules, and they start giving off light, and it looks like a star. And they can move it around. So what the hell is actually going on? I don't know. And I don't think anybody, for the most part, actually knows. I mean, there are going to be a handful of people, but they're going to have, it's not like they're going to have like a super mega top secret clearance to gain access to it. They're going to have the right combination of things to understand what's going on and what they're actually dealing with.
Could it be like dark, well, what's the right term? Like a secretive, unknown government that's actually in the works behind the scenes. I mean, there's some crazy stuff going on.
I don't know. I think a lot of this is propaganda. I think most people working at NASA believe that Earth is a globe too. I believe that there are probably people at NASA that are still trying to figure out secretly how to conduct an orbit with spacecraft, knowing that in reality it's never been done the way it's claimed. And that the number of people who are actually like in the know on this are probably very few, and they're probably not that influential. Right. When you look at what NASA's mission is, it's to project technological power, capabilities, achievements that may or may not exist. You don't have to be like a secret flat earther working in the government to hide the nature of Earth from the public to do that. The NASA astronauts that went to the moon, they believe in a globe, and they probably camped out on Guam or something for a couple of weeks while the moon missions were underway. I mean, they were never high enough to see what the Earth is. So, I mean, when it comes to like conspiracy theories and ideations of this sort, I really sidestep it all and say, no, I think, in my view, this situation is actually worse. It's worse than some kind of dark cabal that's like secretly in control. It's that nobody actually is in control, and this is a mass self-delusion, like an urban myth that got away. It means there's no one really to point the finger to.
It's possible, but like the technology that's in the skies, some of it, I mean, there's just so much of it that there's got to be some infrastructure supporting that. And yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. I see it specifically using night vision, and there's a lot of shit moving up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that the people actually using, building, launching, and steering it and maintaining it have all done so under the auspices of the heliocentric globe idea. And yet it somehow works when that's not the true nature of reality. That is like a fourth possibility in all this. That yes, you can take a piece of metal, put it on top of a rocket and launch the rocket in a parabolic arc at 17,500 miles per hour, deploy it, and it will give the appearance of a global rotation. Why? Because maybe that's the way that you designed the telemetry feedback mechanisms in it to report. But physically, you don't really have any conducted actual measurements of what this thing's doing gyroscopically, so you have no rotational vector to actually report. And this is also a problem. Nobody's actually been able to report a rotational vector, which is necessary to conduct an orbit. So you have an object that's going in an orbital period of about 90 minutes, which means it's completing an orbital pass every 90 minutes, which means it's doing a somersault 360 degrees to maintain downward orientation to the surface of Earth every 90 minutes, which means that if this is happening, then certainly some gyro somewhere is able to measure that rotation. 360 degrees of rotation every 90 minutes. That information is missing. Nobody has ever produced it. Nobody can. We do get orbital calculations, but we don't have raw feedback at the gimbal. And the same goes for airplanes and boats and anything else that uses inertial navigation systems, including those big, massive ring laser gyros.
I was going to ask is that kind of like the black box pitch data in the flight recorders?
Yeah, we've done deep dives on that. Mm-hmm. I've got presentations on this, and the fact of the matter is the pitch data that's being presented comes after it has been algorithmically and statistically smoothed. So you can't really use it to justify whether the Earth is flat or round either way, because this is not being recorded at the gimbal and presented to you. This is after it has been statistically modified. They claim that they have updated the horizontal reference plane at every continuous and instantaneous location. And so this is why they can present to you no deviation of pitch as the airplane moves. So what we want to get is the actual deviation before the pitch data is delivered, and then corrected and then normalized. Because what they claim to do is to normalize the curvature of the Earth. So we want that unnormalized data. And we started digging into it to try and obtain it. We find out that it's protected by trade secrets and patents. It's protected by, even in some cases, national security.
Yeah.
And companies that have leaked or inadvertently leaked that data have been sued, compelled by the government to pay fines, as was in the case of either Honeywell or Boeing, forgot which. It's like an $80 million suit. So this data you'll never get. You will never have access to it.
Yeah, you probably know that story about the 777 pilot that I think he was in Texas, and he got an error code for that box that controls the I don't know the right term.
Air data inertial referencing at the ADIRU. Yeah, I know that story. I tried to pick up where he left off, and that's where I got.
That was interesting. on the satellite thing, so if I'm correct, if I understood right, they don't have any north-south circumpolar orbits, do they?
No, not exactly. They claim to get close.
Because I've watched them go absolute direct north, and I can't say south, but absolute direct north. I've observed them.
Maybe from your vantage point, but in total, they themselves claim that they can only get within, few degrees of the actual north and south. And there's some historical reasons they claim for this. This is all by their accounts. Like in the 1960s and 70s, you can read about their attempts to conduct polar orbits. What they found was that the satellites would start initiating a tumbling phase whenever they'd go over the poles. First off, it gets pulled, and second off, they said that their star trackers, their attitude trackers, were unable to distinguish the difference between the sky and the ground, which means that their gyros could not compensate for downward facing or nadir facing orientation as it orbits and has to rotate. And furthermore, that it would lose power because it's so cold.
But are you saying they're claiming that it's colder in outer space over the poles?
Yeah, exactly. It's colder over the poles, and the contrast between sky and ground are hard for the instruments to differentiate to maintain attitude. And the result is a loss of battery power. So what they started to do to compensate for this is in the 70s and into the 80s, they started to shut the satellites off. They say this, right? And then they wait and say, okay, by now it should be done. It should be out of the danger zone. And then they have it fire back on again, turn on, power up the systems, and then reorient itself.
Hey, boys. Can I join in on the conversation?
Yeah, what's up? Good morning.
Yeah,
Good
it sounds like an
afternoon. Good
interesting
evening.
conversation. You were talking about satellites and whatnot.
Yeah.
So you guys are flat earthers or opposing
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, all of us talking now, except for maybe you. What are you?
Personally, a donut-shaped Earth.
That's unfortunate. I'm sorry,
Why so?
folks. He's retarded. Apologize to the audience.
Okay. Yeah. Let's have a proper argument. Then, why do you think the Earth's flat?
Well, first off, it's never experienced any other way. So when you go about your life from the moment you're born to the present day, you've never been able to experience it any other way. And you wouldn't know this was the case unless someone told you. The evidence for this is thousands of years of human history, including your ancestors who did not understand the globe. They didn't come to knowledge of it.
They didn't come to knowledge that the Earth is round?
Yeah, this also includes in child psychology children who do not develop an inherent globe cosmology on their own unless they're taught it. So the only way that you'd come into have any so-called knowledge of it is if you were told and presented claims for it, such as pictures.
Yeah, of course, that's how we live. We pass on information that we've learned prior.
Yeah, while true, what you're being presented as far as the globe is concerned is contradicting your lived experience, but you choose to accept it.
Somewhat,
right? You've chosen also not to test it, right? That's the other thing.
But you've chosen to not accept it. How have you tested that I guess.
Yeah, how have you tested that?
I've conducted long-range observations, and my observations match what I experience, as well as the long-distance observations and measurements conducted by members of our community.
Okay, but when you look
sort of,
long range, when you look long range, you can see that it. What is it? You can see the horizon.
Because when you look over the horizon.
Yeah, what do you think the horizon is? Do you think that's the geometric separation of the globe from the air and outer space?
The geometric separation of the globe from the air. What was that again?
Yeah, what do you think the horizon is? Is it the geophysical tangent point of a globe or not?
Yeah.
What I think it is that just the Earth, the further you look, the further down it goes.
Mm.
So it kind of tells you that it's a sphere. Wait, how would you have?
You think the horizon is like a ridge line or a crest, right, of the Earth?
Not really. The horizon is not just one place. It's slowly sloping down as the Earth goes, right?
Yeah,
So
but at
it's not
some
one
point you won't be able to see
place.
past the crest, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Right. Well, nobody's ever been able to measure where that is ever.
The horizon is
Yeah,
not it's only relative to you. That's where the horizon is. It's not a point.
Yeah, and relative to anywhere it's ever been measured, nobody's been able to obtain the geometric horizon that is congruent with the globe.
Well, could you elaborate on that? I don't understand what you mean.
So from 1 foot off the ground, if the globe has an average radius of 3,959 miles, then a 1 foot observer should put that horizon at 1.2 to 1.3 miles.
There's no way.
Yeah, way.
1.2, 1.3 miles.
You want to see the math?
That's how many kilometers? That's about 5 kilometers? Well, I don't know in miles, but roughly 5 kilometers.
That's like 3.
2 and a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So from a 6 foot observer height, it's going to be 3 miles. So from a rather on the tall side person standing straight up, that's 5 kilometers away. Should be that tangent point, the point of no return.
I mean, you're saying it's 3 miles on average, right? Because I assume the Earth is not perfectly round.
Right, but over water, you're going to have consistency due to the claimed equipotential of gravity forming a spherical ball. Yeah. Right. So we've got observations. We've got observations from 1 foot off the ground where we can see beyond 10 miles instead of just 1 mile. We've got observations from an airplane where we can see 700 to 800 miles when you should see about 220 miles.
Okay, what would that tell you? You still see that might tell you the Earth might be bigger.
Well, it tells us that we're seeing what's limited by the optics that we have available to us and not limited by the geometry of Earth.
Okay, but if it was flat, wouldn't you just see infinitely far?
No, because what you're looking through scatters and absorbs light, and your own eyes have an optical limit of vision too. You can only see and resolve such an angular size that corresponds to your aperture and your resolvability of your cones and rods on the back of your eyeball.
All right, what are your evidence that the Earth's flat then? Have you been to the edge?
Why would I need an edge? What edge? Earth isn't a disk. I don't know. It's probably not.
We don't claim a flat planet. We don't claim a flat planet in space, right? Like a flat disk. I get why you think that, but that's not what we claim.
Well, what do you guys claim then?
What I just told you is what I claim.
What's the shape? What's the geometry of it?
I don't think it has a shape. I'm giving you a description of the topography and topology.
So does it have an end at least? No?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Elijah, you're coming in pretty bad. Your mic is muffled and quiet.
Mine? Let me get that new Google Pixel.
Elijah.
Those new Google Pixel headphones.
Bob.
Is it mine?
No,
not yours.
Yeah, another guy trying to talk. He's not coming through.
Oh.
Those new Google Pixel headphones today. Yeah, I was just saying, excuse me and good morning. It's an interesting conversation that's happening. I heard the guy ask, why do you think it's flat? And then he asked, where's the edge? So he kind of did himself a disservice by taking you off of the question he asked. So when you ask, why does he think it's flat? Do you still want to know that? Or do you want to ask other questions about maybe preconceived things that you've heard about?
Okay, excuse me on that mistake. Yeah, I want to know what sort of geometry you think the Earth is, and if it was flat, it doesn't have an edge.
All right, that's like 3 different questions. Why we think it's flat? What is the geometry of the Earth itself? And where's the edge? So those are 3 questions. Which one would you like him to answer?
Do you guys think the Earth is flat?
Right.
What's the geometry of Earth? That's would be the best one actually, and then we can continue on from there.
All right, my man's was talking. Where is he? Did he leave? Yoder?
Don't know.
No, I'm here. I have to listen for the next 15 minutes.
No more speaking?
People are willing to speak. I just wanted to, because I heard the conversation and I thought we'd be talking about a lot of things if we didn't figure out which question we were going to answer. That's all. Is there anyone else?
Right, we were getting Gish Gallop.
Eli, can you answer that question?
The shape of the Earth question.
Yeah. What do you guys think the Earth's shape is?
We don't know the shape of the Earth, and we don't think there's. Sorry, we don't know the shape of the Earth, and I don't think that there's any discernible way of telling what the shape of the Earth is.
Okay, so you don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but you also say it's not round.
Well, round is not a shape either. So maybe
sorry, not round. I mean spherical. Sorry, just to.
Because if you know that round is not a shape, then you also know that flat's not a shape, right? Right.
Flat is not. Yeah.
When we're talking about a description, we're talking about obviously something we've experienced or maybe measured. But as far as the geometry goes, like an actual shape, an ideal shape, maybe an irregular shape, none of us know.
All right. How would the sun work then if it wasn't round? Because it makes perfect sense to me how the sun works and the whole solar system works when it's round, including gravity as well.
Right.
As in,
that comes with I understand. I used to believe that too, but that comes with a host of assumptions that me measuring the Earth flat doesn't. I'm not here to answer the question of, because you said, well, I know how it works if it's round, but it's not round though, so you don't know how it works. The hard truth is neither do I, but I do know that it's flat. That's the question that you asked that you haven't yet asked how though.
Okay, how?
It's measured that way. The surface of the Earth doesn't actually have any curvature. In fact, aside from that fact, we actually use the Earth as a horizontal frame of reference for literally everything.
Well, that's just for ease of reading it, right?
Right. That's just for ease because the Earth's a globe, except for the fact I just told you it's not. Neither is there any measurable curvature on the surface.
Why?
Why isn't there measurable curvature on the surface? Probably because it's flat.
I mean, why do planes not fly in a straight line? Why do they fly in a curved path? Like when you have a flat map.
Give me an explanation, please, because what you're saying sounds interesting.
And what about?
Yeah, now explain to me how your system works.
No, I don't have any explanations because I just have measurements.
So you don't have any explanations, but you want to deny what's out there already explaining everything.
You have to you need an explanation to measurement.
You know that, right? You're trying to talk to me. You just heard the woman respond to me. Do y'all think that's reasonable? 8:30 in the morning. Let's figure out who's going to talk. I'm talking to you.
Question.
You know that another girl is talking that also wants to ask questions too. Y'all figure out which two of you want your question answered, because I can't talk to you both. Figure it out.
Okay. Let the girl talk first if she wants.
No, you can go. I didn't have anything to say.
H, you can go. Go ahead.
Okay. Brother, that you said you don't have reasons, but you have measurements. How does that work? Explain to me where that measurements came from, because when you're talking
slow down.
about science
I
and
heard the
stuff
first
that
thing
is
you said.
real, you
I
have to
wasn't
take
talking
like
about science. Now you're talking through me because you listen to what I'm saying. The reason I'm cutting you off is because number one, I didn't mention science, and we're not talking about science. Geometry and science are two different things. Second of
no.
all,
But
first
we
Disagree
can't.
on that.
second of all,
They're
I
not
understand. I understand what you believe, but I'm not here to argue you about beliefs. I'm just here to stop you from putting words in my mouth, and hopefully,
No. Excuse me.
answer.
You said that you don't need reasons to believe in your measurements.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Hey guys, one at
trying
a
to.
time. One at a time.
You're,
And that's
like
not
you're
how it
literally
works.
talking to me. You're literally
Gotta let him
talking
finish
to
his
me.
point.
Yeah. If he wants, I can't. You could talk to yourself if that's what you want.
All right, folks, I'm back if you were waiting for me. Otherwise, carry on.
All right, last point. Because he seems to think that I have to have an explanation for a measurement. No, I'm 6'2". I don't need to give you an explanation why. I know I'm 6'2". The facts are I'm 6'2". Whether I have an explanation or not, even if I had an explanation, who could give you an explanation as to why they're the height that they're the height, other than the fact that maybe they
but
biology.
But you know that like your measurement is using on based on a system which has rules that make okay. So 1 foot is equal to this amount of space. It's not taken out of nowhere. And it's a universal rule that we all agree to use.
A mile is also a particular linear amount. Did you know that?
Excuse me.
Yeah, Google it. I said, did you know that a mile, because we're talking about feet and things, and you're talking about a system, right? I agree. A mile is also a linear area amount. So it's almost like you understand exactly what I'm saying, but there's a misconception somewhere. So yeah, not no, yeah. So let me ask you again then, because I don't think it. Did you know that a mile was also a linear amount of area?
Yeah.
Just like a foot. Okay. And we do have distances in miles across the ground, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a system of measurement, just like you were talking about.
Yes. Based on a reference that we all agree to use, because that's the reason why a foot is a foot and it's not 2 foot.
Yeah, I agree. So what's the problem?
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you know the mile's curving?
The origin. Yeah, well, because if you think about it, we are in a fucking massive thing. It's not like you can look down the street and see, oh, look, here's where the curvature starts, brother. We are talking about thousands and thousands of kilometers.
Wait,
and
you're telling us why we can't see that Earth is a globe. I mean, you sound like a flat earther now.
We can see the curvature of the globe.
So now you can see it. You just told me it's too big to see, and now you're telling me you can see.
Yeah, at this.
Which is it?
The normal level of a person, normal level. Sometimes it has to be in a special case, but we know we can see it.
That's the part that I'm questioning and doubting.
Yoder, 1 second.
No, yes, we can.
So not only do we have 3 different people, the other 2 have obviously decided they're going to hang back. So, okay, they've come into this room asking us how we know that it's flat. You're religiously telling us how it's impossible to be flat and how it has to be curved. If they wanted to know how it was curved, how the Earth was a sphere, a definitive shape, something that they knew, they could go to another channel because majority of everywhere else believes that. What is the point in us?
This is a flat Earth debate.
Right, but you're not listening to any of the points that I'm making. You're just talking about how it must be a sphere. How is that a flat Earth debate then? You don't like.
I'm saying that the reasoning you're saying no, I can't have measurements, and I don't have to give justifications of that. I can have
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I never said
you
that.
Say that. You say
no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't say I have measurements and I don't. I did not say I have measurements and I don't need justification. I said measurements don't have to have explanation or reason. But that's not the same.
What does that mean?
What do you mean? It's not the same thing. Because you're saying, okay, well, you need an explanation as to why you would measure. No. Like why you would measure an actual length. Like I measure 6'2". Why I measure 6'2", I don't know. Why I've measured myself, that's a different question. But you're not asking us why we measure the earth flat. You're not even asking that. You're not asking anything about the one thing that I have said, that it measures flat. You're not saying, what do you have? What can you tell me? What can you give me? What are you talking about? You're just religiously talking about what you want to talk about. If that's the case, why argue? We could just sit here and let you lecture us.
No, because you literally said that you don't need a why, it's a measurement, when that's basically the whole point about why we believe in
go ahead and argue by yourself as to why you disagree with me, because it's absurd for you to disagree with me. There's no justification. But now go ahead and everybody go ahead and explain to us why what I'm saying, that the earth measures flat.
No, okay.
Right?
Okay.
There is no I don't know why it measures.
You know what?
Let's see how exactly is that not good enough?
Now you know what? I just came here because I was fucking curious about if this was like a real chat about flat people.
It is. You interrupted two people who were asking, how do we know it's flat? That's not what you're asking, though. You're trying to tell us what you know, and you're incorrect.
No, you were explaining why you don't believe it's flat.
All right, so if you're not here to debate,
your
then why
measurements and how you believe in things by
I know what I said.
Okay,
I know what all right. I know what I said. Why do you keep reiterating like this change? I'm going to say what I'm going to say in the room.
Listen, could we go back to scientific reasoning between Yoda and Bob? I would like to hear more of that. Could we give them the stage, please?
Yes, sir.
Was it Yoda?
Yeah, what's up? So I was trying to answer the how question when the third guy butted in and tried to breach the globe.
That's okay. Yeah, let's continue. So from what I understand is that you guys don't believe in a certain shape that you all agree on, right? You just don't know what it is.
Well, to know the shape, if it even has one, requires a careful study of its entirety, right? We don't know about Earth in its entirety.
Okay. What if you were to, like, we've sent cameras up there and you guys don't believe those, I assume?
The problem is what the cameras show conflict with how it measures on the surface. So when they show you a globe and they claim that this is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, we test the surface and measure it flat.
But the surface is gonna measure flat. You need to take it from a bigger distance. Have you
from a higher altitude? I think she means.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're accounting for.
But how big of
a discrepancy? Like there's an inconsistency between the observations they get and what you measure on the ground.
Do you understand? I gave you the dimensions of the globe. Okay, if Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to that horizon can be no more than 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet.
But if it was a flat Earth, why would there be a horizon at all?
Is 1.2 feet. And for an observation of approximately 6 feet off the ground, the horizon is at about 3 miles.
Okay, if it was flat, why would there be a horizon in the first place?
That's it. Why are you asking more and more? Do you want one question answered, or what? What does that?
We're having a conversation, right? You get more questions as we talk.
Yeah, I know, but if you're talking about, what about the height? What about the height thing? And shouldn't, first of all, you guys just tried to pass off the fact that you can go to a height that you could actually see the curvature of the Earth, that the Earth is a globe in the first place. And now you're already moving off of that to have him answer something else.
Come on, let him ask questions. If the guy doesn't like it, Yoder can tell him as well.
I'm not asking. I'm not telling you to not have a conversation. I'm saying I'm interested in what you were just talking about 30 seconds ago when you were asking about what about being above the Earth and seeing the curvature of it. Like, now he tried to address you by talking about the horizon. Fair enough. You got into a red herring about how you could have a horizon. Let's go back to the whole point of, do you think you can see curvature from the surface or not? What do you think that? What are your expectations?
He gave me a radius of the Earth, and he said that's how far the horizon should be. And I had a follow-up question, right? That's that's how it happened. So I was like, if it was
to be
flat, there should be a horizon.
and ask more questions.
Well, the horizon isn't the proof for flat Earth. So why are you asking that? We're not here to explain.
That's what it is.
We're not here to give explanations. We're here to tell you how it's flat. But you're asking for an explanation of the horizon, which no one has argued is the proof for flat Earth. Now, the horizon is supposedly the proof for a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, or 6,000 and something kilometers for the woman who was asking. Now that we're back on point, which direction do you guys want to go?
Can I interject and ask, just because this is my own question? You guys said, since when we measure on the surface, it's different to what we get on the cameras when you send up. Why do you guys think that they're lying to us about the whole thing and what they measure?
Why would you suppose they have to lie? I don't necessarily think they have to be lying.
That's the first one, though. That's what I'm trying to stop. You guys start with one question, and then the ending is something totally different. Like,
look, man, if you were with that, it's just the flow of conversation. So we're just curious.
I'm trying to have a conversation too. What's the problem? Every time I try to have a conversation, somebody's trying to stop me. Like, I'm trying to. What's going on? Can I be a part of the conversation too? Okay.
I think that's what you're doing, Elia, though.
No, I'm not. You guys brought up the height. You guys brought up curvature. I'm still trying to be on point with what you guys are trying to say. So he's talking about why
was answering just fine. He wasn't.
Why would they lie? Has nothing to do with the first part of his question about us talking about whether or not you could actually see curvature from a camera from a high height, which is what I'm actually trying to respond to. Curvature from a camera from a high height. But you want me to instead answer why they would lie? You see how much weaker that one is versus talking about the meat of
that's
what we were. That's
because there's multiple people with multiple questions. That's fine. I have
okay, everybody was curious. So it is more important to talk about the fact that you guys believe that there's a height that you could actually see the curvature of the Earth, right?
That's not what I.
Because when we see pictures and things, you're like, well, you guys are obviously denying that or saying that those people are lying, right?
Well, I'm trying to understand.
Right?
You seem to want to answer that. Why don't you go ahead and answer that so we can?
Yeah, go ahead.
Move on to
well, what else am I? I'm only trying to answer what you guys are asking. Like, but if you ask a million different things, I mean, excuse me.
Answer it. The floor is yours. We have some different questions after, but go ahead.
There are no pictures where you can see the curvature of the Earth from any height. Well, so let's start there. You seem to believe that we would think that people who are producing the Earth looking like a sphere, we would say that they're lying. I'm telling you that no such thing even exists.
What do you mean? That there's the pictures that I have on doesn't show the Earth curving?
Yeah, from what altitude?
Space?
No, from what altitude?
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I
space.
don't know how to do the
That's the altitude.
Well, that's how can I have a
kilometers?
conversation? I want to have a conversation, but okay, the ISS. I'll take that. Great. So the ISS is 230 to 250 miles in the air, right?
Around that, yeah.
Okay, great. Paul Larson, planetarium director, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and myself and others who have checked the math. If you're at the height of the ISS, all you can see is 3% of the Earth.
That's correct.
That horizon would still be flat. So whatever they're showing people, the ISS height is not high enough to see the curvature of the horizon. Mathematically speaking, all you got to do is actually check that.
That's not what I'm denying here. I'm just saying. I'm sure you've seen the pictures when
someone
they show,
said that they show pictures from the ISS of the curving Earth, and what's that about if we're saying it's flat? I'm saying what they're showing is not a depiction of the Earth, because from that height, it would still appear flat. You guys don't get my response? Okay,
You realize any picture you take from
now we can move on. Like that's a whole discussion about the pictures from space and all that we don't have to talk about now, because you understand.
Yeah.
So we can move on to your next
previous
question.
point was that you could see curvature from pictures of the Earth from space, right? And now we agree that you can.
see the
right?
picture
Everyone
in the chat,
agrees.
right? It's a ball. That's why I'm wondering.
You can't see curvature in picture. A picture is a two-dimensional thing. You can't not see the curvature exactly. You have to take multiple.
No, two dimensions can provide you a curve, dude. It's called like geometry. You can plot a parabola on an XY axis, doofus.
Which we do have multiple pictures from different angles.
All right, here we go again. So we want to go around this carousel. I thought we all just agreed right now that in the instance of the ISS of around 250 miles up, that we cannot and should not see curvature of the Earth, even if it is a globe.
We can't see it partially, not the whole thing.
You're right, but he's saying like if we stitch together multiple images, like I get a bigger.
Yeah, that will give you more proof. Then you can construct a 3D image of it.
How do you get more than 3% of Earth's surface from multiple stitchings of images? If 3% of the Earth's surface is in its entirety is not enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
Plenty to take multiple pictures, because the ISS is
Wouldn't you also just take a bunch more pictures though? Like if it's slowly spinning.
It's
How do you differentiate a spin from a translation of a flat surface?
Aren't you sectioning it, and then when you're casting it together?
From a linear translation, you're talking about?
Right. So yeah, you're assuming there's a spin. How do you know that there's a spin if you don't have enough information at this point to determine there's a spin?
Well, you can take from wherever you take that picture, you take a 360 picture, and you can see that it ends.
No, it's 3% of Earth's surface in 360.
That's not correct. You can look up.
That is correct. That's what we were just trying to explain to you. 3% of Earth's surface is available to you.
Pointing directly
from 360 degrees around.
360, you would be able to see the sun and the moon. That's what I mean by 360.
All right, for the slow people in the audience, I'm posting the mathematics. Check the chat.
I see this.
This is using the spherical calculus to determine the percent of the surface of the ball that should be visible from a certain height. You can recreate this in Excel.
I get that. My question.
Okay, so why am I being argued with?
I'm not arguing. I'm asking. What I meant
when I said 360, by the way, I meant each frame, each image, each picture taken is a 360 image. And then you take those consecutively after a while, which you can construct a 3D image of the Earth.
Stitching them together.
Right, you can construct it however you could construct each of those images on the surface of a dinosaur nugget.
Oh, time out. I'm sorry. All right, let me go from. See, look, don't complain about me getting the conversation back on topic. Now, if I remember correctly, someone thought that they could see the Earth's curvature from a given height from the ISS. Now you guys are talking about stitching 3% of the earth together to create an image, but that's not what we were talking about. So, seeing as that we move that far off to the point that we're talking about composites, it's safe to say that you guys now understand that there's nobody at the ISS height actually showing curvature from a live feed. Because that's not what you're talking about now. You're talking about composites that nobody even claims that they have.
It's called shifting the goalposts, isn't it, Elijah?
Yeah. Unfortunately. This is where cognitive dissonance kicks in, and then they ask another question. But it's okay.
I mean, that's a part of learning, though.
I mean, yeah, isn't that how you learn?
Argue
Like,
about
if you have
arguing.
questions.
We're not here to like judge or anything. We're just here to.
Not cognitive dissonance. That's obviously not.
I mean,
not
by the way, I'm
committing
not
fallacy.
claiming one side or the other. I'm just asking about why is it you guys think?
I don't know what answer I don't know what question you just answered, because it's not like any of us. It's not like any of us just said, "Hey, it's one side or the other." It's like you're responding to things that we're not even talking about, almost.
Hey, I have one thing to add. You're not learning if you're not listening. If you're trying to interrupt and ask another question without even hearing the answer to the first one, there's no learning involved.
I think anyone was actually doing that. We're just flowing the conversation, really.
It's not a flow. You're waiting to interrupt and ask another question, and you didn't even listen to the answer from the first question. Because I guarantee you, if we asked you to repeat anything that we've said, you're not going to be able to.
Yeah, we would like to resolve every question before we move on to the next, if that's okay with you guys.
Hey, we're listening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's start with your first question. What was it? And
are you asking me?
Are you any closer to answering it thanks to you? So what was your first question? And
my original question was since someone mentioned what we observe on the Earth on the surface is different from what the calculations actually give us, right? Am I getting that correct?
So you weren't. Okay, I don't think you were the guy that asked what we think the shape is. So that wasn't you.
No, that wasn't my question.
No, that was me. I asked what do you guys think the shape is.
Okay, that's who I was asking. Okay,
but
that was the
answer
first
to that question.
Okay, so what was your first question, other guy?
Me or?
Yeah, you now. I'm sorry, because I was remembering him now that he's spoken up. What was your first question?
My first question was what shape you guys think the Earth is. But you answered that.
I'm sorry, you answered already, and you said you got your answer. Now I'm going back to the other guy. Okay, so what was your first question?
Yeah, from what I gathered in the conversation, because I joined in late, I just heard that what we measure on the surface is different from what because Bob mentioned, if you look at the cameras, what they sent out, they
oh yeah, that's what the guys who believe in the globe said. We didn't say that.
Yeah, that's my question. Just on that is assuming like those companies like NASA and them, right? Because they want to claim, because I see arguments online like the Earth is a globe, etc., etc. I'm just wondering. I'm not saying you guys claim it or not. Do you guys think it's a matter of ignorance, or they're like purposefully lying? Like, they just maybe believe that it's.
The people on the ISS, them for sure are lying. I don't know about anyone else, like engineers at NASA, and
that was my question, and I feel like it got
the only people I know that are lying for sure are the people that are pretending to be in orbit around the globe, which are the people on the ISS.
Can I know they're because I asked this question before, like, why would they lie? What reason would they have to lie? And
let me add to that. Okay, the people that claim to be on a globe or orbiting a globe on the ISS, they may still think Earth is a globe.
So that's what my question was. So you don't think that the lying, it might just be like they're ignorant and they believe it as if
we gotta unpack that. We got to unpack that. How is that possible, Yoder?
Because their mission is to project. Yeah, so their mission, NASA's stated objective in 1958, is essentially to project technological capabilities that may or may not exist. Therefore, it's conceivable that people who are faking being in orbit are just projecting a capability that may not exist, but they still might believe is attainable.
Okay. So can I just repeat what I think you said? It's like they're trying to pretend as if they've already done all those missions, they've gone to the moon, they've done that, as essentially just the boasting, oh, look how technologically advanced we are.
Yeah, so they may still aspire to orbit the Earth in a space station, but they haven't been able to do it.
Okay, well, that was my question. Like, why do you think that seems?
Yeah,
I'm getting that. Okay.
There's several reasons they're lying, and we can't give you a definitive answer to any one of those.
I'm just wondering, like, if you guys had a reason,
excuse me, I was speaking. One reason could be money, right? They get a hell of a lot of money on a daily basis, more than $1 million a day taken from each state in tax dollars for what they're deceiving us about. So just that alone, imagine the lack of homelessness and or whatnot if that money wasn't taken from each state and put towards real problems here facing us on Earth.
Money goes to NASA.
I just quickly try to steer the conversation to a new place. I just want to see if you guys agree on some basic logic here. Okay, let's say what they tell us is that the Earth's a globe and that 72% of the surface is covered in water, right? And then we go out and we test the surface of the water hundreds, if not thousands of times using all different methodologies. And every single test over huge distances where there must be curve is showing that there is no curve, right? It's like measuring your floor, confirming it's flat. Can we agree that if we can confirm the floor is flat, right, or the water is not curving, then whatever's happening above that flat surface is just happening above a flat surface?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, that's what's being done, right? So we're talking about real world empirical observations that anyone can go and repeat themselves that show that the water's not curving, right? It's not possible for the water to not be curving if the Earth's a globe. And that's something that anyone can go and test. And so I mean, well, this is within our grasp. Like, you could go and test it. I've gone and tested it, and you could look at the tests that have been done and then analyze them critically, and then you could go and repeat it yourself. Whereas if you're talking about going up to the moon and taking a photo of Earth like NASA claimed they did, right? You're never going to be able to do that. It's just going to always require faith in NASA.
Yeah. I'm just curious about the political incentives, because it doesn't seem like it's simply just a matter of one nation. It seems to be like a global effort, right? Like different countries, like Russia, US. That was just I was wondering.
Effort. It's a religious effort.
What'd you say, Elijah?
It's not a political effort. It's a religious effort.
A single religion, or just all of them?
Of course, the single. I mean, why am I in America watching movies in Mexico about Catholicism, or Africa, or Asia, anywhere? Right? So let's not pretend that there isn't, at least a global norm, so to speak. So let's talk about Roman Catholics. Okay? So religiously, 500 years ago, they started saying, here's the sky. There's the sun. The sun's not actually revolving around us. We're revolving around the sun. So effectively what they did 500 years ago is tell people who were, I guess, Christians, or, they followed the Bible or followed the people who could could read it in Latin, which were the heads of the church, the Roman Catholic Church, right? And one day they told them, hey, your cosmology, the one that we've been reading to you, that's wrong, because we're going to create this calendar. So religiously, they told people that the earth was in motion. Okay? And then 100 years ago, you have other scholars talking about how the sky expands. So that's where everyone's religion of today comes from. Why they keep lying about that, I don't know, but that's the origin.
Religion?
That's the origin. Why would the Ethiopian church be complaining about why Jesus's death date isn't correct? Because it is 2026, isn't it? Or isn't it? Yeah, it's all about religion.
With the Bible, it says.
Hey guys, can I ask another question?
You're familiar with what year it is, which is 2026, after the death of Jesus Christ. Why is everyone on that system if we're not all on that system? We got different governments, right? Okay. I hope I proved my point. I'm gonna move over and let someone else take over.
I just wanted to ask another question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So I just want to gauge or see, like what the base science logic you guys agree on. So about large masses attracting or gaining gravity. If you have a large enough mass, it tends to attract other masses towards it. Do you guys agree on that or no?
No, Einstein actually refuted this.
Einstein refuted this? He's the one who came up with it.
Newtonian gravity. General relativity does away with that explanation altogether.
So you guys don't agree that large masses attract other large masses, or any other mass?
No, I mean, I think that is an interpretation of an observation just as much as general relativity is also an interpretation of that observation. And I also know to date, nobody's been able to prove the causal mechanism of gravitation.
Okay, so we don't agree on that. I can't keep going on with the next point.
Well, okay, so let's stay on that point. Why do you disagree with what I said?
Well, it just makes when you say that statement is in fact correct or factual, everything else adds up afterwards.
Okay, so you just engaged in a formal logical fallacy called affirming the consequent. Are you aware that you engaged in fallacious reasoning just now?
I don't agree. I think he's saying his thought based on what you said is there's no point in going down that road. That's why he's saying, if we were to continue to going down that road, like that stuff adds up. But if you're not agreeing with the premise, there's no point. That's like the smartest shit I've heard a Glober say.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you can't agree on that, I really can't go down that road. Because to me, based on agreeing on that fact, everything else adds up that the Earth is globe. But we can't continue going on here.
No, it doesn't add up. Actually, no. Listen, it doesn't add up that Earth is a globe. We can continue down this path, and it will still not add up to a globe.
It explains how well in my brain I can understand how the solar system works based on that premise.
I understand it too, and I understand how the solar system works is a kinematic explanation that lacks actual physical dynamics.
Okay, could you explain the kinematic explanation that how it works without that statement being true?
Yeah, because you don't have actually measurements of true distances and masses and sizes of these celestial objects. You make inferences based off of observation, subject to interpretation. The entire model of the solar system is based off of kinematic assumptions, based off of the Copernican view, which is subject to interpretation. It is just as much valid in your worldview. The Copernican principle is just as valid as the Tychonian principle of a geocentric world or universe. Because the Tychonian model is also kinematic, also explains what you can see based off of your observations, and also can have the masses and celestial object sizes and distances backed into the model to make it work with just the same academic rigor as your Copernican model.
Could you could you elaborate more how it would work exactly? Just use basic words so I understand.
Yeah, you can observe objects moving in the sky and then use mathematics to describe their geometric movement. You can then assign arbitrary sizes and masses and distances to these objects without actually measuring them and make the model work. And when you do this, you are engaging in what's called mathematical underdeterminism. If you are saying that this here is correct and is the only way it could be correct based off of our observations without direct measurements, such as the case, then you're foregoing other potential explanations, other models that may hold equal or even better interpretive value.
Yeah, I kind of get it. Can I explain that maybe in a way Bob can understand?
Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you.
And you can interject and tell me like, oh, this is not what I meant.
I have to step away
I
from the
think what he's trying
keyboard,
to
so
s-
someone else will have to do that part.
Okay, that's
AFK.
fine.
Yeah, we're here.
Bob, I think he's trying to say, let's just say, just because a model
Actually
makes sense
pretty
in
good.
your head, and like all the calculations seem to work out, doesn't exactly mean that that's how it actually is. Because for a long time, people thought the electron was orbiting the atom, but when you actually look at it, it isn't really. It's just the way people thought, oh, this is how it works, and it makes sense. Even the ancient Greeks thought like light was you shoot a ray out of your eyes, and that's how you see. You can find calculations to fit your own scenario. Oh, this makes sense. Let me find another calculation to affirm that truth. So you essentially
Hey,
it's doing
Wiggs.
like a snowball effect.
It's worse than that.
No, let him continue.
Don't forget that
Come on,
there-
Chief Dog. He's in the middle of something.
Yeah.
Don't forget that there's a lot of peer pressure where sometimes, let's say, if you continue on a premise and it doesn't make sense, or someone else disproves it at some point, they kind of discard that and then continue on based on if they have actual proper evidence, then they can continue that premise or on being factual.
Say that again.
Like from Newton to Einstein, right? How Einstein, what was I think Newtonian gravity, or how he thought the solar system worked, and then Einstein disproved
orbit
it
around each
and
other.
came up with a new equation,
Mhm.
right? And then you kind of fix it within time as people disprove it. You come up with new things that are more rigorous. They don't break down after testing them.
Yeah.
And if they
There's
do
a-
end
On
up
the
breaking
assumption
down, we
that
come up with
they
new
might
things.
also be wrong. Like they're making their best
They do.
guess.
I totally agree. Yes, but we change them. If they're wrong, someone else will come up. What's the latest? Is
The underlying thing that I think you're missing, it's not that they change it to then be right. They change it to then suit a more purposeful thing at the time. There was never any actual knowledge. It's kind of like a conventional use kind of thing.
Political.
I agree with you on that point, but not to suit only that time. They change it to something that works across all better, or that stands
No,
up to more.
The premise is that, like, from the beginning, like, you're still working off of assumptions. You tweak other things, and it's like, okay, this goes with my worldview now. Like, no, the underlying thing you're not understanding is you didn't know from the beginning.
And Bob,
You
on your
could-
point
so
of like people will
what-
come and
so what the
disprove that,
guy was-
isn't that pretty
so
much
what
the
the guy
entire
was
flat Earth
saying-
community?
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
again.
No, I was
You know what I'm
agreeing
saying?
with
Well,
you.
people
It seemed like
eventually-
you and I were both. Go ahead.
Another time, guys.
I was just saying, since you said won't people eventually come and like dispute that, isn't that pretty much the flat Earth community? They're saying here's the evidence that suggests otherwise.
Yeah, but the difference is we're not trying to replace it by saying, see how people come in here and they're like, well, what are your
Yeah, you're just pointing out the inconsistency in the logic.
Yeah, but people are used to people replacing bullshit with potentially more bullshit instead of going back to the drawing board. Now, people won't go back to the drawing board. Why? Because they're scared. How do I know they're scared? Because people say, oh, so you want to bring us back to the dark ages? Well, 500 years ago, before the age of enlightenment, is where this particular lie about the earth being in movement began. I call it a lie because I already know they didn't have any justification. How do I know that? Because their the people like what's his name? Edwin Hubble, people like Einstein, they've acknowledged that their forefathers didn't know empirically what they were saying. They're trying to make sense of the universe in their own time based on the assumptions that were made by their forefathers. This is what they say out of their writings. So this is how I know that they didn't know 500 years ago. So my whole point is, yeah, like you got to start from the drawing board. Boo-hoo.
Yeah, but starting on the starting board or whatever, but only on the basis of that the premise that you're being lied to is where I find it confusing. Because if you were to just start, and there's nothing wrong with that, I agree with you completely. You know what I mean? If there's a better framework, you should obviously explore it and see if there's a better foundation to stand on. But if you're gonna say, "Oh, this is a big lie," it's like really unlikely that everyone's in on this big lie, and you're just out of it.
Yeah, can we pause there?
They, as in the government. You're saying they, as in as a whole.
No one here is making that assertion, and in fact, I did everything I could to mitigate that.
Yeah, like I don't. Well, he's another guy. I'm trying to get down all of the personalities with the voices. So like again, like your talk. First of all, the Earth is flat. So we're not. You and I have not earned the right to have a conversation about hypotheticals because for some reason you still believe for a fact that the Earth is flat. So instead of talking about you for a fact that the Earth's a globe, and you think that I think that people are lying. Like I don't have to think about anyone to validate to myself that it measures flat. I don't have to think about not a single liar, nor do I call anyone liars, other than the people who come up to me and tell me to my face that the things that I know and can prove and show them are not the case. That's it. People have preconceived notions about curvature that they should see. And I say, well, actually, the scientific communicators and I also know, mathematically speaking, that's not true. People talk about, horizons and how that you shouldn't. I'm just going through all of the conversations that we had since this morning. And again, all of these things are irrelevant to why we are here. So all I'm saying is when you say it's impossible for all the governments and things and this, that, and the third to lie, why the fuck, again, is my question, are they thinking that it's 2026 after the death of Jesus Christ then? Why do all of the governments go on that calendar? I don't really want you to answer that because that would just bring this conversation in a circle. We've already talked about all that. So please help us have a better conversation by not dragging us down with things that we've already been thoughtful about. Okay?
I'll go out to say I don't think there's evidence as of yet that NASA may be lying specifically about the shape of the Earth. It's possible that the people that's presenting this to us from NASA are interpreting their data wrong. This doesn't mean that there are going to be people at NASA who actually do know and who actually may be lying themselves, but I don't have any knowledge of that or information to say that right now. Just don't have enough. I'm sorry.
I don't think it was claiming you guys believe that. I'm just thinking it's like if you go down the line of questioning, Is it just always out of like? I agree with you. Like, it's a possibility that they might be lying, or it might just be out of ignorance. We don't really know why they do what they do. But it makes sense as like just going down the route, like hypothetically in a conversation sense. Why might they be lying if they are?
Right, but then we would say who's they, right? So I don't think that your university professors, right? Or NASA isn't. It's not like something that has a mouth that can talk, right? It's a big, giant government agency that is compartmentalized. That has huge amounts of individuals that have a specific job to know on a need to know basis. That generally have an NDA to go along with that. They probably don't know what the people in the next room are doing. So to suggest that NASA is lying, right, is to suggest that all of the people at NASA are in on some big lie. And when you get a job at NASA, they like sit you down in some room, right? But that's probably not the case, right? What's probably the case is that they genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe for the most part. And if you were to try to come up with a list of names, a list of names of who at NASA knows the Earth's flat and is lying about it being a globe, right? And then I would challenge you to come up with a list of names and then prove that those names on that list are actively lying. I think that's an impossible request to ask you to do that. And it's kind of a straw man when people, I'm not saying you guys are straw manning, but it's a natural straw man argument that people say because they just assume that we claim that everyone's in on it. Where I don't think that's the case. I think most people are just parroting information. That's what gets rewarded in the mainstream education system: memorization, regurgitation.
Of course, yeah. Information isn't a matter of truth. It's just what people hear a lot, so they believe it to be true.
Right. This is why it's always going to come back to the curvature. Okay, what can we actually test, right? Because we can't prove motive. At the end of the day, we're not going to prove why someone would have a motive to lie. If you could work out that someone's lying, it's like, why did they do it? Well, we're not sure, but we can prove that the water's not curving. Earth is flat. Whoever said that.
I'm glad you're answering this because
also, if I may jump in before there becomes too many dissenting voices. If you want to be on the extreme end, like when I said it's actually used as flat, like everywhere, like that's the extreme end of tapping on your cognitive dissonance. So we can talk about how it's not curved. That's like the soft landing. But actually, you guys could have just taken the shortcut and said, "Oh, why do you guys think it's flat?" I'd have told you straight up. And I did, but there were no follow-ups for me. There were just follow-ups about these hypotheticals and all this other stuff. It's not like it's just like you guys are trying to fight against an idea that I don't have, right? Or the people in this room don't have, instead of sticking me to the argument that I was trying to make. And that's typically what, like, I've been in here 10 years. That's typical. Like, we have probably, I don't know how many hours of Sasha I could clip together of him saying, didn't you beg them to just ask you why you're saying it's flat? Like, why can't you just ask him that? And people don't. I've thrown you guys the bone. You haven't taken it. So what makes you think that majority of the world is any different?
We didn't say that. I think we were just questioning, right? I don't think anyone is here really trying to fight either, or maybe they were.
Well, I'm not talking about fighting. I'm talking about the difference between DJ saying, we're just, trying to look for things and there just doesn't seem to be any curvature, versus me saying, well, if you knew how, airplanes work, not like, the whole history of airplanes, just the fact that when they are landing and taking off, all they're doing is trigonometry, and that could be an area of 200 miles plus. You can't do trigonometry on a curved surface. Like, they're using the surface itself. Like, they're saying this is the distance of the surface. You can't do that with a continuously curving surface, which is why they're using trigonometry. The bottom of the triangle is flat. It is attributed a number. That number is going to give you the distance from point A to point B. Planes have to fly into the airport every day all the time.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was talking about that though. Like, we kind of just agreed on like, okay, it is flat.
No, I'm talking to the other guy.
The conversation kind of led to a different point.
I'm talking to the other guy. You're not the only person in the room. I'm trying to hit as many consciousnesses as I possibly can.
Kizu?
I'm trying to hit as many consciousnesses as I possibly can. Oh, except it looks like the other guy that was interrupting left, so I guess it doesn't matter then.
Yeah. Was it me you're talking about?
Nah, dude.
Guy jumping in.
He did. Okay, so never mind then. Because you seem that you're having a reasonable conversation. It was the other guy. If you get what I'm saying, like no, there is no. Well, let's talk about all the governments and why. Like I just told you how for a fact the Earth is actually used as you can't with the globe with the sphere, the radius of 3,959 miles. You cannot use 200 miles of area as flat on that. That's all I'm saying. That's just a no-brainer. But instead of trying to dig into that and understand that, people just move on to what they're trying to say.
Is the 200 miles like the surface, or is it the plane going upwards?
No, it's the surface. They can use the distance to calculate how much of a descent you need to have to reach that area. Can't do that if you don't know the distance, right? They have different ways, altitude, pressure readings and stuff like that. Anyway.
I always just assumed that the pilot just sort of could see the. I guess sometimes they can't see the landing strip, but.
No, that's like when they get in. I mean, not at 200 miles, not at 100 miles, not at 50 miles out. No.
Hey, Elia?
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Hey, Elia?
Hey, that's me.
I wanted to ask you another question. So, based on like whatever shape you think the Earth is, do you agree that does it still have gravity in the way you?
Before we go beyond that premise, I don't. So before you, I don't propose a shape. I don't think one knows.
Yeah, you don't have a shape, but does it have a gravity? It's flat, right? But it doesn't have a shape.
I don't know what shape the Earth is. It just measures the way it measures flat on the surface. That's correct.
Okay, well, based on what you can perceive, it's flat. Does it have? Is gravity equal across all of it, or does it even have gravity?
There's no. I don't. Did I say anything about gravity?
No, I'm just asking. Does it even have gravity?
So when I say, usually when someone says, "Did I say something about that?" The answer is no. I didn't make any claims toward that, so I don't have
I'm not
any.
saying you did. That's a question. You haven't said anything about it.
Did I say anything about that? Because they never had any input in the thing you're asking about. So what did we not under? Okay, I don't. Maybe I should be more direct. I don't have fuck all of a need for a force that explains why things stick to a ball. I don't need that.
No, I know things. Gravity explains a lot of stuff, especially air pressure.
I know that rocks are heavier than air. I know that rocks are heavier than air. I know that planes need to be aerodynamic. I don't need gravity.
But
I hope that you don't need explanations either, dude. You know, like, listen, you seem to think that truth can be satisfied by the force of an explanation. I think that's faulty logic.
I'm just checking if you guys agree that if there is or there isn't gravity.
It's like I'm giving you straight up response, and you're like, I'm not satisfying what you're asking. I'm literally giving you what you're asking, and it's almost like you don't want me to give it to you.
So there is no gravity. Is that what I got?
No, he's not saying that either, Bob.
No, I am saying that. because I'm saying it's a word that was made up to explain why you would stick to a ball. When he asked, so don't you have any sort of version for the word? And I'm saying, no, I don't. Period.
Yeah, you said that properly. It's just a word to explain how we stick to the ball or to the ground.
If you believe that.
Gravity is explained away with just buoyancy and density. Because we're heavier than the shit around us, we obviously sink like a pebble in water. And the helium fires upwards because it's less dense than the air.
Was there like a follow-up to your question though? So no, I don't.
No, if there isn't, no, there isn't really a follow-up. That's fair enough. If we can't agree on that, there's no follow-up.
Thank you. That's the thing. It's like, I don't want to follow up on things that I don't really put any stock in. Like, doesn't that make sense? Because people try to force us to follow up with things that we actually don't put stock in. And I was like, I don't get that.
Yeah, fair enough. No, if you don't follow up, it doesn't.
There's so much you could have asked me about what I said. It's like that's what happens minimally. The maximum that happens is people always ask things that we're trying to say, hey, we didn't put stock in that. We don't want to answer that. And they're like, yeah, I know, but, and then they just, it's weird. That's all I'm saying.
I have a follow-up. Can I ask a question to the Glober?
Go ahead.
So does gravity make the Earth a ball?
Yes, somewhat. Yeah, it helps with the interpretation. Yes.
Okay. Then let's go out and measure the curvature.
Okay. Do you want to go right now?
That's what Elijah's talking about.
Yeah, we've done that already, and it's not curving. Okay, that would debunk your mass attracting mass gravity, right? Due to gravity, the water. Well, hold on, mid-sentence.
Go ahead.
So, this is what they teach the kids at school, right? Mass attracts mass. Mm-hmm. Everything's being drawn towards the center of mass on the globe.
Yep.
Okay, you need gravity to explain why the oceans are sticking to the outside of a globe and the water on the surface would be curving at a specific rate. For example, over 10 miles, it would be curving at approximately 66 foot, right? If it's not doing that, then that would debunk the claim of gravity as you're defining gravity as mass attracting mass.
But you said it's doing that, but at a further distance.
No, it's not doing that at a further distance or at that distance. Okay, it would have to be doing that. I thought you guys said it
continues on for like 600-700 miles or so.
No. The surface of water is not curving over distance. On a globe, we can calculate specifically how much it would be curving over distance, and it's exponential, right? So over 10 miles, it would be 66 foot of curvature. Over 20
miles, that's based on calculation.
Yeah, that's based on the geometry.
Based on your observation, what is it at?
No, based off zero curvature. Yeah, zero.
Based on your observation.
Based on long-distance laser tests, every single observation, radio wave propagation, infrared.
Yep, the laser. Videos, I love that one.
Every test basically. Here, let me give you an example. Team of field engineers called Field Engineers Corps.
Let me test Can I test him real quick? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Like the 200 miles I just told you that they use when they're doing trigonometry to fly. Like that. There's no curvature there. Like that. Now, do you understand?
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't believe in it. No. I don't agree to it.
How do you not believe in something? So you think I'm lying? This is not a process that
I don't necessarily think you're lying. You might be mistaken. Yes, not lying.
Oh, okay. So what? So why don't you just tell me what you think I'm mistaken about, so that I could just pull up some citations or something, so we could get this squared away, so you could get on the same page that I'm on.
It's just that you're saying you can't, because I've seen video testing.
You don't want that, do you? You want to hold on to what you believe. You don't want that, right? Like, because if you wanted
what you're saying, the same experiment that what was his name that said
it's not an experiment.
Because I've seen the same testing and they proved otherwise.
Let him finish, bro.
It's not an experiment. It's a process. So what are you talking about? It's like every time you talk, you get further and further away from what we were
I'm telling
talking
you
about.
why I don't think what you said is it's factual, because he mentioned that experiment, and I've seen that some
What it's not factual. What did I say that's not factual?
not you, the other guy.
Well, okay, do you guys understand? How could he stopped me from talking? He's talking about something being not true. Like, and then when I'm like, okay, what did I say? He's like, the other guy. Okay, so back to my point, because I was the one that interrupted. Okay, so instead of his examples with the laser or these other things, I think a better example is mine. The one where you have 200 miles of flatness. What is your response to that?
There's no such thing. What do you mean by flatness exactly?
How did so what?
Flatness we observe and measure, dude. It's almost like you don't want to find out.
Where have you seen 200 miles of flatness? You can't even see that with your eyes.
Did you hear what I said about trigonometry?
Yeah, I've heard of your trigonometry, but you can still have a.
Okay. So we're talking about miles. If we're talking about miles, listen, you're not listening. That's why you don't understand. Because I already explained it. I thought you understood it. You didn't understand it, but now you're talking while I'm talking. I don't know how to get you to understand what I'm saying. Then I could just stop
understand
talking.
what you're saying.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. No, you're lying. You don't understand what I'm saying. That was just a straight up lie.
That people can make some estimation.
Straight up lie. You didn't understand what I said.
You were assuming that it was a perfect fucking sphere, which is not the case. That we can still estimate.
I didn't know. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Tangent on a sphere.
That's incorrect. All right. How do we get untriggered? Because he's way off the mark. Way off.
Stop interrupting him because he lets you talk when you're talking, but you keep talking.
Yeah, you never let me talk as well.
I just want to hear him finish one sentence.
Clean example, man. You use the perfect sphere to say that it can't happen. No, we can still estimate a plane. When I say plane, it's a two-dimensional surface. We can put a tangent on a sphere and have some estimation that can be flat. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah, we also understand its standard deviation from the mean.
Respond to that. You just took away the style. So explain to me what that has to do with what I was talking about when I was talking about trigonometry and using the ground as a horizontal surface and distance when it comes to landing and taking off in a runway. What did what you said have to do with that? Do you think it has anything to do with that?
Sorry,
because you said you've got a triangle, right? And the plane, what's it called? It descends slightly, but you've got a bottom line that's 200 miles, and the plane's going through the hypotenuse, I assume, right?
Right.
Yeah, you were saying that the bottom line must be flat 200 miles.
Well, it is.
It is, right. In a perfect triangle.
Listen, in a situation, that's how they know the distance from where they are to where they will be landing. What is this? There's no. What are you talking like? That's it. So now, what you said? What does that have to do with that?
I said that bottom line, they can have a two-dimensional plane that's tangent to that sphere, and it's estimated to roughly touch a given point, I guess, on the sphere.
Okay. In that process,
I don't know how to explain this geometrically.
No, I get what you're saying, but that's not included in the process, though. You know what that's called?
That's included. It has to be included.
No, you're saying it has to be included. I just conversation like 4 months ago. It's not included. Why don't you stop saying? Because you just said. You also said.
You're saying it's not included. Why am I supposed to believe you on that?
No, you don't have to believe me. You don't have enough information to be arguing with me, though. That's what doesn't make sense. People here know what I'm saying. You don't, but you're arguing. The question is why? Because if you were to look into it, you'd be like, oh shit, okay, I see what he's saying. What I was saying doesn't make sense. But that's not for me to do.
But I said I disagreed with you on some stuff, which I'm telling you now what
But
I
you
disagree with.
don't have a justified reason to disagree because you don't know what I'm talking about.
I do. I just explained it to you.
No, and I just asked you to explain to me what you said has to do with what I said.
But what we're disagreeing is I said they have to account for it.
And I'm saying there's no they're not doing that. They just have
exactly. That's what we're disagreeing, and we can't prove each other.
No. I'm telling you that they don't. You're saying, well, we're going back and we're not no, we don't have to go back and forth. You're just choosing to stay willingly ignorant. All you have to do is look up all you have to do is look up the procedure for landing and taking off in an airplane from an airport. And what you'll realize is there's nothing to do with mediating for curved surface at any point.
An example of that, not that the descent and elevation, is when the plane is traveling from country to country, and you're looking at your maps, it doesn't go in a straight line.
Well, that's a red herring, isn't it? That's a red herring,
Sorry?
isn't it? That's a red herring.
I don't know the naming for it, but I know why it does that.
What I'm saying is you're taking something that's loosely related, but it's actually not addressing the premise. So you have a belief that we're flying around a globe, and when you zoom out and you take all other things into perspective, but that's not actually true. But I don't have 10 hours to teach you that. So the bottom line is, all I can tell you is they're not flying
you don't need
over
to teach me anything, man. Everything that comes out of that mouth is
they're
fucking
not
bullshit.
flying over a curved surface if 200 miles of it is flat. That just doesn't work.
There's no such. You're just stating that statement. Like, it's based on what?
I just told you, leaving and entering an airspace for landing an airport.
Yeah, but they estimate the curvature, which is what you're not agreeing on.
No, they don't. You're saying that. No, they don't. No, they don't.
They have to.
No, they don't, because it doesn't exist. So that's why they don't.
So the engineers that are working on the mathematics behind the descent.
What do you mean? Engineers? There are no engineers in the freaking room doing the trigonometry to tell them what descent angle they need. What are you talking about?
Who the fuck does that then?
The people that are in the control room trying to land the plane.
Where did they get that information from?
What do you? It's trigonometry.
Who the fuck did the calculation? You're not gonna have someone in the control room do trigonometry on a paper.
It's trigonometry. So if you have two, you can figure out the third. So you're asking me how they know.
Trust me, I know that very well.
So you're asking me how they know how to land the plane. Well, perhaps because they know the distance of the plane or the height of the plane, they can solve for the other thing. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they can. I don't disagree, but they do have to estimate the curvature of the Earth.
No, why? Well, no, but you know what?
It's not the pilot that's doing the trigonometry.
Listen, neither are people in the control room. That's the
exactly.
Why are you not understanding that? Whoever's
done it.
No, there is no
question there, like you just did.
It's an area that they're flying over, and it's treated as flat. Like, what do we? Why is?
But whoever's done it, that trigonometry calculation, they would have
calculated the curvature of the Earth. Of course, they would account a whole size aircraft to that scale. Of course, they would account for curvature in the trigonometry. Surely, right?
Yeah, but except for the fact that they're not. You can't.
And you're simplifying the fuck out of it, by the way. It's not just freaking trigonometry like that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. There's no such thing in place.
So why? So
I think it's
all right.
You think they literally just get freaking
my bad. Okay,
high school trigonometry?
I've made this very juicy, and at this point, it'd be very boring. Oh fuck, we can't do bets either. Never mind. You're so lucky. There's a time I used to bet people money.
He might be reading it off kids' textbooks because they can't comprehend differential mathematics and such.
Here's the thing. We don't have to argue. You're telling me no. I'm telling you yes. I could just pull a document right now. Are you going to read it out loud and then tell everyone you're sorry that you were incorrect because you didn't know? Because we already know you don't know.
From a trusted source, why not?
For whatever reason, you're fighting it.
If it's from a trusted source, I'm willing to. Why not?
First of all, what you don't understand is it's just trigonometry. You don't need a trusted source to know how to do trigonometry. That's problem.
A shit ton of mathematics more than trigonometry, man.
When you understand, excuse me?
There's so much more mathematics involved than trigonometry. You're simplifying the fuck out of it.
Wait, no, I'm not simplifying anything. Like, what do you mean?
You're just
I'm not simplifying.
The simplest mathematical method to explain it. There's so much more behind it.
I literally have a whole. You want me to write down all of the math that goes into it? I already did that. Do you want it?
Go ahead.
Let's this conversation. Huh?
And the plane would probably fall down, crash before it reaches the airport.
This is how I know you're being a glober now, because now you're just attacking for no reason. So I said, do you want the math that I've already gathered? Because it's based on the sources that I already have that I also told you I'm going to share. And now you're acting 5. So now we get to the point.
Let's see it.
Now to the point where you actually have to put up or shut up. And all of a sudden, it's probably going to crash. That's how I know you're not even serious from the fucking beginning. Like, so you don't even give a shit about what I'm saying, actually.
All right, go ahead. Let's see it.
You don't give a shit about what I'm saying. What's the point? You're playing a game.
I do. If you have some trusted sources, why not? I could change my mind.
I'd like to
don't.
See it as well.
You're not listening. So it's like it kind of doesn't matter. At this, I think I'm giving up at this point because I was like, I see that you do understand what I'm saying. The fact that you just pulled that just now, acting like you're 5, it's probably that means you're not actually listening. You're trying to find a way out. So why would you ask me to give you? You've been sitting here fighting me for the last 10 minutes, and now I'm finally like, let me pull his documents and these maths, and you're like, doing everything you can to fight it. Why give it to you then? You don't want it. You don't want it.
Go ahead, I'll read it.
Send it. I want to read it as well. Sorry, DJ. Did you want to talk now? Because we've got some spare time now. Is he here or he left? Oh no, he's here.
No, I'm here, but I got to go in a minute.
Oh, good.
Yeah, if you scroll up, I posted 7 laser observations that any of y'all can take a look at.
Posted the math right there. There you go. See what I'm saying? Completed. See what I'm saying? What do you mean? Oh, it did? It did? It actually did.
You've heard of spherical trigonometry, right?
Oh, it is getting deleted. I've heard of it. I've heard the term.
You've heard of spherical trigonometry. And you think they use linear trigonometry?
Order to exactly what I'm posting right now, though, which is what we're supposed to be talking about. Again, see, why would I post it and you're running already? This is what I'm talking about.
I haven't seen it. I want to see it. Where is it?
That's the whole point of it. To compare between linear and the spherical.
Go ahead, AI. Saw you coming in there, trying to come in there.
Yes, spherical trigonometry is on the surface of the sphere, not on a plane perpendicular to the surface. So that wouldn't work in this instance.
So you think do they use linear or spherical?
Hey, Bob. Spherical trigonometry applies to the surface of a sphere, not to a
Yeah, but
plane
you
perpendicular
can
to
turn
the
it at a
surface.
90 degree to
So
get it.
it's irrelevant.
It is not irrelevant. They use it for sure.
Okay, that's great. That's great, Bob. Now that you've made a claim that they use it, substantiate that claim with evidence.
Do you want me to find you some papers or something?
Yeah. You know that thing that you keep on acting like you possess, and you want Elijah to provide his counterpoint to something you claim you possess? Go ahead and prove your claim. Do it.
All right, there's no need to get frustrated. If
It's a
you
quick
want,
Google
you just
search.
ask.
Trust me.
Hey, Quazu, don't make a comment on my disposition. Thanks. All right, Bob. Evidence. Let's go.
All right. I got my sources. Literally, the first answer is they do use spherical geometry.
I could care less. Post it in the chat. How do we know that you're doing anything except just saying so?
You can literally just type the question in Google. You can.
Hey, listen. Hey, Bob, you provide your source that you're presenting. I'm not going to search for anything. You provide it.
Right. I'll send you a picture. 1 second. Where's it? How the fuck do I add pictures here?
Now, this better be a substantiation of the claim, not just a repetition of the claim. I hope you know the difference.
It doesn't let us post anything. The chat.
What? Really? You don't have enough rank? Well, DM it to somebody
think
then.
so.
They'll post it for you. All right, you figure it out yet?
I can't post anything on there.
Thank you.
So then I told you to DM somebody and they'll post it for you, right? Did you follow through on those directions?
I'll do that. I'll send it to you then. What was your name again?
Overlord.
Thank you, DJ and Yoder. Now you see, even in these screenshots, they claim that the LPV glide path is calculated using basically determining the height above the Earth as an ellipsoid. When it comes to the math that I was trying to post, there's nothing about trying to tie in a curved surface with that.
Was it like a weird link or something that the auto bot thought was spam or something?
It wasn't even a link. I just copy pasted something I wrote. Like I wrote it all out, did the math.
Can't send you anything I overload.
What?
Just
Why not? Just send me a friend request then, dude. Come on. I got to do all the thinking around here.
send you a friend request.
Cool.
Well, let me ask a question while we're doing all of this, because there were other points of discussion, and there are other people in the conversation too, and all roads are valid if you ask me. I think DJ was trying to go into FE core and the laser test. Is that something that would get you to a definitive conclusion on what the
That would
surface?
actually, I've looked at videos there.
All right, well then, let's go with that then. All right, DJ, take it away, please, if you're still there.
I think he's working at the moment.
All right, I'm going to post from Bob here. What Bob gave me there. Give me a second, All right, so he posted, it looks like an AI search overview. So this wouldn't actually be from the primary sources. It might be called from the primary sources, but it doesn't necessarily represent the underlying primary source.
I can give you the sources. There's multiple there.
Well, that's fine. But that's what you should do. So, but that's fine. Why don't you read from what your hold on a second, brother. Read from what your AI posted, the portion that proves your case.
Because oftentimes AI will
plane glide paths are calculated using both linear and spherical trigonometry, depending on the distance of the glide and the required precision for the typical landings within a few miles. So linear trigonometry is used to calculate the glide slope. What's it called? Spherical geometry is necessary to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's fair.
It's necessary.
The only problem is, dude, this is just a repetition of the claim. It's not evidence of the claim. This is just somebody else. Hold on, friend. This is just somebody else saying the same claim. So now we have the same claim on the table twice with no evidence that it's actually occurred. So you need to find a source that demonstrates the case of how spherical trigonometry is actually used and that it is used. Not just how it's used, but that it is used. Those are two different burdens of proof.
All right.
So do you have that?
What I was trying to say is, like, anybody who uses AI knows that AI will come to a conclusion that if you look into the sources, you might scratch your head going, why did the AI come to this conclusion when you click on the source? What the source says actually has nothing to do with what AI said. So that's why AI is saying click on the source, forget about the summary, make sure the source supports the summary. Did you do that? Or did you just read?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, don't rush, brother. Take a few minutes to do it.
I left for a bit. Can someone catch me up on what was the discussion? Like, what's Bob trying to prove?
I'm sorry. Before we go into that, just look at that. Just look at that diagram where it has the WGS-84. Where's the plane coming from? You feel me? Like, what? What angle is that? If the plane and the WGS-84 is representative of reality, angle of the plane to the ground is that?
Nobody? Keyboard warriors? Anybody? No? Smoke them if you got them.
What up, buddy?
Now, just for a quick note, even if you could prove that a spherical calculation fits within the parameters equal to what a flat calculation would be, that wouldn't prove that the ground is curved. It would just prove that the alleged curvature is irrelevant. So that'd actually be a point against the globe, not a point for the globe. Follow that? Well, if you could treat everything as if it's flat, if you could treat something mathematically as if it's flat, but you could apply curvature measurements that they themselves would be within that tolerance, but they're not necessary because they're functionally irrelevant, that would be a point against the globe. That wouldn't be a point for the globe.
If there were you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, let me make it simpler for you. Mathematics don't create realities. So if I have a surface plate from Starrett that cost me $5,000 and they engineered it flat, but mechanically I could tell you that there's a deviation of 0.00 microns, and within a deviation of 0.001 microns, I could create a mathematical formula that the sagitta, which is the apex arc of a curve segment, is between that. That wouldn't prove that my Starrett surface plate is curved. It would just be mathematical gobbledygook.
That's true, yeah. Right? But our argument previously was that they don't account for it.
Everybody. Well, that's my point, Bob. See, here's the point is, you have to prove that they necessarily must account for it and it cannot be otherwise because the Earth is necessarily curved. Not just that some kind of math would fit within the tolerance.
That's too specific, man. That's way too specific.
No, it's not. See, the specifics, Bob, is actually that the Earth has to actually be curved. See, that's the problem.
I'm pretty sure, but where am I going to find you an article?
No, well, see, Bob. So far, you're pretty sure they do have to do it. You haven't provided any evidence yet that they do. But
that's what I'm saying.
I have faith in you, bro.
Like he started arguing me down. Like I'm like, no, it's not. He's like, yes, it is. I'm like, no, it's not. He's like, yes, it is. And I'm asking him questions. He's like, I don't know. I'm like, well, how could you argue and you don't know? And this is further demonstrating what I was saying. Now you're saying the burden is too high. So then what were you arguing against me with?
Who you mother, you stupid nigger.
The fuck?
You sound good. I hope you look as good as you sound. Low race play, I like it.
Man, she wants your number, Elijah. She said, give me your number, bro. Shit.
Anyway.
Normally though, pretty voice, not so pretty face.
You've been there for a couple bucks, huh?
No, I just watched Friends crash and burn.
So, yeah, you were pretty adamant when you were telling me that they were doing what they were doing. Then you went to AI. Then we said, okay, go inside the source. Seems like
I went inside. I can send it to him.
Okay. Notice that the antagonizing stopped as soon as you did your job. See how that works?
I was looking for it. I was looking for a good one, actually.
No, I'm just saying, see how it stopped? That's a sign that I actually do want to get down to the truth of the matter.
You can read that first page, and then there's a bunch of calculations there as well.
All right, hold on. Am I supposed to repost it?
Yes, please.
I gotta download it. Hold on. Starts off with MGEE, correct? That's it. Okay, so what part proves your case, bro?
The first part on the left, actually. But, well,
The first part on the left.
To, where the evidence, mathematical explanations are.
Man, dude, do you know how to prove your own points, or do you need us to help you?
Not much.
I think help him a bit.
Yeah, but that means I got to read this whole thing.
You don't.
It's his
I mean,
research.
the first part to the left tells you they use spherical, which was our arguments, is that they use spherical.
That's the abstract. That's the friend. That's the first part on the left in bold is called the abstract.
Yeah,
that would be equivalent. Hold on, friend. That would be equivalent to repeating the claim. So that's 3 repetitions of the claim. So you need the evidence for the claim actually being effectuated in reality. Right. So where's that? You gotta, dude. Like what? You could have screenshotted it, circled it, quoted from it. Like actually use your highlight tool, pull the quote out. What you're presenting as evidence. Like, I mean, dude, this is like 2026, bro. Like the device you're working on could literally pull words out, and then you could post them in a quotation. You could circle. You could do all kinds of things.
Fair enough.
Find in page.
To be fair, AI, that would require their evidence to actually be articulable and circleable.
I mean, you said you wanted me to find you a source that states that, and that's what I did.
No, I want you. I said they don't do
Well, you keep wanting more stuff. Even if I find that, you're gonna keep on going. Why? Where? How?
Why are you pointing out? Why are you? You're not responding to what I actually just said, and I don't understand that. I start talking, and then you start saying things that have nothing to do with what I said. That's like what women do. I don't. In my life, not all women.
Look, Bob. You got plausible deniability because that's the words that I said. But I took it as read that you understood what I meant. So, for example, if you're doing a college paper, or you're presenting evidence to a board, or you're basically doing anything, you can't just give people a list of sources. You can't just show up to your college term paper and just have your bibliography and not have your body paper.
Well,
Like,
guess
you
what?
actually
They
have to do the
give you a
meat
bit
work.
of time to go through it, don't they?
Well, listen, friend. Hold on, brother. See, here's the problem. See, Elijah pressed you that you're acting like you know this stuff. So why are you being so confident that it's true when you haven't, quote unquote, taken the time to actually research it?
Because I'm saying
this is something you already know, right?
I'm saying what you're saying is not there because I already know that. You don't know that.
Fine. Go on the paragraph 3, where it says, consider 2 points A and B on a sphere. To move from A to B, several arcs can be chosen. two popular arcs are the run line and the great circle. Run line is a trajectory that while moving on it, the motion trajectory.
Oh my! Those are.
Hold on.
Yeah, like.
Hold on.
Oh man, dude.
That doesn't sound like calculations for landing and ascending
There's a
off
bunch
of
of calculations there, but I'm not going to read them out loud right now.
No, but
yeah, Elijah, real quick. What he described is movement over the surface of the sphere, parallel to the surface. So if you let's say you flatten the surface, it'd be two parallel planes. They're not perpendicular planes, which is what you're talking about. Which is what I told him earlier, that the spherical trigonometry applying to the surface is not the same as something applying to a parallel. Sorry, something
but you
applying
can
to a
rotate it
perpendicular
90
plane.
degrees, which it does for glide path.
Okay, great. So that's what you should be talking about then.
I mean, it's if you get that, you don't really need to prove that. It's the same thing.
No, it isn't, dude. You need to prove it.
Oh my god, this is going to be an endless conversation. All right,
No,
boys,
dude. It's only going to not be endless when you actually get to the point. So notice how you agreed that the point is actually the perpendicular plane to the surface. You then presented something about parallel to the plane of the surface, and then you said, "Oh, it's the same. You just rotate it." Why don't you just actually get to the point where you prove your case?
All right, I'll find one tomorrow, and I'll come back. I'll show you one. I'll go through it properly.
Perfect.
No worries. All right. Good night, boys.
So what we've learned today, friends, is you can do spherical trigonometry on an imaginary sphere on a piece of paper with math. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Wow, we've come so far.
That's like my sister telling me because she wrote a letter to Santa that Santa Claus was real.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Here's the letter. He was so confident, dude. He was so confident before when he was arguing with Elijah. Oh, I know that they calculate the spherical shumbly boobly to do this.
Yeah, calculate means to guess. I wish these guys actually had real dictionaries. Most of your commercial dictionaries, like Cambridge and all that, they're garbage. You need the American Standard English Dictionary from the 1700s. You'll thank me later.
So far in all of these local proofs, and what I mean by local is within 300 miles, they're all just fantasy about globe geometry. Like, for example, bridges. You know how they say, oh, bridges have to take into account the curve of the Earth? And then when you actually research it, you find out that the tolerances for the building processes are like multiple times greater than any curvature correction would even matter. And so it's like you couldn't even tell whether you accounting for curve or not accounting for curve even happened, let alone that it affected the structure. But these people believe it without even questioning it.
Yeah. And all the while, the water is dead level under the bridge, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Jin, that's like you make, you know, a pot for cooking? And you know a pot for cooking is round, and then at the top you fill it with water, and the water's flat. But when you take the lid is curved. And so when you put the lid on top of the pot, all of a sudden the water becomes curved. Like magic.
But magically, yeah.
How you doing, Jin? Good to hear from you.
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you doing?
Fantastic on this beautiful flat Earth.
Glad to hear it. Yeah, I've been doing what's called the outreach. I've been busy in the politics server because, you know, they've got so many rooms in there and servers. Well, I've been going into all of them, just trying to pick their brains, and the cognitive dissonance and the screaming and the shouting and the permanent banning going on, and the but I've come through victorious. That's the thing, though. I'm one of those, I just don't give up, do I? And I wind them up.
Before we go on, let's.
Go ahead, sir.
Last
Go ahead.
conversation. So in the last conversation, both guys basically agreed that the functional equivalent that's done in the field is just an application of standard geometry. One guy claimed that's because the standard geometry matches what the Earth is, and the other guy claimed no, it's because the Earth is actually a globe, and they have to do all this complex math and then distill it down to standard geometry because it's functionally equivalent to if the Earth was flat. So if you take that out, that gives Elijah 2 points and the other guy 1 point at best, which makes Elijah in the +1 and him at 0. So Elijah wins. All right. Continue the conversation.
Yeah. Elijah wins without a doubt there, because he's talking about how the aeroplane comes into land, right? And they're making their calculations, maybe 200 miles, is it, Elijah, before, as they're coming in?
I just used that number arbitrarily in case y'all didn't know. But I mean, if you was looking into the stuff I was talking, I mean, it doesn't matter.
The point is, it could be further out. The point is they're coming into land on a flat Earth, non-rotating realm. Anyway, that's the thing. No doubt about that. So, it's just amazing. As you said, they come in very confident, but yet they don't know what to talk about, and they're not actually proving their case. And really, you've still got to go out and prove it to yourself. Where's your evidence? Where did you go to do this? That's the annoying thing, that they never have that. Yeah, and that's the problem that I find when I went onto these rooms in the politics. Yeah, none of them can say we're wrong if you haven't gone out to measure it. Yeah. Lots of cog dis. But it's been fun. I thought I heard you in there the other day, Elijah, but under a different name. There's a place called Black Heaven, where my brothers and sisters are in that one. Boy, the cog dis in that room. Heavy. But I've been there for 4 days, and they're showing a little bit more respect. A few of them have come round to understanding that they don't know their model, and it is unfair to be saying I'm wrong when they haven't actually gone out to check it, right? So that's been good for the 4 days. That's the best I got, that 2 of them have come round to agreeing. They don't say they're flat yet, but they're going to start looking into it properly. That was in the place called Black Heaven.
Oh, that's what we just witnessed with Bob. He was so confident that he was correct, but he couldn't even give us the evidence that he's correct, or where he got his knowledge from.
Yeah,
all he did, Jin, was just give us a repetition of the claim. He said, I said the claim, the Google AI said the claim, and then this paper in the abstract said the claim.
Yeah,
that's all he could do.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing.
Do you like niggers?
Yeah, okay. Look, mind the N-word, lady. Stop that. That's all they do is repeat the narrative.
Sorry.
Yeah, they have faith. They have faith in the claim, and they have faith that somebody else who said the claim has faith in the claim, and then that person has faith in that somebody else who told them the claim has faith in the claim. It's just a circle of faith.
Yeah. And then they say, you're not qualified, you're not a scientist, so I'm going to believe the scientist with the thousands of years of knowledge they put down. So I then said, you don't really need to be a scientist to do this. We're not doing any science. We're doing measurements. We're measuring. Is 12 inches a scientific evidence? 12 inches. All right. Is a foot? Is a mile? These are not science. These are horizontal linear measurements. So we're measuring. We're not doing any science here. So you don't even know, you're in a category error, But but then I get muted. Yeah, so it's been fireworks, I'll have to say, this week and last week. Why don't you go to the Flat Earth servers? Well, I do. I belong to that, but I'm doing the outreach. Just coming out to pick your brains. What's up, you know? Come on, man. What you got to talk about anyway?
Man, that's pretty rude. Hey, you're only allowed to talk about flat Earth in the flat Earth room. You're only allowed to use the flat Earth fountain, brother.
Yeah.
And come in here, you're only allowed to answer to things that you haven't made claims to.
Yeah, that's another stupid thing that they do there. Or they ask impossible requests. And then when you give them the curve calculator chart, for example, or go to Google Earth and get that calculator, explaining to them that you need a flat Earth for that to be working anyway, they go berserk when you tell them that. But it's yours. If I want to find out the curvature, I have to use your maps, don't I? How else am I going to find it? So you don't even know your model. You don't even know your model.
Jen. But this is what Bob was basically telling us. Listen, guys. I know that the Earth is functionally and treated as flat, but that's because that the curvature measurement is so negligible that it's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah. They said
so
to me.
So if the Earth was a globe, it'd be irrelevant. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Oh wow, that makes perfect sense, bro.
That's exactly what they said yesterday, man. Oh, yeah. And then we were arguing about the Coriolis. You know, that was a big one. There was a brother that, you know, okay, he was in the military because he knew his stuff. But I said, what you're doing is repeating the narrative because you didn't do the calculations for that rope. You didn't. You're lying to me. Okay, now you're lying to me, man. And I had to drop the longest shot on record, the world record one, which is 4.4 miles, right? And then the interview where they were asked, did you take into consideration the Coriolis effect? And they said, no, we didn't. That would be going into the weeds. It wasn't necessary. Wasn't far enough, they said. I said, you see, they're the experts. Yeah. And then they harassed me because I said it was a Guinness Book of Records. And I did say sniper shot, but then I changed to rifle. Okay. Yeah, but you said it was a Guinness Book of Records. It's not. It's a world record. Okay. I apologize for the little slip there. Okay. So it's a world record. Okay. But you found it, didn't you? Right. Am I lying? No. Thanks.
And don't forget, gentlemen, it's so big, you can't feel it spinning, even though it's spinning at 1,000+ miles. It's just too big to feel the spin.
Yeah.
He was the same kid, actually.
That's what I told him. That's what I told my previous girlfriend. It's so big you can't feel it.
That was classic.
Yeah. The first thing that actually I think it was the kid is trying to I think he's the one that interjected the first time. Now that other guy with the suit or whatever, he was pretty cool, I guess, but he had interjected talking about with the girl actually talking about what about seeing curvature from high up or whatever, and I was like, well, how high? And he said the ISS. And I said, well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson and Paul Larson and the math that anybody can check, you would only see 3% of the Earth. Ultimately, what you would be looking at is the horizon, which would be flat from that height. That's when we first started arguing.
Yeah, but that, to be fair, that's only if you had a 360-degree viewpoint, because where they're at, they can only see less than 3% at any given time. Their field of view, because they have to turn their heads.
That's right. A very obscured angle indeed every time. All that space there, and they put the camera in the most obscured angles. It's just amazing how they can't put the camera in a better position.
I see what you're saying there. What? That's the thing, though. We're trying to look at the Earth, and at any point, with any still shot, you shouldn't be seeing any curvature, right? Or
No, you shouldn't be seeing any curvature. That's right. No, you shouldn't be. Neil deGrasse Tyson said it. You know, and he's talking about just 24 miles off the Earth's surface with the Red Bull jump. Shouldn't see it there. So, you know, if you're not seeing it there, you're not really seeing it.
Bros, everybody's wondering what that we're talking about. Here, check this out. Pull up a picture of the alleged curve of the Earth that are within these ranges. And if we don't actually have to pull up one, but if you do, it's fine. So pull one up. What you'll end up with is what appears to be an arc, right, in the image. And the high point of the arc will be in the center of the image. Then on the left side and the right side, they'll be lower than the center, correct? We all agree that's what we see in their alleged claims.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's the horizon of the Earth.
Yeah, it should be bending.
Okay, so the horizon of the Earth is a tangent line intersecting with it to your viewpoint, right? So that tangent line would be a certain distance, correct?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Now that distance is the same 360 degrees around, correct?
Should be.
Right. So, okay, that's option one. The distance to the horizon is the same, 360 degrees around you. So, let me ask this question. Take the image that we just posted, right? Point A is the peak in the center. Point B and point C are the lower parts on the left and right. Now, if point A at the center is the same distance as point B and C, why are they appearing at different parts in your field of view? Because they
great point.
Distance.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we have that, the second part of the horizon is a distance, but the second part of a tangent is a drop angle from your viewpoint. So since it's a tangent 360 degrees around you, the drop angle is also the same. So let's just say it's 3 degrees. So everywhere you look, it's a 3-degree drop. So it's let's just say it's 500 miles away at a 3-degree drop. Okay. So point A and point B and point C, they appear to be at different visual locations in your field of view, yet mathematically they're at the same distance from your center point.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then why is point B and point C lower in the field of view? Do they have different values in any axis? Now, one more time. Do they have a different value in any axis? And the answer is physically they don't, do they? The answer is no, they don't, because we already went through that.
Yeah. But yet you see it different. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the X and Y axis are a single axis, right? So in reality, you have 3 axes. In a photo, you have 2 axes. So the axes are compounded on the same axes. But we know that the axes have the same information, 3-degree drop, 500-mile distance. So if it's the exact same 360 degrees around you, why is it peaked in the center?
Exactly.
Because let me explain it further, because some people aren't getting it that are listening. So if a 3-degree drop angle and a 500-mile distance causes the center to be rendered at a particular value on the X and Y compounded the Z and Y compounded axis, Z being distance, Y being altitude. So if the center is rendered in the center of your vision because of those values, then why would the other ones not be rendered in the center of your vision? They have the exact same values, literally. Now you might say, oh, well, straight ahead of me is a straight line, correct? Obviously.
Yep, I would say
we all know, fair. Now we all know that a straight line distance is different than a diagonal distance to a line that's perpendicular to you. So, for example, you might have a piece of furniture in your house. You buy the piece of furniture. The piece of furniture is 89 inches tall. Your ceiling's 96 inches tall. You bring the piece of furniture into your house. You try to turn it upright, and the side of the furniture gouges into your ceiling. Why? Because it's actually wide, and the diagonal distance is greater than the vertical distance. So you can't actually turn that thing upright. Now, in order for that to apply, check this out, Jen. In order for that to apply to the horizon, point B and point C would have to be a further distance. Now, you ready for this, Jen? If point B and point C are a further distance than the center point, that wouldn't be congruent with a circular horizon, would it?
Nope, it wouldn't.
Right. How can a horizon have different distances?
Right.
According to the globe idea of what a horizon is, it can't possibly have different distances. But we have evidence that it is different distances. So they argue that there's a curve in the horizon at a distance where you shouldn't have any discernible information. They're actually shooting the globe in the foot, and they don't even realize it.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Yep. Hello. Welcome.
What's up?
Oh, we're talking flat Earth here. What's up with you?
I'm pretty good. Don't complain.
Excellent. Where are you from? France?
I'm from Tajikistan, and you?
Oh, Tajikistan. Okay. Well, I'm talking to you from Japan, but I'm an African who was born in London. Okay. I'm talking to you from Japan at the moment. So what's your position? Because you know you've come into a flat Earth server here. What's your position? Do you accept that you're living on a flat Earth, or are you believing in the oblate spheroid spinning through the universe?
Hello again, Jin. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, sir. And how are you?
I'm doing well.
Good, good. Great to hear your voice. Yeah, the young lady seems to have gone quiet there. Maybe she's thinking it over. Yeah, this is a flat Earth server you've come into, young lady. Did you realize that? Ah, okay. Perhaps someone else will take over.
Oh my God.
Turkestan. Yeah, it was nice to have someone from Turkestan anyway. That was nice. For as long as it lasted.
All right, Jen. Jen, help me out here. So for everyone listening, this is an English Hub server, and this is a Flat Earth channel. Okay, there we go.
Sorry, yeah, correct. English Hub server, and this is the Flat Earth channel.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to be rude to our hosts by categorizing their server as a Flat Earth server. That could offend some people.
Yeah, accept my apologies on that one. Yeah, sorry. And we do appreciate being here, by the way, anyway. I'm sure they realize that. We appreciate them allowing us to be here. Thanks. And it has been very, very rewarding, I must say, because you do get a nice influx of people coming in. That last person from Turkestan. Fortunately, you didn't say much more. But
Jin.
Yeah.
Someone said hello.
Okay. Hello.
Have we had any globetards in the call recently?
Yeah, they had one earlier on.
So does anybody have any globe proof for me? Okay.
That's what it's been like for the last 11 years.
Hey, Bob had some globe proof, but he'll bring it tomorrow, right after they go back to the moon.
That's right. Bobby's coming back tomorrow. Hopefully, he's going to look into it a bit more. Yeah, I'm perma banned from about five servers in that politics. Perma banned me.
Channels.
Yeah, channels. Okay, channels. I never said anything in the profanities. Nothing rude. Just standing my ground and boom, you're out.
It sounds like they want us to start staffing the flat Earth room over there again to annoy them.
Yeah.
So we can overtake their channels.
Yeah, some of them have commented that 24/7 is not into politics, right? You know, making a little bit of fun. They seem to be very happy about that.
Dude, the last time I checked,
maybe
even
head back
after
towards the
not
politics
attending, yeah, we should. But the point is, I was trying to make real quick is that even having been gone, we were still last time I checked in the number 10 ranking.
Oh,
so
really?
we can leave for weeks at a time and still be superseding a majority of the channels there in relevant concurrent user hours.
That's interesting.
And if we stay there routinely, we're in the top 5. So this idea that they have in their heads that the flat Earth is like gone just because they don't see it in their server, I mean, that's how they cope at night, Jim.
Yeah. They said that again. They said that like 2 days ago. Someone was mentioning that the flat Earth is dying. I said, "Oh, that's strange." New couple of books are coming out. Coming April, flat Earth books. So I mean, it's nowhere dying yet, mate. I'll tell you that. That's wishful thinking on your part. So no, it's not dying at all. You're dying.
Hey, just tell him. Listen, the flat Earth crew is just out becoming number 1 on more bigger servers than your low number server.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to get out a bit more.
So our original server was in the 30,000 range, and then we went into a server in the 80,000 to 90,000 range, so effectively tripling. And then we went to a server with the 300,000 range, again effectively tripling. And we were number 1 in our time being in each. So, I mean, what does that tell you?
Yeah, fantastic. That's what it tells me.
So if the trend continues, the next server will be 1 million people.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
I think
It was refreshing to
slowly
meet.
starting to spread.
It really is. Yeah, it was refreshing to meet some flat earthers that I hadn't met before. Some of them had heard of my name a little bit, but it was good. They knew all this stuff. They were even mentioning the stuff from 2015, some of the old material and that, and discussing it with the people who I was trying to engage with, and it was good. Yeah, so definitely we're around. We haven't gone anywhere. That's what I said to them. We're still here. Oh, and they said, "Oh, he's called the gang now. Look, he's called his crew." I said, "No, there are flat earthers everywhere. You'd be surprised where we are." Yeah. You find us in the most unexpected places, flat earthers. Look out. Keep an eye out for us. 2026, the year of the horizontal constant. Constantly in your face, all over the place.
Yeah, that's great and all, but nobody knows what you just said. So describe it real quick.
Oh, sorry. What we meant by that is when we go out to measure the curvature of the Earth, we are constantly meant with horizontality everywhere. That's what we mean by that. We're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth. Hence, the horizontal constant. It's everywhere. Unlike the gravitational constant, that mathematical pseudoscience formula they give us to believe in.
Right. In order for the Earth to be a globe, horizontal has to constantly rotate as you move across the surface, right?
Absolutely. You can't do that without it.
Right. But it seems that the only place the horizontal rotates is on a piece of paper on somebody's desk.
That's what I kept telling them today and yesterday, that you're going to have a lot of fraudulent documents. In order for the globe to be alive, it has to be a lie. Okay? That's what you've got. Come on now. Wake up, please.
Now, keep in mind, friends, that proving that the horizontal rotates is not the same as proving that the horizontal rotating would be irrelevant. Okay? I hope you guys catch the difference between those two. So, for example, you might say, well, here's proof of a rotating reference of a horizontal that would force us to redefine what horizontal means, which is fine. If they have proof of that, then we would have to update our definition, sure. Let's say that's true. But that's a far cry from saying, hey, here's proof that the horizontal rotation is irrelevant, doesn't matter, and I don't need to account for it.
Yeah,
almost
you
as
can't
if
do
it
that.
doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. Yeah, that's mad.
Now, in theory, there exist tools that are capable of measuring a rotation according to that reference. But nobody's presented any measurement from those tools that is actually happening.
Yeah.
And until they do, they just have a pipe dream. Literally faith upon faith upon faith. That's all they got.
That's all they've been doing. Yeah, yeah. And then they accuse us of being science deniers on top of all that. God.
Jen, did you hear about the psychic ninja ants?
No. Psychic ninja ants, no.
Yeah, they're a government organization. And if you don't believe it, then you're a psi ant denier.
Yeah. Yeah, I've already caused a storm in the politics, definitely caused a storm for the last 7-8 days. I've been going there every day in my spare time, just picking their brains. Yep. No, we don't want to talk about flat Earth now. No. Well, you said the Earth was a planet, didn't you? Well, it's not a planet. Stop saying that. How many times have I got to tell you?
All right.
Oh, I actually talked about Gintopia as well. They actually, yeah. I introduced them to the world of Gintopia, Utopia. No money, no weapons, no wars. That went on. Can you believe this? That went on for 3 hours in the Black Heaven server. 3 hours of talking about Gintopia. They were the ones who were asking all the questions. Yeah, that was good.
Gintopia, all right.
Yeah. Utopia exists on Earth where there's no wars going on, no money. Your labor time is the currency. So you work 3 days a week and you go off and get your food. Your houses are being built for you already, your clothing. You study to do the job you want to do, and you travel around. You have your little passport ID card. You travel the world, no money there. Book your hotel. It's not so you're living as God intended. You need the food. That's why you do the job. You need the.
Okay, what do you do? What do you do about people who realize that some people's hours put into work labor are actually functionally more valuable than others?
It's all the same. There is none of that. If you want to be a doctor, you're a doctor. If you're going to be a
I know, but somebody picking up litter on the side of the streets, hours put in, are not of equal value as somebody, doing brain surgery. Wouldn't you agree?
Every job has its value. It's as simple as that. If you want to be the person, and anyway, that kind of stuff is going to be done by AI. You might have one or two assistants, but that'd be an AI.
Yeah, but who's going to maintain the AI infrastructure?
Oh, the technicians will be doing that, and that's another job, isn't it? Technician is a high value.
That takes a lot of time to learn, a lot of study. It has a very valuable position, much more valuable than picking up garbage on the side of the road. Would you agree?
Well, the point is that's what you want to do the job, and you want to do that. That's it. That's going to be your intention to do that, and do it. No problem there. You want to do that? You do that. That's the job you want to do. Don't fight me. Don't fight Gintopia. You want to live in Gintopia? That's what you got to do. Go and do it. Remember, you're getting.
I'm gonna conquer Gintopia.
Nah, you won't be able to do that. You just won't be able to.
You know how easy it is to get an uprising of dissidents once you convince them that their value is much greater than the other people's.
There's no money. You can't have more houses.
No, it's not about money. No. It's not about money. It's about return on investment of your time.
Yeah.
One person's putting in way more effort than the other, and they're both getting equal value for it. That's never going to fly.
No, it's going to fly because the intention of the human being is to do that. That's what they want to do. You're not going to. The idea.
Great. That's great. How are you going to change? How are you going to change human intentions, dude? How are you going to accomplish that?
It's going to happen. It will, because people will begin to see.
By force? You're going to do it by force? You're going to do it by force?
No, not by force. You're going to see for yourself. Currently, the way you're living, you're not free now. Now you're living for your freedom now. So now you are putting in the efforts for your real freedom. So you're not going to worry about Joe Blog doing less time to do his job or her job. I've got to put you, whatever you choose to do, you can do. Some jobs require more time. That's the choice you've made.
We already have that, though. We already have that. We already have people who receive benefits with minimal work. We already have that. It's called welfare.
Yeah, still, this is what happens, right? And it would still work.
And you know what happens with all those people, Jin, is they do less and less work. They put in less and less effort into the society. So how are you going to cure that human condition?
Yeah, I say that will not be a thing in Gintopia. I'm telling you now.
Well, okay, that's great. That's great. So what body of evidence do you have that could suggest that will be the case?
Well, because there are so many good people out there who want this thing to happen that it.
No. Evidence.
That's the only evidence I've got. That's it. That's all I've got. That's all I've got.
All right, so faith. All right, so faith. Yeah. Okay, we'll agree. We'll agree that you have faith. How about that?
Yeah. Of course.
But in actuality, any time that an egalitarian work-based society where everybody puts in and gets every man according to his need, every man according to his ability, that's been tried before, and every society like that has failed, and it's suffered a massive violence, massive murders, massive corruption. So it's never been successfully fielded, not one time in the history of mankind. And so I have no reason to believe it will change.
Yeah, I do, because this is not the way I'm describing it. Has never been happened. There is no money, so you're not.
Yeah, we got it, dude. We got it. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, socialism hasn't been perfected because the perfect socialist leader hasn't been enacted yet. We get it.
Yeah, and it's the people that are the leaders. There is no actual leader as such. It's the people that will always have the final say, and the people who they elect to do the job doesn't have any power to change anything. That individual, he or she, can only do the job they were delegated to do, much like an oily rag, if you will. All that rag can do is clean the oil, nothing else. So it has to do the job to see that the needs of the people are continuously being met. That's it.
Okay. Well, what do we do? What do we do with the people who don't like that system and they say, no, I don't want to participate. I want to do my own thing. What are we going to do with them?
Unfortunately, Gintopia is going to be ruling the whole of the Earth, flat Earth. They have to live with it, and if they don't, they're going to go for a psychological evaluation first and foremost. Why is it that we're moving from the tyrannical system to a real freedom now, and you have a chance to get yourself a job and get going? What's the problem? Right? You're exhibiting some serious cognitive problems here. Processing.
So, right, I got you. So far we've got re-education camps. Okay, what's next? What if they don't like the re-education camp and they resist violently?
Well, they won't be able to resist violently. That'll be put down. There'll be no violence. They'll be put down. They'll be
okay, great. How do you put it down? Okay, how do you put it down?
Oh no. Well, let's say, depending on what kind of violence it is, it might require just a little taser. That's going to slow them down. And if it requires a bit more, they get more, and then you put them in a cell and hold them down for a while.
The only way to stop your utopia is to re-educate, do violence, and imprison people who don't agree. I got you so far. Right,
it's not finished yet. It's not finished. They're not going to remain in prison. They're going to be allowed out after a very short period, give them time to think. And if indeed there's still going to be resistance, then we're going to put them what I call Slackers Island. People who don't want to join in the utopia will go to this island. Now, this island will have no metal, nothing you can have, but you're going to have to build your existence from scratch. Go ahead. Good luck.
Okay, well, that would be free. That would be, maybe people want that. Maybe people would rather live on that island than live under Gintopia.
That's
because at least on the island, they're rewarded for their efforts directly, not through some conglomerate where they don't get the benefit of their labor when some other sucker's barely doing anything. So I think a lot of guys would actually want to live on that island.
Well, they'd be able to live on Slackers Island, no problem there, but they won't have any, no weapons, no metal. Everything's going to be made of wood. Good luck and enjoy your existence. Grow your own food. Well done. Good luck.
Yeah, a lot of men would consider living off the land by their own sweat of their brow and getting rewarded for their efforts directly for survival. They would consider that utopia.
Yeah. People can live there. They would be. That would be allowed. That wouldn't be a thing. If you don't want to join in the utopia that we're living on the mainland, let's say, well, then you go to the island and enjoy. No problem. No weapons will be there, so you won't be able to start thinking you're going to overthrow mainland. But you can enjoy your existence, constantly being monitored, of course, for their own benefits.
Hey, Jed, you might want to study the experiment called Mouse Utopia.
Okay.
You should study that. It's very interesting. They basically gave the mice everything they needed, and so they only had to do things that they wanted to do. They didn't have to fight for survival. They didn't have to struggle. They stopped doing all of the survival tactics that they normally would have done, like searching, detecting, all of these types of things. And everything was provided for them, their food, everything. And so then slowly but surely, they basically became lazy. They started having sex all the time, having all kinds of babies. The women went crazy. They started killing their babies.
Yeah.
The male mice started doing gay stuff. A few of the mice who were called the smarter ones, they just went away into different areas and just sat there and waited to die. Like the whole thing imploded.
Yeah, that's not going to happen in Gintopia because you've got to work to survive. So that means you're going to get yourself a job that you want to do. You study, you do the job, and now you're living large. You got your car, you got your family, you got your house. You're traveling.
No, I don't have to study. All I have to do is just pick up trash on the side of the road for 10 hours, and my life is equivalent to a brain surgeon.
No, you will need to be qualified to do that. Actually, you're going to have to go through a schooling, and you've got to do that. That's part of being on Gintopia. So you're going to be doing it properly. You're not just going to wake up one day, I'm going to start. No, you're not going to do that. You're going to go and qualify to do that job. Then you go and do that job. Everybody has to do that. That way, it's
right. So you don't actually So fair enough. So you don't actually get to do what you want to do. You have to do what somebody else decides you're qualified for.
No,
I already see a flaw.
Right. Whatever job you want to do, you've got to qualify to do it. That's all.
Right. So then ultimately, you could be rejected from what you want, and you'll have to live a life of doing labor in a job you don't want.
No, I don't get that.
Jen. People want to do jobs that they're not qualified for. That's a known fact of life. And so if you're not qualified, you're going to be rejected and you're going to be forced, like you said, because you have to work, you're going to be forced to work in a job that you don't want to do. And so now those people are not living in utopia.
No,
They're living in a world that they don't want to live in.
No, I don't get it, because you want to do the job, but you don't want to qualify to do the job. That's silly. Just qualify yourself.
What are you? No, dude. Hey, listen, Jen. In case you didn't know, some people are stone cold too stupid to do jobs that they want. That's just a fact of biology.
Yeah. I mean, okay, if that's a thing, because I've still got to come across that. I tell you, we can cross that bridge when we get there. No, that's not going to be a. It's not going to shut down.
Jen, it's self-evident. Every human being alive knows people that desire a certain life that they can't possibly effectuate under their own skills and natural abilities, or even under learned abilities that they're taught. They just don't have the capability to live the life they want. They simply don't.
Yeah, that's happening now. In Gintopia, that will happen.
Right. So in Gintopia, the human condition won't exist. I got you now. So in other words, in order for Gintopia to exist, it can't involve humans. So no humans can be in Gintopia. I got it. No humans allowed.
What would happen is the human condition that's happening now in Tyrannisville will change in Gintopia. It will change. I'm telling you. It will.
Dude, nothing's going to change the fact that a person who wants to be an actor sucks at acting. Nothing will change the fact that a person who wants to be a dancer has 2 left feet. Nothing will change the fact that the person who wants to be the elite champion at Unreal Tournament has poor hand-eye coordination. Nothing's going to change that, dude.
Well, what can one do there then? You tell me.
Well, what they could do is they can write a book that is a hope, dream, fantasy, and they can convince a bunch of people to go along with them and to have a revolution and to make a bunch of money for themselves. And then in the end, nobody gets what they want anyway, but the people who were involved that were the leadership of that group make a lot of money and get famous. There you go. That's what can happen.
Yeah, that's what they can do in Tyrannisville, but in Gintopia, there's no money.
No, there is money. You just changed it from direct currency of transactions of labor hours. The labor hours become the money. You just didn't realize it. Money is just a value of exchange, dude. So you've just changed money from being a printable currency to being a credit based on hours worked directly. So instead of transferring hours worked into a note that represents hours worked, you've just said it's hours worked directly. All you've done is just removed one mathematical exchange, but it's still a medium of exchange. So there's still money. That's all right, Jen. You need more work on it.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
Keep hoping and dreaming. Keep hoping and dreaming.
Yeah, it's definitely a work in progress. No doubt about it. It has been for the last 4 years, we'll say. 2020 was when I started talking about this on Discord, and it was one of the flat earthers that coined it Gintopia when we had a quiet moment like this and we were discussing, and I put my idea forward, and it grew legs. Everybody was talking it for ages. People still talk about it now, even in the Earth Awakenings. They love it there as well, you know.
Well, listen, in Gintopia, I want to be one of the guys that violently puts down the people who don't like Gintopia. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to put down with violence the people that don't agree with a society based on no violence. That way I get to indulge violence, but pretend I'm righteous.
I love it. But it's an interesting dream, you could say. Yeah, definitely. People like it. It lasted 3 hours anyway in the Black Heaven server. It was good.
Yeah, Gintopia, you're right. Gintopia would last about 3 hours once it's enacted, because once people realize, wait a minute, there's no way I'm doing brain surgery and getting paid the same as somebody picking up litter on the side of the road. Ain't happening, Holmes.
Yeah, no, people are not going to think like that because they're getting what they need Their life is well and truly full and rich, and they're going to be proud to be doing what they're doing. They're not going to be looking at Joe Blogs and Sue Blogs doing less. They're just not going to do that. Everybody's going to be getting on okay. It's just, that's going to be gone.
Nobody's gonna say, hey, I wish my wife was hot like Joe Blow's wife, and they're not going to be jealous of what other people have. Like, dude, you're out of your mind.
No, I don't see that happening, because everyone's going to have what they need and what they want. Again, they're not going to be looking at the. They're not going to be looking.
What if they want what someone else has?
They're not going to be looking at the Joneses and think, oh, I want to be like the Joneses, because they can be like the Joneses if they want.
Okay, fair enough. No, they can't, dude. Everybody cannot have a Lamborghini, dude.
Well, you know what? If everybody wants to have a Lamborghini, Lamborghini's going to be busy producing, and everybody's got to wait their turn. That's all. It's as simple as that.
Right. So if you got to wait your turn, then that means somebody else has it when you don't. So you're going to cover it.
You've got to wait your turn. That's all. That's just the law of averages. I mean, you've got to play the game. They know that. You've got to be patient. That's it.
Right. And you also have to educate people to be able to manufacture and build a specialized hypercar. Right.
Oh,
so that's going to require more. That's going to require more people specializing and putting effort in to giving other people Lamborghinis, dude. I mean, come on.
Yeah, people want to do that. There were people who want to do that because that's their job. That's what they like to do. It's
my hopes and dreams. My hopes and dreams in life is to make sure other people have Lamborghinis because they're jealous of other people who have them. I mean, come on.
Well, that's not the case. It's just that they're producing Lamborghinis and people want them. Here you go. Thank you very much. Brilliant.
What if they change their mind and now they want a Pajani?
Well, then they'd have to return that back to Lamborghini and wait in the queue.
Now, what if they change their mind mid-queue and now they want a Bentley?
Again, they can change their mind 10 times. They've got to wait in the queue for it. Simple as that. Just got to wait in the queue like everybody else. We don't make problems of small trivia stuff. Don't sweat it, man. Yes, we can do is the theory here. Yes, we can do.
All right, so let's say you can manufacture Lamborghinis that are identical. How are you going to manufacture wives that are identical?
Who? Manufacture
wives.
Who?
Wives. You know? Yeah.
That's not what we're about here. Manufacturing wives that are the same. Who wants to do that?
You have to. Well, listen, if I want somebody else's wife and you said I get what I want, how are we going to solve that problem?
You would be asking for trouble. You'd be asking for trouble. One from the husband.
All know, yeah, that's fair. We all know adultery is trouble.
Hang on. One from the husband, of course, right?
Yep.
You want someone else's wife. I mean, what are you trying to do here? You're being
listen, Jen, throughout history, there have been societies that adultery was punishable by death. Literally punishable by death, and the husband was allowed to kill you. Yet they still cheated. The wife still cheated. So if death is the punishment and they still did it, how are you going to stop people from doing it in Gentopia?
Well, again, it's not me stopping it, right? If it happens, it happens, and punishments will be dished out. But of course, it won't be death. That's a thing, and that's just the nature of life. So, counseling will ensue, psychological evaluations will ensue. Then if a separation is necessary. That's just part of life. Again, we're not going to sweat that. We're not going to sweat it. It's not going to shut down Gentopia. Okay, it's just not.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it shut down every society that tried. Listen, it shut down every society that tried in the past.
I don't see it shutting down. Not Gentopia. I don't see that shutting down Gentopia. I'm sorry. It's just not. No.
Right. And so, listen, as your Ministry of Public Relations in Gentopia, I'm going to make sure that the slave class that actually supports everything that's over in China's highlands is completely blocked off with a wall that no one can look behind. And if they ever peek behind the wall, we vaporize them. So don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe.
Everybody's welcomed in Gentopia. The whole world will be moving towards Gentopia. That's the aim. Across the flat earth. The Gentopia existence across the flat earth. So if we want certain minerals or resources and they don't have, we just swap over. No money exchanged. When we've got so many islands that are not being lived on, uninhabited, humanity hasn't begun to overpopulate this thing. Gintopia can easily work. The only problem we have right now is economies, and that's what's stifling expansion, and we're under tyranny at the moment. So we're pricing ourselves out of an existence. Remove the money, we will exist and flourish. Everybody's rich, no poor people around. It's just one of those things I've been thinking about for a long time. That money devalues us. When you remove the money, we all have value because we're all going to do what we can do to keep our humanity in existence and moving forward. Whatever job you can do, you do the job you want to do. You go and train for it, you go and do it. Simple. And if in this country here it's full up, you may have to live in another country to do your job. Is that going to go ahead? You move, and there we are. It's just, yeah, I can see this, I can see it working. Of course, it's still got to have some teething problems here and there, as we say, but it's workable. Definitely doable. Yeah, and you work 3 hours a week. That's all you're going to be working, 3 to 4 hours a week. And if you want to do overtime, that's okay as well. But just 3 hours a week, and you get 3 days a week. And then you get 4 days a week off to enjoy your quality time with your family. Get your regular holidays as we have now, and go off, and you can even go to Antarctica and have a good look around, see the earth as we have never seen it before. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Every human rights to do that. Infrastructure, AI assisting where it's necessary. Yeah. And if you want to do your shooting and enjoy that, you can go to an island and practice with your gun and hunt and all that stuff. That can be done for you. There's lots you can do. You want to do your rallying and that with your car? Yeah, go ahead. There's lots of things going on that you can do that's never going to be stopped. Yeah. Yeah, you've got to think about that. Gintopia has got some good potential. Important thing is people have the final say. The system is of the people, by the people, for the people. Simple as that, for real. And then your leaders that you elect don't have any power to make any creeds or anything. You just do the job you've said you promised you're going to do, and that's it. You can't say, okay, we're going to start a war. You can't do that. You're heading straight to the psychiatrist. You're showing signs of tyrannical behavior, sir. Dictator type. Get out of this job right now. But it entertained the people in the Black Heaven server. 3 hours we had. Good time talking. Lots of questions. Gem Panda Group, most of them said, yeah, sign me up.
Well, yes. Yeah, sign me up for a life where all I have to do is 3 days a week pick up trash on the side of the road, and I get to have a Lamborghini. Yeah, sign me up for that, bro. Get a grief.
Well, you're going to have to wait your turn. It's an important job, keeping the streets clean and doing the sewer and all that. Keeps humanity moving forward. So yeah, that's a
right. So why don't all the people on welfare now who basically don't have permanent jobs, why don't they get out and clean the street? Why don't they do that naturally of their own free will, just to help society out for what they're getting?
Yeah, I think they don't have self-worth. They're depressed and they're low down, downtrodden.
No. They're enjoying their free time, dude. They're enjoying their free time that somebody else is paying for. That's what.
I don't know. No, I don't think that's true. I think that they're just not looking at. Well, okay, that might be a point, as you've said, but I still think if they look into it properly and they want to contribute, they would do that. If they could think that way, that's all.
So if they want to contribute, there you go.
Yeah, they would do that.
So James, you're banking on everybody wanting to contribute. That's a high hope and dream.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the reason I say that because here in Japan, you will notice people volunteering their services to clean up the streets, clean up their neighborhood, do the weeding, and pick up rubbish. Even the kids do it on the way to school as well. So they're all working in unison to keep their areas clean. Proud. This is what they want to do. The Japanese do it, and they've been doing it for the longest of times.
Dude, I heard they just had a political move in Japan where the new leader got a supermajority. They did a recall election. Is that true?
Yeah, they did a snap election. Yeah, that's right.
And so now they could actually rewrite their constitution if they want.
That's right. Yeah. Because
right. So now's your time, Jim. Now's your time to get in there and be like, hey, let's rewrite this constitution into Gentopia.
Yeah, I wish I could, but
listen, Jen, you don't need the whole world. Listen, Jen, you don't need the whole world to be Gentopia. Why not just Japan and Gentopia? There you go.
Yeah.
And you guys could have Godzilla. You guys could have you could have Godzilla protect the island from outside forces.
I've actually mentioned it to them, actually, some of my students, and they liked the idea. And they said, yeah, it can work. But yeah, we had that snap election. I don't really have voting rights because I'm not actually a citizen of Japan, so I can't vote. And I don't want to vote.
You're not getting it. Jen, one more time. If they now have a supermajority to rewrite the Constitution, they could rewrite it to where you could be king.
Well, yeah, of course. Yes, I could be king.
Dude, you could be the king of Japan. You could be the king of Japan with Godzilla, with a nuclear football, but it releases Godzilla.
Yeah. But do I want to be a king of Japan? Nah.
Listen, in order to get to Gentopia, someone has to first be the king to organize it all and set in place the perfect set of rules that can never be changed. Right? So you have to bear the burden and be that guy, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be a team anyway. It wouldn't be just me on my own. It would be a group of people representing everybody else, and we'll put the idea. Everybody would have a part in it because it's part of the education. So that's what it would be. It wouldn't be just me, and it's got to be put to the people from the outset. So I'll have the ideas, and you lay it down, and you show them, and let them mull it over for a few months, and then slowly people vote for it, and that's how it would work. That would be a real democracy, if you will. It wouldn't be just me. And this is how it's going to be. No, they've got to want it for themselves. So it's all about education and that. And
you want a democracy?
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's for the people. Let the people decide.
Right. Listen, you're only allowed in Gentopia if you swear allegiance to the flat Earth. If you're a glober, you're going to be sent to Uranus.
All right. Yeah. They did actually ask that as well. What about if people still believe in the globe Earth? Well, if you want to believe in a fantasy ball, that's up to you. People look at you and laugh and call you a tinfoil hat wearer, but there you go. Good luck. Yeah.
Yeah, if you like globe Earth, bro, I'm pretty sure you also you probably like feet.
Okay. All right, don't get too weird.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Dude, me and Jen were going off on a tangent there, but we just brought it back to flat Earth because whether Gentopia is real or not doesn't change the shape of the ground. It's just like right now, there's a one world religion that teaches everyone when they're young that the Earth is a globe. And that's the predominant religion in the world, the globe Earth loving, space loving religion. And we're taught it without any consent in the matter, because some other people decided that that's what's best for humanity, to teach them that they live in an ever-expanding cosmic void, flying through the space at unseen miles per hour in 11 different directions, and that somehow is going to make you a better person.
Yeah, and no proof of that whatsoever were you given, just the story.
But I want everybody to listen. Like me and Jennifer were arguing over, a utopian worldview that has certain ideals in it that are part of the human condition or not part of the human condition. But listen, we've had the same thing happen with the globe. The globe was a religious proposition in the beginning. It's still a religious proposition to this day. And it's perpetrated upon the entire world as if the world's education system is benevolent and correct in teaching people that it's a globe before they even have the ability to form like what they really want in life. They're told it's a globe, it's a matter of fact. And not only that, they're told if you don't believe it's a globe, you're stupid. And those who don't believe the earth is a globe are less than human, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Don't have children, don't procreate.
Yeah, flat earthers are largely considered to be the dregs and the stupidest people in society. And they're denigrated, demonized, et cetera, or told that they live in the past, you know, like, oh, why are you believing something from ancient history, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
So just because there's a world religion that says the earth is globe, that doesn't change the shape of the earth. It doesn't change that when you go out and measure water of the known surface territory that it's actually flat and arranged between two horizontal parallel planes, which means the earth is flat, not a globe.
Yeah. That is demonstrable, repeatable, measurable, and very reliable.
All right, so now that I've conclusively proven that the globe is a religion and the earth is obviously flat, I'm going to have to go do some work putting up some flat horizontal planes vertically on a wall, level.
Right, plumb.
Right.
And you need a horizontal baseline to do that with. I mean, this horizontal is everywhere. Boy, you can't exist without it, ladies and gents.
All right, peace out, brothers.
Yeah, peace, thanks. Very good roundup, that was.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, what don't you know, man?
The globe earthers, I mean, they're fucking weirdos, man.
Yeah, they are. They're deeply indoctrinated, and they're so confident that where they live is real. And then when you ask them, how did they confirm that? Silence. Or it's, well, the scientists have proven it. But yeah, but did you confirm what they told you is true? Oh, I'm not a scientist, blah. So you're just believing it then, yeah?
Yeah. When I tell them about like the flat earth shit, they're like, oh, bro, you watch too much Fox News, bro. You need to stop watching fucking Fox News, bro.
Fox News. I never heard them talk about flat earth on Fox News.
Yeah, they don't talk about flat earth on Fox News, dude.
No, they don't, man. In fact, if anything, they ridicule it for a couple of minutes and then move on. If anything.
You know what cracks me up is I've seen memes out there now that say every conspiracy theory's come true except for flat Earth. I'm like, and that came true like freaking 10 years ago, man.
Yeah.
It was longer than that, but it like all of a sudden people started like questioning it, and then all of a sudden the black swan came out, and then more observations came out. Man, it's been disproven for a long time.
That's right. Someone said that yesterday. What you just said there, you know. That, you know, the last conspiracy, everything's conspiracy except for flat Earth. And I'm thinking, if only you just took the time to go and check, man, you'd be so sorry. You'd be so sorry.
The globe Earth is based off of an archaic idea anyway. It's an old, ancient 2,000-year-old philosophy.
Yes, exactly. It is. Yeah. The Renaissance played a big part in it as well. The Renaissance period. That's what I noticed as well. You know, from the Copernicus's deaths during that Renaissance, they really did destroy some information and put in some new information. You know, they were burning the books and all that, weren't they? Do you remember? That's what I learned anyway.
Hey, Jen, I just wanted you to know, since you said you were an African born in London, now living in Japan, I went ahead and gave you a Latino accent.
Yeah. Yeah, that rounds me off nicely. And then people see me and say, "You don't look how you sound." Yeah, but I've enjoyed the adventures through the politics channels, and it's been roller coaster ride. I'm perma banned from about 4 or 5 of those channels. Have perma banned me. One of them is Science and Technology. I'm perma banned from Science and Technology. Another one is called NASA Lies, right? And they only get like 3 or 4. So I thought that'd be a good place to go in, and we can have a really good discussion about, boy, cognitive dissonance. And then I got perma banned from People on Voice. Mixture of people got perma banned from that yesterday. That's 3. Yeah, there's 2 more, and I can't remember what they were, but one is like a theist channel. Got banned from that one. And another one, deities or something else, perma banned from there. You know, they're running some kind of like a philosophy, you know, no creator, nonsense like this and that, and yeah. So there's 5 already, maybe a few more than 5 perhaps. And then the rest of the service channels, should I say, heated discussions. 1 or 2 flat earthers were on my side because they were there already. Yeah, we took them apart. Yeah. How did we get from Donald Trump to flat earther? To flat earth they were going on with. Well, you said planet, you see. That's where it started. We're not a planet. How many times we got to tell you?
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
So I've enjoyed the journey. There you go. Yeah, so I've enjoyed the I called it outreach. The outreach, yes. Since you won't come to Muhammad is coming to you, I said. And then, you know, after 2 days, no, we're not doing flat earth today. No, put him on mute. Stop gin at any cost. No, I've got a few questions, some of them are saying. So, can you unmute Jin, please? What are you mute him up for? That's what was going on. Yeah, I can't do this flat earth. It's retarded. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But I'm still there in their face. So yeah, you know, it's good to just go and get a feel of what people think. So you should try that yourself. Just pop in, introduce yourself, and say, "Oh yeah, you know, just want to pick your brains. That's all. You may get triggered, but you know, my intention is not to get you triggered. It's to have an amicable, cordial discussion." Now, okay, here we go. How do you know that you're living on an oblate spheroid, supposedly hurtling through the universe? What methodology did you use? Are you a flat earther? Yeah, obviously. Why would I not be asking that question? Yeah. Oh, he believes the earth. No, don't misrepresent me. It's not a belief. I know the earth is flat. That's why I've come to you to ask you, how do you know you're on an oblate spheroid? What is the methodology? And it begins like that, yeah. And they're all joining in and giving their best proof, which is nothing. It's all part of the narrative. The scientists, so-called. Photographs, ISS, etc. Satellites. Yeah, all that stuff comes up.
Yeah, Jin, when you went into those channels, did you have a good faith conversation with them about the subject?
With some of them, I did have a good conversation. Yeah. And then with the majority, it was a shouting match. And who was the loudest shouter there was there? Me. That's why I got muted. Okay. Yeah. So I would say about 75%, it was shouting and screaming and that, and only 25% it was cordial. You know, and they amicably, respectfully stuck with their globe, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I respect what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from, but you know, no, I'm going to carry on believing I'm on a globe. I said, yeah, but that means you're not accepting any. You're accepting information without confirmation or validation. So what you're saying to me is that you don't know you're on a globe. Yeah, that's what you're saying. You want to continue not knowing you're living on a ball Earth. Okay, fine. That's your logic. No one's going to take that from you, but don't say you weren't told when it all comes out in the future. It was really good, though. Nice to hear your voice, Ixie.
Yeah, Jin. How did they rebuttal you when you said to them, "There's no such thing as a curvy, bendy water, because water always lays flat." And I'm thinking, how would they rebuttal that?
Well,
they can't really, can they?
Yeah, most of the time they're saying that me and the flat earthers, we're going against thousands of years of knowledge, and the scientists, they can't be, and they're adamant that they can't be wrong. But then I asked them, but did you confirm what the scientists said? Because that's what and then I said, okay, let me start again. Do I have the right to question what I've been taught? Do I have that right? And then they said, yeah, you do. Okay. So then do I not have the right then to go and check for myself whether or not they're correct? Okay. So do I need to be a scientist to do that? Oh, so no, thank you. So they say, no, you don't. Okay. I've gone out to check. I'm bringing you the results of this investigation. And you're telling me I'm wrong, but you don't know the model and you haven't checked yet. So how can you be right? You're believing what they've said. I believed it as well. 48 years, I said. 48 years I believed it. And then in 2015, Boxing Day, December 26th, that's when I realized I was in a 48-year era. So you should be thinking, wow, let me go and check. Why don't you think like that? Because you don't know, do you? So that's how it went. That's how it went. Because most of the time, they're relying on the scientists. And I'm absolutely wrong. You're not a scientist. So it's an appeal to authority all the time. And then the begging the question fallacy, and then the affirming consequence fallacy goes on. Satellites, you know, NASA, and the images, and the ISS. That's what they keep chucking up. Okay, they don't rebut the leveled water. It goes right over their head. I have to keep bringing it back to them. Yeah, but water is always level wherever you find it. Yeah? Earth is meant to be 75% or 77% water. 71% water, sorry, right? Well, what do you say about that? And then it's ridicule, and they're laughing because you know there's more of them than me. Sometimes it's just me. Sometimes there is a flat earther. So there's two of us taking it in turns to put the questions to them, and it's just ridicule. You retards, this and the other. Go back to school. Blah blah blah. That's what you know. And then one or two of them who are in the server, rational, they're mods, they're controlling it, less of the ridicule. Can you address the point he's raised? I'm not a flat earther. This is the mod saying, I'm not a flat earther, but he's got a right to get his point out. So let's hear the point and address his point. Less of the ridiculing. So it was good, you know? And I don't mind the shouting matches because I always win them anyway. Yeah. One of the women, I think her name is... Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, Jin, it's easier for them to have somebody tickle their ears and make them feel comfortable. When in reality, it's very easy for them to check exactly what the Earth is. It's very simple.
Yeah, I said that to them, right? Because your problem is you don't know how to measure it. That's an embarrassment, and you don't want to admit that. That's what I said. You don't know how to measure the surface of the Earth. And when I tell you I've done that, you're thinking, how did I do that? Why didn't you ask the question? That's the question you should be asking. How did you do that? You know, and then, you know, we dropped our memes. You know, our memes speak 1,000 words. So I dropped the curvature chart one, first and foremost. I said, you see, if in order for me to know whether or not it's curving, here's the chart that we're going to use to try and measure that curvature. There it is. This is from your belief system, okay? This is the standard. We use this to try and measure the curvature. And look at the charts and the mileage. See the mileage? That's how much feet, and then it goes into miles afterwards. It's all there for you, even in kilometers if you want it. Okay? All right. That's when they can see that it's serious, because you dropped just that one mean, yeah? Then I dropped the other mean called horizontal, beautiful one, where it shows the Earth perfectly level everywhere and other level areas of Earth in smaller pictures. See, and you notice horizontal, yeah? Can you notice that? Right. And then I dropped some shots of lake when it's still and the Salt Lake's flats with the water on the top and there's two people running on top. I said, can you see how that is mirror-like? If the Earth was curving, that image would be distorted. And then I showed them the memes where you've got, you know, the circus mirrors where it distorts your shape. And I showed them, you see that? The reason why it looks odd, because it's curved, you see? So water doesn't lie. Yeah, you know? And then they go quiet or they try and change the subject. So yeah, you should go in there. I'll tell you what, you should go in there. Go into those channels and just challenge them. Yeah.
No, Jin, I wouldn't go in there because they don't want a good faith conversation. I'll only be wasting my time.
Yeah. Well, I can appreciate
also,
that. Yeah.
You said earlier, Jin. Do you know that guy, NASA Lies?
Yeah.
I went in there just to have a nice conversation with him, and straight away he's getting rude to me. Like,
yeah.
Like I'm thinking to myself, why did I just make a mistake coming in here, like trying to have a conversation with him? Like, straight away you're being rude to me. Like, what's the point?
He was rude to me as well, right? I posted some material. I said, let's address that. He got tried to get strong arm. I put him in his place. You know, he muted me and left me on mute. So I went back the next day, hit him day 2. And again, he's rude and that, right? And day 3, I was perma-banned on the 3rd day. You know, and he was trying to talk about rockets. That was his downfall, okay, because he was trying to make out that he was the expert in rocketry. And I just said, yeah, here's a video called Easy Debunk, Rockets Don't Need Air. Someone's just come in. Welcome to the server, whoever you are. And yeah, do you have any questions related to the topic matter? Flat Earth versus the heliocentric model that doesn't exist. What's your position, sir, madam? Okay, if you just want to just listen to what we're talking about at the moment, please go ahead. We're discussing people's reaction in other channels in a place called Politics to the topic matter of flat Earth, and this particular channel is called NASA Lies. Okay, so when we're hitting them with all the material, and day 3 I got perma banned. You know, well there you go. You know, perma banned after day 3 from this guy, and he was talking about rocketry. Just let me just finish.
Did you ask him?
Go on.
Yeah, did you ask him about Earth is an enclosed system? There's a container. Did you tell him that?
Yes, because he was talking about space, and I did say it was a second law of thermodynamics violation. Okay, and that would mean that the air we have, air pressure, would go into entropy, and it would go into the vacuum of space. Oh, so you believe we're in a dome? Because it's not a belief; it's antecedents for our existence. You can't have 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch, at sea level without a container. So the molecules collide with each other and then collide with the container to build up their pressure. In fact, if you want to have water pressure, you need a container. Gas pressure, container. Oil pressure, container. Blood pressure, container. Eyeball pressure, again, it's a contained. So as far as I'm concerned, in the laws of nature, if you want to have pressure, you've got to have containment. So yeah, I covered that. And then I destroyed him with the documentary called Easy Debunk, Rockets Don't Need Air. But what it means is that rockets do need air, of course. So when I gave him that documentary and he went away, came back in it's a 15-minute documentary. He came back in 5 minutes. He said, yeah, I watched it. I said, you couldn't have watched it. Not even at double speed, you could have come back that quick. No, I'm sorry, I don't accept that. You didn't watch that. And then that's when I got permanent banned. There you go, because, you know, it debunked him. Yeah. Yeah, NASA Lies channel. I'm banned from that one. And the science and technology as well. Same problem there. And then there's the people in voice.
Jin, ban everybody who doesn't agree with what he's saying.
That's exactly what he does. Yeah. So yeah, no, I like doing that because it's like they're like a hornet's nest. You know when you smack the hornet's nest and they all buzz, yeah. That's what I'm doing to them. So I'm going in there and winding them up. Yeah.
Yeah, Jin, you got a lot of patience. I ain't got a lot of patience with those people, man, who don't want to have a decent conversation with you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've got a lot of patience. You know that. Because what they're displaying is the contradiction to their open-mindedness and cordial. Because why did you mute me then? That shows cowardice. I show strength when I remain. You know, some of them says, aren't you going to leave then? But what am I leaving for? I'm waiting for you to open the mic so we can discuss. I'm not finished. I haven't even begun to be finished yet. You know what I mean? So I'm like a stick in the mud. I'm right there, still in their face.
Yeah, Jin, do you know what I do? Yeah, when I start speaking and they interrupt, yeah, what I do is I go silent and then I say to them, yeah, I'll let you finish what you're doing. I'll let them finish what they're saying, everything they're saying, and then I'll start speaking. If they interrupt again, yeah, I'm gonna say the same thing again. You haven't finished, keep talking. Yeah, and if they keep interrupting me, Jin, then I'll just straight up say to them, look, I've given you enough time to speak. Yeah, now I need to speak, and you keep interrupting, so I'm gonna go. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. There's no point.
Yeah. I carry on with them. I say to them, look, I'm going to require 2 minutes of uninterrupted time. Now, here we go again. And when they start talking, that's when I start raising my voice. And I will deliver it until they mute me. So I deliver it. I just keep on talking over them. And no one's ever been able to beat me. They run out of breath and they run out of ideas because I can bring in many things. I'm like a Picasso. You know, when I've been doing it so long, that I've become like a Picasso. I can bring in all the different angles and go on for 8 hours. You know what I mean? That's what I'm like, and I've done it before.
Oh, Jin, you got a lot of energy.
Yeah. You ask what's his name? Flat Earth dude, right? And what's his name? New Perspective, Denmark. Troubles About. And the other guy, Dan the Waterman, they'll tell you, have you heard Jin speak about Flat Earth non-stop for 8 hours? And they'll tell you, yeah, he did it in the Hangouts. We were all bloody amazed that he took on these Globers and none of them got a word in. All because he was insulted. They insulted me and that started an 8 hour, or let's say 7.5 hour Flat Earth rant destruction. And I totally killed them. And you know, they had like 3 or 4 of them trying to take me on, and they never did. So, and that's what I can do. So they have to mute me in the end. And it's all on point. Everything we're saying is on point. Facts. No theories. Yeah. And then when I go back the next day, I go, you see that? You see 64-year-old holding you to task. Yeah? Will you have that energy when you're my age? Yeah. The days of the old man that's got nothing to say, those days are over. And that's what I said. We got a lot to say. You better take down what I'm putting down, man. But anyway, let's see. Welcome to the Flat Earth server, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions relating to the topic matter, please ask your questions. It doesn't matter what kind of question you ask, because everybody learns from every question, every time. No question is a stupid question, really, at the end of the day, because there's always a learning curve from every question. So don't hesitate. Make your time here worthwhile. Strike whilst the iron is hot, please. That's what we're here to do, to help you along. We were just discussing going into a place called The Politics, where there are several channels, and I've gone out there to do a little bit of outreach, introduce the flat earth to them. They're aware of it, but they're carrying that belief. And I'm challenging their beliefs with the facts that we have. Yeah, and that's been very good. So if you have any questions, please put it forward. All of you who are Globers in here. And if you don't want to speak to me, of course, there are my colleagues, Ixie is here, and a few others are in here that are very capable and can easily answer your questions. Yeah, we're very much about the facts of the matter. And the one thing we do suggest is that no matter what we tell you, we do ask you to go out and confirm for yourself what we're telling you, because what they told us at school isn't correct. This is why we know, and we need you to do the same. Go out and confirm what we're telling you here and what the school has told you. And then you'll be pleasantly surprised. And you can come back and shake our hands, yeah. So, because that's how you're going to know. We don't want you to believe
Jin.
anything. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Jin, how many times you told them to go outside, which is called reality? Yeah. They don't know where reality is, and they don't even question you about reality. It's weird.
That's 100% of the time. 100% of the time. There isn't a time that I don't tell them not to go out there. Okay? That's like we breathe air, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah.
It's as important as we breathe air. Because they've got to go out and put the boots on the ground. And I do the litmus test, when you ask them about their own model. What's the supposed circumference? Oh, you don't know that. And what's the supposed radius of that circumference? Obviously, you wouldn't know that. Okay, perhaps you know the supposed angle tilt of that fantasy ball. Oh, you don't know that. Okay, now what's the supposed rotational spin at the equator that we're being told? Oh, you don't know that. Well, what about in your country? Oh, you don't know that. What, the UK maybe? Or Alaska or California? You don't know those numbers. Okay, how fast are we meant to be orbiting the sun on a yearly orbit? Oh, you don't know that. How fast are we meant to be moving with the so-called planets in the solar system? Ah, you don't know that one. So what about the solar system in the Great Attractor? How fast are we meant to move in millions of miles? They're giving you a hint there. Oh, you don't know that. How many billions of miles are we doing in a year, supposedly? You know none of this stuff. I eat, sleep, shit this gear, in and out daily. You don't know this. You're correct, and I'm wrong. You know nothing of your model. That is the height of insult and ignorance. Because you don't know the model, you're correct. I know the model, and I'm wrong.
Here's the best part, Jin.
Yeah.
They're going to say, why do I need to know that in order to live on Earth? If you don't need to know it, then why do you believe it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And why are you defending it even? Yeah, it's true. This is how silly it gets with them. Childish it becomes when they talk like that. Yeah. And then some of them have said, yeah, but Jin, you speak as it's a dead cert, it's a fact. I said, I wouldn't be coming here opening my mouth if it wasn't a fact. What are you talking about? I don't give you theories. Can you use a theory? For me, a theory is like a cup with no bottom. So I pour my tea all over my trousers. So I don't give you theories, okay? They're of no use. You can use the facts. Now get out there and go and prove me wrong and prove yourself right. Do something. Yeah. So that's what happens generally. And I'm always advising them to go out because that's what we do. We say to them, don't believe what we tell you because that means you're not accepting what we've told you when you say, I believe it, or we want you to know it. For when you know, you walk sure-footedly. You know what the earth is, what you're living on. Yeah, to a certain degree. We do not know the shape. That's the other thing. They keep thinking flat is a shape. So, so for the 8 days that I've been in that politics, yeah, I've been correcting them. There are lots of misconceptions. Yeah, but, you said it's flat. Yeah, what about the mountains? And then you have to go through explaining, look, when we say to you the earth is flat, we don't mean like a flat, like a sheet of paper. No, that's not what we mean. What we mean is the Earth isn't curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared to form the radius of 3,959 miles, which will then go on to make the circumference of 24,900 miles circumference. It's not curving like that. Of course, we have the topography, which is your mountains, your valleys, your lakes, ponds, rivers, the ocean, but it's not curving to form a sphere. Okay? Right. And flat is a description of the surface, not a shape. No flat earther can tell you the shape of the earth. I don't know it. I don't know any flat earther who knows that shape.
It's flat.
Yeah, but flat's not a shape.
Pancake.
That's not a flat earther's position.
Yeah, Jin, what I don't understand from some people is that when they observe the horizon, the horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky. When they observe the horizon, everything below the horizon is the surface of the earth. Everything above the horizon is the sky. Yeah,
correct.
It's very simple. So, when they view the horizon from a distance, you can see clearly the where the surface meets the sky.
Yeah. And then I do ask them, now, is the sky really touching the ground? That's what I asked them. And they say, no, it's not, is it? It's not actually, is it? It appears to be, but it's not. That would be the same with the sun. It's not actually going up. It's because of the distance at which it is coming from. Excuse me, coming from. That's why. It's always at the altitude above our head all the time. It doesn't drop down from its altitude. It remains at that altitude all the time. Okay? So when you see it rising up, as you call it, sunrise, that's actually an optical illusion. The sun is approaching you, is what's going on, from its altitude, which is an approximate value here. It's not a fact, because we can't prove it. Within 3,000 to 5,000 miles is the estimate, right? And it's not a fact. Can't prove it, but it's not 93 million miles away. But it's coming from a distance of the Earth's surface, about 3,000 to 5,000 miles, and it's approaching us. Never been proven, so don't hold me to that number. It's an approximate value, right? Because they want to start saying that's what you think. I said no, that's what we have it as an estimate. Okay, and it approaches us at 12 noon. It's above your head. That altitude is where it's at all the time, and then it moves away from us, heading west. Okay, and it appears to go dropping down in the sky, sundown. Well, it's not actually going down, as I said. It's at the same altitude, moving away, going to another country to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening in another country. That's what's going on. It's the time zones for you on a flat earth, as it's always been for eons. What a beautiful design. When you drop those lines, they get really pissed off. What a beautiful design God has designed for us. Beautiful, simple, pure, clean, oozing integrity, Things like that get those Glovers really twisted up. And I love to twist them up psychologically. Yep, that's me. Use every piece of psychological pressure I can muster up to tease them. It's all clean fun. That's why I've got the impatience, because I love it, mate. I don't mind going into their channels. Yeah. Oh, don't speak to Jin, because he's crazy. That's what they're saying now. And what was it yesterday? One of them was saying, "Oh, you sound really rational now. Earlier on, you were screaming." I said, "Look, when you've got 6 voices trying to stop you to speak, and you've got the truth, you will be the loudest." Yeah, and that's me. I will be the loudest.
Jin's a dragon. Hear him roar.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And they say, "Oh, calm down. Well, give me room to speak, yeah? Because
Do
Well, you're going to need
dragons roar like a lion? What do they do?
Yeah, I think they roar and breathe and spit out fire. And I say to them, you're going to need a new channel, new server. So, think about it. But they do a lot of, I've been muted in the last few days that I've been muted in 10 years. The amount of muting that's gone on in the last 8 days. Yeah, I must admit, it's a lot of muting going on. Fundy muting so they can get their point out first. And then you want to respond, you get 3 words out, and then they're trying to cut you off because what you're saying is totally dismantling what they put forward easily. Because it is, isn't it? It's easy to dismantle the globe. It's just ridiculous. It's easy for us because we're looking at it now. We've been looking at it. We're in our 11th year. The globers have been defeated for 10 years straight. This is year 11 now. And it's the year, I call it, the year of the horizontal constant. Constantly in your face, all over the place, another loss for the globers. They're never going to win this because the globe doesn't exist. How can you have a 10-year defeat and call yourself a glober? Something mentally has gone wrong. Right? And they're desperate. They're lying all over the place. Yeah. It's beautiful. Fantastic. I've enjoyed every minute, every second of those 10 years. And I'm enjoying this, 11th year now already. See, I haven't burnt out yet. It's like
I know
giving up.
everybody's wondering if there are any flat Earth emails caught up in the Epstein releases.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. There's no.
You know what? There might be. There might be. Don't knock it. There might be. Don't be knocking it. I'll tell you.
Let me know when you find some. Be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we find enough flat Earth content from NASA.
Yes, we certainly do. Yeah.
Is there any reason why it would be in the emails? Just out of curiosity.
Well, tell you what, Epstein seems to have his finger on the pulse of literally everything, every geopolitical event you could think of, major and minor. He seems to be the guy somewhere finding himself in the center of it, whether dispensing advice or running from it. So I think an issue as big as flat Earth might be something he has brushed up against a time or two.
I would have to say he would have done. Obama said it, didn't he? And there must be the founding fathers of the flat earthers, and they're all laughing behind him. And in another speech, we ain't got time for the flat earth society. Yeah. So I'm sure he would have come across it himself.
Yeah, that flat Earth society speech that he gave, that was an odd one because if you watch the entirety of the speech, you see some weird alien-looking dudes down in the audience.
Yeah. Was he not interviewed the other day about aliens? Was it today or yesterday, Obama?
Yeah, that's right. He said aliens are real. They are here.
Well, there you go. Look at
acknowledged
that.
them.
He also said he hasn't seen shit, so.
Yep.
I don't believe, man. He takes a sip of his coffee kind of weirdly.
Yes. Very weird indeed. Aliens.
Like he wasn't briefed on that shit. Bullshit.
Yeah.
I believe in the Q-Bird. I believe in the Q-Bird.
Could you repeat that? Because I missed it.
You believe in gravity?
Yeah, I believe in gravity.
Okay, does that make the Earth a ball?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right, down is down. Down is not inward.
What were you guys talking about?
Nothing of consequence.
Obama.
Barack Obama and the aliens. And I was going to say that I stopped the idea of aliens in my head when I was about 10 years old. Yeah, gave up
Barack
on
Obama
that.
was the worst president, personally, that United States ever had.
Is that what you think? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you say that? And I know it's politics and that, ladies and gentlemen, but this is all happening on a flat Earth. Go ahead.
Because he made Obamacare. It's just it uses too much of the country's money.
Yeah, I don't know. I
You got
think
rid
the
of
money is well
Obamacare.
spent rather than spending it on a space budget, for example. Your space budget at that time would have been like $29 billion, 200 million, 29 billion, 200 million. It's a lot of money.
Right.
Real quick. Breaking news.
Too much time
There are three files. There are three files in the Epstein files that mention flat Earth. Breaking news.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. 3 files. Wow. What did it say?
I'll just open the first one. Give me a second. I apologize. This may take a minute.
No. Yeah, that's okay, sir. I know I've asked you inconveniently there, and I apologize for that. But yeah, what did it say?
The first file mentions it 7 times. Says here. I'm just going to screenshot it. I'll let somebody else read it. I'm driving, so I apologize. Here is one page. There you go. I apologize if anything in there is bad. Please delete it. I'm sorry. Like I said, I can't read it at the moment.
Shoot, I'll take a crack at it. Okay. It says progress is merely decreation. Blah, blah, something in Latin. We must not assume the existence of any entity until we are compelled to do so. This principle is purely destructive. It takes something away. Decreation, a person can doubt only if he has learned certain things, as he can miscalculate only if he has learned to calculate. The advances of civilization are gross exaggerations, a function of the language with its built-in commitment to the
Miscalculate, not
accretive
calculate.
historical model, flat Earth, round Earth. So, yeah, he's just pontificating.
Yeah, he's just pontificating there. It is easy to prove because if we've been given the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, if we're given numbers to the size of a vehicle, a suit, or a dress, right, we should be able to validate and confirm that. So basically, the numbers we've been given, we've tried to confirm those numbers, and we're finding flat Earth. Okay, that's the actual truth.
Yeah. I mean, he's basically talking about the principle of correlatives, right? Like you can't think of the word fat without thinking of skinny. So he's just like in this, he just pulled up any example. You can't think of a round Earth without also considering a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's fair enough. But which one of those two is true is provable. That's the thing. Yes.
Yeah, it's like when people ask us, well, if I'm in a car and I'm seeing the scenery move about me, how do I know that I'm really in a car versus the scenery moving? It's like, well, we can actually test for that. Let's look at the car as a thermodynamic system, right? It's consuming energy. We can measure that.
Exactly.
We can see the work output. We can see the heat that it is producing. We know that there's work happening here. We know that there's a twisting of an axle.
Right.
So where's the twisting of the globe axle? How can we measure the torque of the Earth rotating on an axis?
Right.
Nobody's ever done that.
Hey, Yoder, there's the second page where he mentions it 5 times. It's a 12-page.
Shit. Oh, thank you very much. 5 times this time, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Wow.
He says the round Earth follows from the flat Earth. Before the round Earth, all thoughts, concepts are the product of sensible life on a flat Earth. The Earth was flat until the point of creation of the round Earth. That's an interesting thing to say. which is not to say that the Earth was flat until we realized that all along it had been round. Uh-oh.
Yeah. The first bit was correct. The second bit there was a bit stupid.
This is interesting. He says the previous page is the flat Earth. This page is the round Earth. The Earth is round. This page is being read. If we talk of a flat Earth producing a round Earth, the round Earth is doing the talking. If we talk of the previous page, this page is doing the talk. You know, it's interesting. It's like we say that basically you only get the globe by first measuring the Earth flat.
That's correct, and that's how it is. That's what Nathan Oakley has been saying for the past 2 months this year for sure, and last year he's actually been pushing that strongly.
Bro. Hey Yoder, I sent you a DM with the Epstein files. If you just type in flat Earth, you'll get the other 2 documents.
Okay.
That was the first document, the one on the top.
Yeah. In fact, Nathan Oakley goes on to say all leveling tools came after the flat Earth. The Earth indeed had to be flat first before you could have your leveling tools. Actually, there you go. So that's the actual truth. And then, as the Americans say, who knew? I love that one. Who knew?
Who knew?
Yeah. The Americans dropped that one. That's an American one now. I use that a lot, that one. Who knew? You know?
DJ, check your DMs.
Cheers, man.
I mean, just type in, what is it? It's basically justice.gov/Epstein.
Yeah.
If anybody's interested.
It's clear from whatever screed and drivel this is. Sounds like he was like, on something and decided to start typing like he was pretending to be Ernest Hemingway. Whatever this is, though, it's clear that he believes the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
So we can, and assuming that these are private thoughts that weren't really meant to be uncovered and shared. I mean, it's clear
this is not his writing. The text.
Yeah, I didn't think it was.
An excerpt labeled as a book from the late John Brockman by John Brockman.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
1973 philosophical experimental work.
Is that the Bronfman from the Nexium cult?
Keith Rainier and Bronfman family. The Bronfman.
Yeah, I didn't think it sounded like Epstein at all. That yeah.
But regardless, flat Earth
has nothing to do with flat Earth, though. It's kind of fiction.
Well, it's still crap. I mean, this reads like a year one sociology student trying to sound and wax eloquence like Jean Baudrillard.
Yeah, and it is pushing falsehood, by the way, as well, regarding the globe. Anyway.
This is interesting.
Oh, go ahead.
It says explores ideas around perception, language, invention, reality, and decreation as a core concept, the process by which new understandings or descriptions decreate, negate, supersede, or absorb prior ones. Key matching phrases include no man's land, round earth assumes and decreates flat earth, invisible assumes and decreates visible. It's all like...
Always take you on a roundabout, around the houses journey. Can never be straight and direct, can they? Because that's what we are, straight and direct. Either it's covering or it isn't. So many words just to tell the truth or a lie.
Epstein's bong speaks.
Yeah.
So Platter asked in the chat, does anyone feel that it's QAnon 2.0 rabbit hole to nowhere LARP with these files? You know, I wonder, Platter, I'll tell you what I think. Until they come up with murder weapons and exhumed bodies and actual physical, tangible evidence of anything, this is one gigantic circus show.
Yeah. And you know what? There's still 3.4 million documents still hasn't been released yet. There's still more.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
You
meant
know,
to
they
be.
can release all the documents they want too, but, you know, until somebody says that there are bodies here, we're going to unbury them and show them to the world and stuff like that, this is all just, you know, internet drivel.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what's been driving the news. That's what's been driving the outrage for the past 20 years, it seems, with any of these big stories that break. You've got a lot of outrage. You've got a lot of he said, she said accusations, a lot of circumstantial evidence, and very little physical, tangible evidence coming to the front about anything.
Yeah, absolutely true. Yeah. That's why you can't take it. Take pins of salt there, ladies and gents.
Overfences says, I don't rely on the government to be honest about what the government is doing. Well said. I'm with the government and I'm here to help. If you hear that, you better run for the hills.
Yeah.
If they break your legs and then offer you warm soup, they're not your friend. Yes. So apparently, Benjamin Netanyahu has some kind of turbo cancer and is at death's door all of a sudden.
Is that true, what you just said there? Yeah?
It's what the news is reporting.
That's very strange indeed, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe he's heading for Epstein's Island.
Yeah, witness security. Yeah. That's amazing. All right, I'll be back in a few.
I'm here to talk about flatness. How do I tell Hay to play shit?
I think it has to be over a minute.
Does it accept YouTube links?
Oh, you don't have perms because you're not a mod.
You take this YouTube link and play it for me?
No, the YouTube bot is broadcast.
How are you getting these files? So you downloaded them? Playing MP3 audios? Burping in the mic. I'm not burping. I will take a hit off the Benjamin, though. There's a pattern of trans violence going on right now. It's crazy. That dude at the... What was it? Come on, give me more information, you fucks. High prevalence of abuse amongst trans teens, 73% reported psychological abuse, 39 reported. Oh, come on. Goes too fast. U.S. Plastic Surgeons Group advises delaying gender surgery.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about that, can you put yourself on mute? Because we've got to keep it flat earth related, okay? It's a live stream, and we've got to be careful what we talk about, okay? Just to save you from getting into trouble with the mods. And also bringing the server into disrepute. Right.
You follow along, Tenza?
Yep, I'm just glad you guys know now. I'll keep it on topic.
Yeah, no, that's all right. You know, just helping you out there because, you know, sometimes we can get into trouble.
Where are the... Oh, shit, there is a mod here. Okay. Shoot.
I'll put it to you this way, Tenza. People are looking for every reason to take down Flat Earth. It's the one topic that people don't want everybody to hear about more than anything else.
Yeah. And by the reaction of those when we try to introduce it and the way they behave, boy, just makes you laugh. On top of that. Now, I've noticed that Miggy hasn't been in, you know? What's his name?
He's doing his TikTok thing.
Oh, okay. How's that going?
It's going really good, man. He's growing his following, and he's working on just basically trying to help everybody improve and make a little money on the side.
Oh, that's good then. Yeah, well done, that man. Ah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, plain and truth, you have to retype the whole thing again.
What's that?
Oh, if you make an error on the command and then you try to edit the
Yeah,
thing, it won't do it.
I noticed. Well, he doesn't want to play it for some reason.
He doesn't like it.
Yeah,
He
that's
just
what
like,
it is.
nah.
Thought we could have a little fun with the promo. All right, so we have a little dead air in here today. Do we have a event going? Let me check. Yes. What is it? Team Jedi? Now it's personal with this music bot. Let's see if I can get it to play this thing.
Hello, people.
Hello there.
God, I just don't think Chris Farley's funny.
All right. First, we're going to put that in there, and I'm going to copy the link to the media. Then we're going to do the bot thing. There we go.
Took you a while.
24/7
All right. Let's start the show. When is the event coming in? It's starting here. Come in and get flag smacked. I don't know about that, but we do want to speak to some Globers. I got a few minutes myself, and we have some other people on the panel. Good people. While we wait, we can read YouTube comments. How about that? How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, we're doing fine, sir. Doing fine. Let's have some of those comments. Sounds interesting.
That's right.
Great intro. Great intro, by the way. Superb. Power. Crystal clear. Crisp. Yeah.
It was a little loud.
Yeah, that was good.
I thought it was a little loud, but I don't know how to change the volume on the thing, but at least it played it. Let's see. We have comments over on YouTube, maybe. CJ548 over on YouTube says, all ballers can do is lie. They've been lying from the beginning since 3rd grade. That's the truth. Oh, a little harsh there, but yeah, okay. Shout out to CJ548 over on YouTube. Trolling for Truth 539 says Eli cooked him. I guess these are old comments. He cut the troll off at the knees the way it should be done. Okay. Shout out to you, Trolling for Truth over on YouTube. And we have TVH4387 who says manufacture robot wife. Okay, I'm missing some context on that one. So if you wanna explain further, go right ahead. That was one of the links. Is the other bot up as well? Let's have a look. It looks like it's down. So Helioskeptic, if you're listening to this, your bot is down. All right, and our event is running. Let's see if we have some people joining. I'll read some chat while we wait.
Hello. Assalamu
Hello,
alaikum.
hello there.
Hello. How are you guys?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great, to be honest. Yep. I'm, like I come here to talk with my friend whose name is Rain.
Oh,
Over
yeah?
there, you can see.
Well, Alhamdulillah and wa alaikum salam.
Oh, yep. Assalamu alaikum, Jin CBR1. Nice to talk with you again.
Yeah, nice to see you. Welcome back.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you bring any good news? Any news? Anything?
Not special, but I'm here to talk with Rain. I think maybe she's here. So
I
that's why I
didn't know.
joined here.
Okay.
Never mind, sir. Yep.
Hey, while you're here, do you mind if we ask you a couple of questions?
Mm,
I'll be
Don't do
nice. I promise. Hey, are you able to see the chat?
yes.
You see the picture I posted?
Yep, you sent me that picture before, and
Oh,
I have
you and
that. I
we
saved
talked
that
before.
picture.
All right, so you're a flat earther now, huh?
Not really. I'm not that interested about that, but
All right, that's all right.
I didn't analyze about that before. Yep.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, well, Rain is here, so Rain, if you guys want to talk, I guess. But if anybody else wants to talk, we can do that. See Cecilia up there. How are you? Welcome.
Hello.
It looks like hi. You've been here before, I think.
So
Yeah, and we had Code Aura here for a little while. I've seen Code Aura here before as well.
Flat Earth Mummy is back.
Guess who's back? Good again.
Guys, I think I have to go. Yes.
Oh, you're a troll. Get out of here.
Oh, what? Well, okay. Have a good day.
All right.
You too,
Yeah.
Jin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, you too.
Okay.
Wa alaikum salam. Yeah. Salam.
He has like moons and rockets in his profile and like stars and like a bunch of weird stuff.
Well, we have Rakashiko with us here. Welcome.
Feel free to ask any questions you may have.
Absolutely.
What's the best haircut in 2026?
Wow, that's not. Couldn't answer that one at all. Yeah, what is the best haircut?
What time is it over at your place on the Earth, Jin?
Yes, for me, it is now in Japan time 2:21 a.m. in the morning.
Wow, are you up late or are you up early?
I am up late. I'm up late, mate. That's what I'm doing. I'm burning the candles from both ends and in the middle.
Well, there you go. I woke up early this morning to get some work done for a few hours, and now I'm done. I started at 4 a.m. and it's about lunchtime here, 12:22 p.m. outside of
Right.
Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay.
Sleep is overrated, says Trinity is good and loves everyone. Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. I like to get at least 5 hours a night.
This is for people.
Yeah.
It's annoying when you're trying to get some sleep and you get woke up every 5 minutes.
We have Brenda with us. Hello, Brenda. We have Danis. Hello, Danis.
Hello.
You been here
Welcome.
before?
No.
First timers, huh?
Where are you from, guys?
We're from the world.
Yeah.
The
I
flat
live
top's
in
kind of ugly. I don't know, but
I live
We're
in
all over the
America.
place, man.
Oh.
If you have any questions related to flat Earth, feel free to ask.
This is your chance. You can ask a real flat earther for our evidence that we don't live on a spinning ball in space. Trinity is good and loves everyone, says, oh, I only drink caffeine in the morning, or maybe only drink caffeine in the morning. I guess it's a piece of advice.
Well done, Trinity. Well done, Trinity. I only drink water in the mornings. The occasional cup of green tea.
That's a great idea, too. A lot of folks end up thinking that it's the coffee that makes them feel awake, but it's actually rehydration. And if you try just drinking a cup of water instead of coffee, you might find that you get the same exact feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Hey, I switched it up one time and tried it, and it worked. I just drank a really big cup of water, and it actually helped. I felt like kind of rejuvenated, awake, and I didn't have to drink coffee. So
I'm super tempted to just ask you what empirical evidence do you have for that claim, but I'm just kidding.
well, I tested and gave you my report. Now you can test it, and we can do a peer review.
See, this is what I like to hear. Exactly. Now, if everybody treated the Earth as like that as well, with logic, then we wouldn't have to sit in here all day and preach flat Earth.
Yes, the tipping point will be reached very quickly indeed.
Oh, did we have someone who wants to come in? Who was that?
Yeah. The guys, I think he's from India, I think. Good evening to you, sir. What's happening?
We are talking, brother.
Yeah, go ahead, Jin. You can take this if you want to.
Okay, cheers, yeah. Welcome. You're talking to Jin CBR1 at the moment. Welcome to you, sir. What do we call you? What's your username?
Are you talking with me?
Yeah, you or the Indian guy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm Faisal. I'm not an Indian guy, bro.
Okay, no, there was an Indian guy who did speak before you. So you're Faisal, is that right?
Yeah, I'm Faisal.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you, sir. And what is your position regarding the shape of the Earth? We're here as flat earthers.
I don't have any position. I'm just new to it. I've just heard about it. Like it's a predator. There are people who believe that this is the fifth. Like Earth is flat.
Okay. Let me spend the next just 2 minutes explaining our position. Okay. The reason we say to you that the Earth is flat is because what we learned at school isn't correct, and we've gone out to check it. We're in our 11th year of the flat Earth reinsurgence, I will call it. Okay, and what we've gone to do gone out to do is to measure the curvature of the Earth. Because if we're living on an oblate spheroid of the dimensions they gave us, which is 24,901 mile supposed circumference, the radius of that is 3,959 miles. That means we can make some quantitative measurements. Okay, we can go out and now check the curvature. Now, we've been trying to do this for the last 11 years, and what we have met is what we call the horizontal constant, the flat Earth. No curvature at all. We're not able to measure the curvature. That is why we're saying to you that the Earth is indeed flat. Now, what do you say about that?
I don't know what you're talking about. What is curvature?
Oh, well, you don't know what the curvature is. You know when something is round like a ball, a ball shape? Yes?
Yes.
Right. That shape is normally known as a ball or spherical. And when you touch the surface and you follow the surface, that's the curvature of the surface, the roundness. Do you get it now?
Okay. The total measurement of the roundness.
Yeah. We are not able to measure that roundness on the Earth's surface.
And what measurement instrument that you were using to measure this?
Okay, that's a very good question. So what we're using is the Earth's curvature formula, which is the 8 inches per mile squared. Okay. So, for example, if you have a distance in miles of 10 miles, you understand what 10 miles is, yes? 10 miles. There should be 66.48 feet of curvature. That would be of Earth's roundness, blocking the line of sight. Do you understand that?
No.
Okay, let me explain again. Let's take the 10-mile distance. I can see you from 10 miles away. I look in my my telescope and I can see Faisal there. Yeah? Say that again?
I'm listening.
Okay. So I'm looking through my telescope and I can see you waving at me from 10 miles away. But by rights, in actuality, I should not be able to see you because Earth's roundness would be blocking my line of sight. Do you understand? The Earth's roundness, the curvature of the Earth would be in my way. So I shouldn't be able to see you. But I do.
How? Explain it.
How? How? Because the Earth is flat. That is how.
Is there any proof of it?
Well, yes. The proof is for you to go out and measure that for yourself. There's lots of proofs. Lots.
That's not.
There are videos.
Good answer, bro. Videos. I can show you the videos of around Earth.
Oh, yeah. Well, those. I was going to ask you for your proof of round Earth. Can you show me one image, please, of your round Earth? Please.
Why not? There's a whole internet with their own video.
Well, show me the one you have. Show me the one that you have, please.
He's not going to be able to present one that isn't a wide-angle lens.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, you don't know.
I do know because they don't exist.
Yeah, we've been in this 11 years now. So we just wait to see your pictures if you can. Something you're going to...
So you are saying that NASA is lying to us?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. They're lying to us.
It's the biggest industry in the world, bro.
Yes. Well, they're making their money from the lies they're making, of course. Money is being made and lies are being told and control of the human race and your mind. So they've got a lot going for them at the moment. Okay? Yeah. So the pictures from space have been proven to be fake anyway. They're not real.
Okay. Show me the photo of flat Earth from Earth, how it will look like, and why we are not falling.
Okay.
Where the water is going.
Oh, that's a good question as well. Where is the water is going? Well, the water is being kept in by the beaches, for example, the seashore, the shore. The shoreline keeps the water in, for example. So the water doesn't spill off anywhere.
Do you
And
have
then
any
the fact
proof
that,
of this?
well, yes, we're living on a flat earth. It's measured flat. And the water is there every day of the week. So obviously the water is not going anywhere, is it? If it's there every day.
Why it's not going anywhere, bro? When I see water in a river,
Because the water
it's
is being
going somewhere.
contained, of course. The water itself is being contained.
I have a question. Tell me, how does it works? I am currently living in Pakistan, and
Yeah.
there is night here. And in US, it may be 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. So how does it work?
It's maybe a day.
Okay, so basically it's night time where you are.
If Earth is flat, so there should be day on the whole land.
Okay, that's everybody makes that mistake, and I'll explain it to you quickly. Basically, the sun itself and its luminosity, its ability to shine across the whole earth is impossible. It's limited. It cannot do that because the earth itself and its vastness is bigger than the sun. Okay? Okay? The sun clearly cannot shine its power. Yeah, go ahead.
When there is a sunrise, how we can see a sun like from going from down to up? And where was it before?
Okay, the sun was in another country before you could see it. And when you think it is rising up, that's an optical illusion. For the sun remains at the same altitude at all times. Okay, it does. So when you see it looking like it's going up in the sky, it's actually moving towards you. Okay, at the same altitude. So when it's at 12 o'clock noon, it's above your head. Yeah, that altitude remains the same when it keeps on going to the west. I'll give you another example. When you look down the road and you see a car coming, that car looks really small. Okay, the car looks small and it's getting closer and closer and closer. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, the car, and it gets to you, real life size, and then it drives past and starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller again.
Mic
Is
check.
the car really small? Is the car small or is it the real size? It's the real size, but it's moving away from you. So the distance between you and the car is getting larger and larger, which makes the car small. Okay? It's not actually a small car though, is it? The people are not shrinking. You get it? Yeah?
Oh,
Does that make sense for you now?
It's going up. Like
I get it now.
My head.
It all makes sense, dude.
Yeah, yes, it's going up, but that's an optical illusion. It's always up there. It's always up in the sky.
But you proved me that the size of the sun, like it was smaller.
I cannot prove you the size of the sun because I can't go to the sun.
No, I'm not saying that. You just say me this from your example. The example was of the car. Like when you see it from far, it would be small, and when
Correct.
it became near to you, it would be. I'm not asking the why sun became big or small.
Okay.
It's like when there is a sunrise, it's like how can I say? It's
on the horizon. It's on the horizon.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then it go up.
It's on the horizon and it's moving from the horizon towards you, right? But in actuality, when you look at the horizon, when you look at the definition and you can see it for yourself, it's where the sky appears to touch the land. Is that not correct?
The sky appears to touch the land?
The ground. Yeah, the blue sky appears to touch the ground. Okay, but that's not true, is it? Because the sky is always in the sky and the ground, they're separate. Yes?
Can I get a mic check? I am so sorry for interrupting.
No, welcome, and we can hear you clearly, sir.
Oh, praise Jesus. Thank you. Okay, I'll back off. I am so sorry.
No need to apologize. If you want to interject, then you're welcome anyway.
I could hear the conversation for the past 2 minutes about perspective. It sounds like, Jen, you're doing a great job with that. If you want to continue, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I was just going to give him the image of the horizontal image. Can you see in the side chat, I've posted an image of the horizontally flat earth. Please have a look. That's a real picture, real time. That's what we see. Can you see that? Do you see any curvature there?
It's
Do you
too
see
big.
any curvature in
You
that real
cannot
picture
see the
of
curvature
nature?
like this. As I have known, you can see only in like a sea or an ocean.
Yes,
There,
and you can see the land. You can also see the land where the buildings are, where people live,
Why?
people are working, all level.
no,
Yes.
no.
Why
I
I
have
can see
been
America?
to the sea.
Yeah. Okay. You've been to the sea. Yeah.
Why I
And what did
cannot
you see?
see the Dubai? I mean, there's a building, Burj Khalifa. It's
No,
too.
if you hang on a second, please. Let's slow down. Please look at my image that I posted in the side chat. It's called horizontal. Horizontal. You've got the horizon there, and then tal on the end. Horizontal, level. In other words, can you see that? Please tell me you can see that.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. Now the next question is: can you see any roundness, curving like a ball? Can you see the curvature there?
No.
Right. Thank you very much. That's a flat Earth picture for you, right there.
No,
You
no.
said it.
Tell me.
Why you guys don't have a picture from above, from a sky, or the
Well, this is
earth,
from above. This picture is from above.
a 90-degree
said it.
angle?
Hang on. Hold on. You saw the picture. You could see that it's level. You said there's no curvature, and it's from above. Okay?
Not from
Look at the
above,
other
bro.
pictures. Please look at the other three pictures. Every single one of them is level. No curvature there. That's a real picture. No photographic trickery.
And
Okay?
besides, you can't have 90 degrees. You can't do 90-degree photograph from your ball. You can't do 90-degree photographs from your ball. You hear me, right? There's no 90 degrees looking down on your ball.
Right.
Okay. I can show you like as I have shown you a picture of Earth, like around Earth. You can show me like this from a space.
No.
Okay.
No.
Why you guys don't have any picture? You can make your own spaceship.
Space is fake.
Click a
That's the
picture and
problem.
prove it.
I'm going to trying to explain it to you, but you keep talking. The reason why we don't have any pictures from space is because space is fake. It's not a place you can go to. It's a place on television.
You can go. No, I'm giving you answer of this. Like when you sit in an airplane, you go above. Why not? You can go more above.
Oh, so if I jump off my front porch, I'm in outer space now because I'm in space for a second. 1 second.
You can go
now I hit the
above.
ground.
I mean,
I
you can
go jump
above.
off my house, land in a tree. Is that space?
Oh, you're not understanding, bro.
No, you got to tell me where space starts, bro.
I'm just saying this. I'm not saying this. Like, go to space and then show it to me.
You did.
I'm
You
just
said
saying
go
this.
up and take a picture from space.
Yeah, you said that. That's what you said.
And I said you can't because space is fake. And now you freaked out, and then you went to something else.
It was for you, but I knew it. Like, you also believe in a space. Then you
No,
told me
space
you don't
is
believe in
fake.
space. Yeah, okay. So now you can go above as much as you can. There is no.
Okay,
nothing
yeah,
like
we
a
do,
space.
and all we see is the ground when we do that.
Okay, when you go above, oh, you touch to the sky, right? As
Yeah,
per
we're in
you.
the sky. Yeah, as soon as you jump off the ground, you're in the sky.
Is
Actually,
the sky something like a physical object that you can touch with your
yeah,
hand?
you're breathing the sky right now. It's physical. It's air. You can breathe it yourself.
If there is no space, then
Why?
then
Okay, then I can move in the air. I can
Oh,
go
good.
above in the air.
Yeah, you won't
why
be
you
able to move in a
cannot go-
vacuum. That's for sure. Because you'll be gelatin and dried out
Yeah, I'm very dead.
at the same time.
Oh, what I'm
Dito ay
saying, you're not
pala
understanding.
value. Dito ay Dios pala value. The sun stay no sun comes there.
Wow.
Then where is the sun?
Mute him.
Then where is the sun? Is it not in the space?
Mods, come on, bro.
Okay, look. The sun is above our head. Okay. Yes. It will be in space, okay, but only in the space above the Earth's surface, not deep space 93 million miles away. No, it's not there. Okay? But it is above our head, and that can be considered space from the Earth's surface to the blue
I mean, you
sky.
can try to tell them that that's outer space, but you can't go there. Space is
it's
fake.
not outer
There's no such
definitions.
thing.
You don't have
There's
any
no such thing
formula.
as a space vacuum you can fly in. You can't
Yeah.
fly in a vacuum, so there's no
Right.
space vacuum to fly in, right?
Yeah.
Or is outer space special? And when you get
What
to
is
outer space, all
space
physics doesn't
vacuum
work
or what?
anymore.
Yeah, there is no outer space anyway. That's what I'm saying to them. The only space there is the space from the Earth's surface to the blue sky. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else. There's no deep space, 430 light years. And no, we don't have that.
You
That's
believe
not
there
true.
is no. So you believe there is no other planets like Jupiter, Mercury?
No, Jupiter is there, but we can't go there. Okay?
So where is
We
the
can't-
Jupiter?
Dude. Jupiter's
Jupiter
supposed to be a gas. Jupiter's supposed to be a gas bubble in a vacuum. Do you think gas bubbles can exist in a vacuum?
Distance equals
No, nothing to do with distance.
Yeah, that's above his head anyway, that one. That question you asked, Professor. Above his head, that one. He won't get
No,
that.
we're gonna see. I mean,
If there is a space, it's a vacuum.
yeah, right. So gas bubbles and water balls don't exist in a vacuum, do they?
That's right.
Because it's not over his head.
If you remove a total air from any box, so it will become a vacuum.
Yeah, so that's what outer
Yes.
space is.
And you
So
believe
gas, Jupiter is an anomaly because it can't be a gas ball in a vacuum. It's impossible. That
So are you
gas
telling
can
me?
get everywhere.
Yeah, are you telling us that outer space is a vacuum then?
If Earth can make it so near, then Jupiter can too.
Earth is not in space.
Right. And then we have a container.
You keep forgetting that I told you space is fake for some reason. It's a crazy reason that you keep forgetting I told you it's fake. Doesn't exist. It's only on TV.
Then what is above us? Nothing.
The air, clouds, airplanes,
sky.
birds,
What's above the
trees,
air? Only air.
air.
We have trees above. Right. Wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
trees are bigger than me. Yes.
Trees are above.
Yeah, they're above.
When I
I
look
have
at the
to call them
sky.
trees.
I haven't seen any tree hanging in the sky.
Not in
Well,
the
they're
sky.
above me.
no.
Trees are above me. When I'm on the ground, I have to look up to trees. So yeah, they're up in the sky compared to me.
So when you go up and up and up and up,
Yeah, that's a good question, man. If you don't see
much
any
time.
trees in the sky, why would you think anything in the sky resembles Earth? How about that?
what? I can see stars.
So Earth
Yeah,
looks
that's
like
not
a
Earth.
star. Is that what you're saying now? Have you ever heard yourself talk? You just said Earth is a star.
Earth, the star. Earth can be star. It's just a definition for something. We call it Earth.
No, you can't just say, well, it's just some kind of definition for anything,
is
and
the
we're just
meaning
making
of
up
Earth?
definitions. Earth is dirt.
Earth is dirt. How you know
Yep,
it?
because that's the meaning of Earth.
Can you prove me it?
Yeah,
If
look it
If
up.
I got someone in my
Look it
someone who have
up.
never
Look
Wait,
it
bro,
up. What are earth movers?
Why are you
What
shouting,
are earth
bro?
movers?
Why are you
What's heavy construction? In heavy construction, what's an earth mover? Is it a piece of equipment that actually moves the ball earth around outer space, or does it move dirt around?
No, they don't know that. That's beyond their pay grade again. They won't know that. That's
I don't
well
know.
out of
That.
their
I
league.
already told you. I'm just saying that.
Who knows, man? They're fucking
That's beyond their IQ level.
stupid.
Yeah, their knowledge level. It's beyond their knowledge level. That's all it is. Unless when they see the picture of it, then they know what it is. They'll know what it is when they see a picture of it. But Earth is dirt because that's what we put our seeds in to grow our vegetables and fruits and flowers. You put it in
Sorry
earth,
about this,
put some
but
water. That's Earth. Okay.
we call you guys a stupid. By the way.
No, there's
And
no
you know
need to
what
be.
doesn't? You know what doesn't grow in sand? You know what? Hey, dude, you know what doesn't grow in sand? Everything.
There's only one server and having a VC chat with the flat Earth. No one, bro.
No, we got a bunch of them.
Yeah,
and yet you're here. And yet you're here.
Yeah, and yet you're here in the biggest
50,
room.
60 people,
The biggest
brainwashed
room.
people.
Yeah, Yeah, they're all brainwashed. All the Globers.
Literally the most popular room
You
in the
guys,
server right now.
bro.
So now you're down to insulting people
saying the
because you
whole
realize
thing a lie, bro.
that space balls in a vacuum don't exist. You can't have a gas ball, you can't have a water ball. So now you're going to call us names, and we're the stupid ones because
Okay, bro.
your
What's
shit
your
doesn't
degree?
exist in a
What you
vacuum. Your shit doesn't exist in a vacuum, and we're the stupid ones because of it.
you are?
Did
You
you
guys
listen
are
to
making
yourself?
just. Intrusion.
Yeah. So don't throw the insults. Just answer the question. That's all you have to do. And if you look in the side chat, there's another image, double image of the same thing, looking at the Earth curvature calculator. You know how you can calculate the roundness of the ball. You know the curvature. Have a look, please.
I don't believe it, bro. I'm not a physician or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's not a he said he's not a doctor. He said he's not a physician.
Yeah, you don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to be a physician. You don't need to be a scientist. Children of 8 years old can understand this. 8-year-old children. So it's simple, not complicated. Please
Doctors
look.
think the Earth is a ball anyway, dude. Doctors think they live on a baseball in a vacuum, like where you just said that it's a vacuum and water and air can't exist in a vacuum. They'll just go in all directions. The doctors think they live in that, and you told me that you can't have that. So you're pretty smart compared to a doctor.
Yeah.
You guys seems to be dumb. Like you're making your own theory.
Oh, okay. Why
I just gave you a compliment, and now I'm dumb again. Wow, that's pretty fun.
Yeah. Why do you say we're stupid?
I cannot believe it. Like the whole world is saying that it's around in every news.
Why don't you go look for yourself instead of asking somebody else?
There's only a small community that is believing.
No, it's a big community.
Why you guys don't say it on news channels? Why
We
you guys
do.
don't-
We're here right now.
Why you guys don't prove it to
We're already here,
the whole
dude.
world?
We're here.
It's not
We're
gonna
here
make it
live.
work,
We're here
bro.
live on the
You are
internet for
wasting your
everybody to
time
listen
on-
to.
Bro,
We're here live on the
who's
internet
listening?
for
Show me how many
everybody
views
to
you have
listen
got.
to. Do you hear me yet?
How many views you have gotten?
I don't know. I don't count views.
Bro, do you not realize
There's
the
only 40
logical?
or 50 people in the server, bro. Like in
Do you hear my voice?
in the VC that you are explaining
He's
to.
in desperate need of attention right now. He wants to say as much as he can. He's going to try to keep the world a globe. So he's going to keep talking about it like it really is a globe, and we're stupid.
I'm not gonna make. I haven't.
When he knows that you can't have a space vacuum and you can't have a water ball and an air ball in a space vacuum. He knows that, but yet he's trying to defend it.
I'm not trying to defend it, bro. I'm just trying to learn, like what your
So
idea.
call people
What's your
stupid that you want to
theory?
learn. You want to learn stuff, but you call them stupid?
I'm just looking at your theory. Like,
I don't
what
think
you
you'll be able to
believe in.
understand
Why you-
I don't think you'll be able to understand the mathematics if we try to present you an observation, to be honest.
Why you don't show these all proofs to a news
I
channel?
don't
and
think
they
that you have the
told them,
cognitive
like,
abilities
prove
to
it
be
in the
able to
front of
understand
whole
these
world.
arguments.
The scientists will know better than
Unfortunately,
me. Why you
someone
don't
can
prove
try,
it
but-
to him? So then they will never ever read book again.
You know, the
they will never
scientists-
waste their time on being a scientist.
Hold on a minute.
Because he realized that you can't have gas and water balls in a vacuum. So now he's just starting to babble and say anything he possibly can in his own head to keep the world a ball for himself because he knows it's not possible now.
Right. Let me explain the scientist question. The reason why the scientists don't come to us is because they're scared of the truth. They are frightened of being exposed as misinformation experts, because that's what they are. They misinform everybody. They lie. That's why they don't come to us.
What will the scientists get if he lied?
They're getting their money. They're getting their money and the control of you because you believe them. You see? That's what they get. Who is the stupid one now? Because you're not checking whether or not they're telling you the truth. You're just believing them. We check them, we expose them, so they won't come to us. Okay?
So every single scientist is not gonna get the money.
Every single scientist is like, every single
just behalf
scientist you
of saying
mention
this,
is a liar.
the Earth is global.
Dude, are you just going to keep talking?
bro, why they don't start research on showing that the
Science
Earth
has
is
nothing to
flat?
do with. Okay, that's another good question. You know why? You know why? Because they're lying to you. They're getting their money
Why are
from
they
science.
lying? What are they getting? If
I'm
if
going
they
to get it
start,
out, and you're going to
look at this
hear
guy.
me. Science has nothing to do with a ball.
Yeah,
just give me a second, bro. Okay, so I'm just asking this. You said that they are saying this a lie.
Yes.
That the Earth is globe. Then
Who cares?
they are
Who
getting
cares?
money
Did you
for this,
check?
right?
Did you check? Did you check?
Right.
No, I'm just showing the perspective of the
Answer the
scientists. That those
question.
are
Did
So
you
if you're not going to
check?
go check, then why do you care if they're lying?
Yeah. Answer the question. Did you
Who's
check?
lying?
no, bro. Just listen to my question, bro. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, but
If
you're
you
not
answer
answering our question.
Look,
We
look,
asked
hold
you
on,
one
What's
Jen.
your
question.
Jen,
question?
hold on. Jen, hold on.
Okay. I'm not believing right now that the Earth is globe or a flat.
Listen, Faisal. There's not
I'm in the middle.
any reason I can give you as to what would be good enough for you as to why anybody would lie about the shape of the Earth. The problem is you've never gone out and checked, so you don't even know if they're lying or not.
Yeah.
So have you checked this Earth from above?
Yes.
What are you going to look at? Looking at when you look at the
Show me.
Earth, when you look down at the Earth, what are you going to see?
What?
Okay,
What do you expect us to see when we look down?
Where? Look down where?
You said you need to take a picture
from
looking down on the Earth. What do you expect to see?
Earth, flat Earth.
It is flat. That's all you see.
Prove it to me.
We've been showing you pictures, and now you're crying.
Yeah, just showing horizons and this stuff. I
What
need
do
a
you
picture
want? Okay,
from
so if we take a
above.
picture looking
Exactly
straight down
from
on a
above, from
football
so
field,
far, from so far.
How far do you want it?
Yeah.
From sun.
Like I can say a million miles away.
No,
We
space is
can't go
fake.
there.
You don't
Space
have
is fake.
Mhm. What?
Stupid.
Space
We
is
can't-
fake.
Yeah,
How
we
the star
can't go there.
What we
We
see?
just
What we
explained.
see?
Go to the star, show it to me. Go to
We
the star
can't
and
go
click
there.
a picture.
We
You can go
cannot
to the
go
moon?
to the stars. No, we can't.
No, you can't go to the moon.
Why?
You don't go to the moon because space is fake.
Why?
That's why rockets don't work in a vacuum.
So you mean that the moon is also fake? I can see
Yeah,
it
no,
with
the
my
moon landing is
eyes.
fake. No, you can see the moon.
But the
There's a
moon
picture
is
of one on my screen right now. The moon is there.
okay.
You can't
The
go to
moon
it. You
landing
can't go
is
to
fake.
it. You can't go to
It's
it.
your mom.
Why? Why?
Because space is fake and rockets don't work in a vacuum for the
Yeah.
50th time.
Space is
We
fake.
don't have
Then the moon
space
is not fake.
and we don't have the technology.
Why would the,
Yeah.
why
You don't
you're
have
the
the
one who thinks the
technology.
moon is in
Wow.
outer space. You're the one who thinks the moon is in outer space. I don't.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Only you
calm down
believe.
now. Yeah, go on. Carry on, please.
I was asking this that if the scientists are getting money for the rounder, they can also get
Scientists have nothing to do with
Or why don't they prove then? Why don't they prove then?
Because
they're learning,
it's
they're
not a
studying.
science problem. Proving a ball is not a science problem. It's a geometry.
Why is not a science problem?
Because
who is researching on the space and who is researching, wasting their time, money, and making these spaceships? Nah, bro, you're not answering. They can also gather this money by saying this Earth is flat and we are going to explore if there is a space or not.
Yeah, but they can't do that. They've been lying.
So you have to believe your government.
So they make the Earth round by their own.
Who cares if they're lying, man?
Missions.
He's struggling. This guy's having a hard time, and he's brought his twin brother in with him.
The
to
whole
freak
time,
out.
there's too many scientists that they have a same kind of idea.
Have you checked? Have you gone out
And have
checked?
you checked?
Yes, we checked. That's why we're here.
Bro, where?
Over the water.
So anyway, so
how can I
so
check
go
over the
get your
water?
scientists and bring them in here, and we'll debate those scientists too, because you haven't. There's not one of you Globers that's ever brought a scientist in here that said the Earth was a ball.
It's not
I
about
don't have
science,
that
man.
much
Look,
shit
what
time
science?
to give to
What
you guys.
Faisal?
You
What
guys have a very
science?
shitty ideas, and
Faisal,
you are proving it like
Faisal,
you have a half knowledge.
He
Faisal.
understands English now.
I know. Faisal, what science deals with shapes?
There are too many shapes. They are deal with all.
What science? Which science? Which branch of science deals with shapes?
So which branch of science is what is NASA doing then? They are
NASA's
not
a propaganda
scientists. They are
company
not
now.
scientists.
No.
They are not scientists.
No, they're not scientists.
Then what are they?
They are a propaganda company now as of September. Trump reassigned them. They are now an intelligence agency. They're a spy company.
Yeah.
They put out propaganda and fake news. So what do you think they are?
And how they were hiring people from India then?
No.
For space missions.
No.
Fuck?
India doesn't go anywhere but just walk down the
They
street
didn't
chasing
go, but
cows.
they were scientists. So you said the scientists.
No Indians went
Yeah,
anywhere.
bro, you can stop calling my name. You can give your idea.
Faisal,
You can say what you want.
which branch of science deals with shapes?
Got to Google that.
Hey guys, my
He's gotta
asshole
ask
friends, can you
AI.
give me a mic check?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Holy
Loud
shit,
and
it's
clear.
in like
The
20
branch of
minutes.
mathematics that
Okay,
deal with the
carry on.
ships.
Yes.
Yes.
What branch of science?
The mathematician.
That's not
That's not science. That's math.
That's
He's
math,
scientist.
dummy.
So what they learn? What is the base of science?
You learn 1 + 1 is 2. That's what math people do. They do 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4. And 2 × 2 is 4. And then they get all puzzled by it and they talk about it for
So
years. Why 2 + 2 is 4 and 2 × 2 is 4.
Haven't
They get
ever
all
seen
freaked out
these
about it.
shapes. So you believe this? The scientists never knew about the shapes.
You don't have any
right?
scientists.
Then what we have?
I don't know. You have TV shows. You don't have scientists.
What the fuck, bro?
What
You
the
can
fuck,
search a
bro?
scientist.
What the fuck, bro?
Scientists from Pakistan. What the fuck? Let me show you.
Camel scientists. What kind of science do you guys do?
Bro, we do all kind of science.
What kind of sand science do you guys do?
Scientists from Pakistan.
Do you guys, does sand go up or does sand go down? Have you guys figured it out yet?
What you have figured out is dumb shit.
Yeah, sand goes up or does sand go down? That's dumb shit.
Yep, you're
What
being
do you
very
believe on
insulting.
this?
Oh, Earth is flat and stationary, and we're contained. Like we can't go anywhere.
What you're getting with this? What you are getting with this?
Aren't you curious as to how we can measure
I'm
the Earth?
sucking your energy out of you and making myself more powerful.
Yo, Wesley, you're talking in front of me,
Aren't
bro.
you the least bit like curious about how we measure the surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
No, never. I'm not curious.
I know.
Yes,
you're
he
just
is. That's
retarded.
why he's in here.
I have a whole science books.
Listen,
Science
remember, all
books.
Globers lie. Remember that they all lie. All the Globers lie.
You guys, only 2 to 3 guys right here sitting in the Discord,
Quiet,
wasting their time.
facial.
You guys are real.
You're a nothing. You're nobody. You're a
Then who
loser.
are you? Making your own
Come in here.
theories, nice.
Come on.
So anyway, Faisal, how big is the Earth?
I'm not a scientist, bro. Cannot answer these.
Yeah, we know that. We obviously know
that. How I can ask you the same question from you. What you will answer?
What a what?
What was the question that you asked me? I can
What's
ask
the
you the same
size
question.
of the globe Earth?
Okay, what is the size of the flat Earth?
There's no size measured. It measures flat, man.
Yeah.
The surface.
How about this one? Hey, Chief, what's the size of the globe?
He doesn't know.
Let me search, bro. I don't have
He said, I am not a
chip in
physician.
my mind.
How would I know it if I am not a physician?
How would I know that? You have to know the size of flat Earth.
The size of the Earth.
I have a double standard. I impose on you.
He doesn't know the size. He's having to Google it, you see. Fair enough. But he didn't know it.
Definitely, I'm not a scientist, so I shouldn't.
Dude, I heard
It's not
the
a
booger
scientific
whistle.
question.
Did you guys hear the booger whistle just now? It sounded like an eagle screeching.
I can bring you a scientist. Let me just talk to my friend. Hello?
Hang on.
Booger whistle.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It is not a scientific question. The size
And your
of the
friend's not a
Earth.
scientist anyway, because you don't know what a scientist is.
Yeah.
Didn't know what a booger whistle is.
Asking for the size of the Earth is not a scientific question. God, these people. These young Indians with their beliefs. Why don't the scientists measure the Earth properly?
Why you guys? Why don't you guys?
Scientists don't measure the Earth. That's why.
But you guys can, right?
We do. We measure it all the time. That's why we're telling you
it's flat, dude. That's why we're here. Flat. We measured it.
Yeah.
Okay, then measure the flat one.
Are you really that stressed out about it? Do you really need the Earth to be a ball? You know, India didn't go to the moon either.
Yeah.
I'm not from India, bro. I'm from Pakistan.
I don't give a shit, man.
Then why you are saying me about the India?
Because they're your friends.
Hey, the Faisal is from India, you think?
Yeah, you know how to clear out a booger whistle?
What is booger whistle?
You got a booger in your nose, and when you talk, and your nose resonates.
What do you got in your ass? You got hairs. Remove these hairs, motherfucker.
In the freaking nasal cavity. It sounds like an eagle screeching. It's actually quite grating on the ears. So if you want to clear it, go take your pinky and shove it up your nose and start digging around and pull it out. That way we're not offended by it so much. Just saying.
You just waste your energy, bro. I don't understand.
There's two of them in here. Get them out.
Yeah, they don't understand that language. It's well beyond their knowledge, as they're not English, you see. So,
plus they're just little kids.
Yes, we all little kids, bro.
Okay.
That's why
Why don't-
we are here.
but that question was very funny. Why don't the scientists measure the
We
Earth
are
properly?
exploring things. We don't want to be a dumb.
Why don't the scientists measure the Earth properly? And prove
Why
it.
would I know this? Why would I know this?
Yeah, you wouldn't know it because you're not looking into it. And the reason you're not
Because I'm not
looking
a
into it is because
scientist.
you don't need to be a
Doesn't
scientist.
do ball shapes. We went over this. Are you a retard? If you are, I'll change my attitude.
Then what you are? I'm asking the same question.
Are you a retard?
Absolutely not.
Then stop acting like one and stop saying the same shit over and over again.
You're also saying the same shit over and over again.
No, he's telling you the truth. He's telling you the
I'm
truth.
also
because-
trying. How can I prove me he's telling the truth?
Go outside.
Yes, just go outside and check. The question was, did you check? You haven't checked yet.
He hasn't even answered that question yet.
Yeah, I know. And if you haven't checked, you can't say we are wrong, because for us to be wrong would mean you have checked. You haven't done that yet.
I have done.
And when you go to check, you're going to be pleasantly surprised. I promise you. And then you're going to come back here laughing, saying, yeah, it's flat.
How stupid I was.
I'm also dumb.
Yeah.
Voilà, das ist super silly. Ja, klar. Okay, Earth is flat. Bye bye.
Yeah. Yes. Good.
Oh, I was joking, bro. It's globe. Thank you.
No, it's flat. Well done.
If Earth is a globe, how come it's measured flat? If Earth is a globe, if Earth is a globe, how come it's measured flat?
Earth is globe.
Hey, stay for the song.
Globe, globe, and globe.
No, it's a globe. It's, in the,
Everybody
it's actually in the Quran. Flat Earth is in the Quran, by the way. So if you're Pakistani and that, then you'll know. In the Quran, it mentions flat Earth as well.
Where?
First, do you want me to post it in the side chat? Okay, hold on a second.
Quran is not for proving Earth is flat or round, bro.
I'm going to post it. The Quran states. Yes, the Quran is stating to you that the Earth is flat. Just give me a few minutes. I will get it for you, please.
Yeah.
This
is the big thing. دروغ ويا سړی خسکوس دیو
هغه به زړه خبره بس راولي ته بس مزه وکړه
ان پاک کې زمونه مې نه سزا کې لیکلي سامړه چې بھئی ارت چې کوم دا غدغه ده زمين هم نه
Yes, there's a few verses. Just a moment, please. I'm just looking now.
لیکلې دیو چیټ کې
They've gone very quiet there, haven't they?
Yeah, they finally thinking in that they realize you can't have water balls and air balls in a vacuum. So Jupiter's not a gas ball. The sun's not a gas ball of light in a vacuum. So they're kind of screwed now at the point where they call us names and that we're stupid because we don't believe in their fairy tales.
Yeah. And then they ask the question, why don't the scientists measure the Earth properly? I thought that was a good one. Made me laugh.
دې مطلب دا خو نه دی دا اوس
I'm looking for it. I'm actually searching. Please give me 2 more minutes. Just 2 more minutes, and I'm going to get it for you now. Okay?
Where's written at? Where is written?
Yeah, I'm going to get it. I'm actually looking right now. I'm going to look at it right now. Give me a chance.
Your propaganda company, NASA, said it's flat too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In their documents. So did the CIA. So did the Army.
And the Navy, and the Air Force, and the Flight Instructor's Manual. Yes, we bring you the truth. We don't need to lie. We don't lie to you.
Yeah, Muslim people dead. Ordinated no more creator. Usa मार के ऊपर थोड़ी इसी तरह का इसको सीधी यार
Earth is globe, hence it's proved. Thank you for your time.
No, you haven't proven it yourself. You haven't checked. That's the problem. You're saying it's flat, but you haven't checked to know. And we're telling you it's not flat because we have checked. We have checked it. Ah, shame. They were funny though. Why are the scientists not measuring the Earth properly? Eh?
Bruh.
That booger whistle, baby. The booger whistle.
Booger whistle. Yeah, they don't understand that language. That's well out of there. They've never come across what you've said there. That was all Greek to them.
It was Cretan. Stark asks, is he mentioning gravity in the Quran?
Oh, Bennett.
Oh no. Oh no. Guys, holy books are about divine creation. Okay, not about scientific principles. It's a higher
Yeah.
art.
Yeah, they think we're completely stupid, you know?
Yeah. No, I'm thankful. Honestly, I am thankful to God that my holy texts are not scientific. Look at the state of what passes for modern science today and how they judge science to be.
Right, right. This was
God
what
had the foresight to see this age coming and knew that his writers would be so well equipped that they would not write their text in the language of today.
Yeah, Carl Sagan had it pinned down already. He was worried about the bamboozlement and how science had become a religion and not adhering to the scientific method. And he was saying, who's going to be holding them to the standards and keep the standards high and teaching real science?
Yeah.
That was Carl Sagan, who was really concerned. A man that never used a scientific method in his life in his field, but he had the awareness, you know, to know that science had become a religion.
And indeed it has. I mean, people aren't aware of this, but did you know that Albert Einstein wrote a little book called The Cosmic Religion?
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. The Cosmic Religion. Absolutely. It's a booklet, and he describes the men of religion being men of science and so on. It's a great little book, if anything, because at the end he has a chapter called aphorisms. Aphorisms, it's a fancy word for quotes.
Oh, right.
And in this chapter of aphorisms, he quotes himself. He quotes himself over and over. And he's got some choice quotes. I actually wrote them down because I thought they were so delectable. Let me go see if I can find a few. Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Albert Einstein, Cosmic Religion. Cosmic Religion.
Albert Einstein actually did that. Wow.
Yeah, his book is on archive.org. Okay. Yeah, of course it's not popping up. Cosmic aphorisms. Your aphorisms. You know, I posted these in 24/7 Flat Earth, our home server. I thought I copied them in my personal notes, and it doesn't appear that that's what I did. But they're in the home server.
All right. They haven't been removed then.
No, just from my own notes. Okay, here he goes. He said, quoting himself, a contemporary, okay, this means a person of the modern age.
Yeah.
A person is a contemporary, has rightly said that the only deeply religious people of our largely materialistic age are the earnest men of research. He also says, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Another quote. He says, the cosmic religious experience is the strongest and the noblest driving force behind scientific research.
Yeah, that word noble comes in a lot, doesn't it? The noble. The noble lie. There you go.
The noble lie. Yeah. How nobler can you get? Or a prince or a son of man in whom there is no salvation.
Yeah. Earnestly researching.
Right.
The
I mean,
earnest
what a
scholar.
clown show.
Yeah. Anthony Fauci told the noble lie, didn't he? Remember? Fauci. He told the noble lie, didn't he? Yeah, with the masks. He said he had to tell a noble lie.
A noble lie. I wonder if our audience knows what a noble lie is.
Yeah.
Noble lie. A lie told by the nobles. A lie so honorable as if to be noble.
That's right. For your benefit, we tell you a noble lie. Because it's meant to protect us.
Yeah. There's an entire Wikipedia article on the noble lie. Oh, that's right, folks. Here it is in side chat.
I was thinking about. Go ahead.
In sociology, social psychology, and social philosophy, the concept of a noble lie is a myth or a lie that is prevalent in society and that either emerges on its own or is propagated by an elite in order to maintain social order or for the greater good. It is argued by some to be an example of the psychological concept of groupthink. Descriptions of it and application of terminology to it date back as early as ancient Greece and Plato's Republic. Yes. Could space be a noble lie? Could the globe be a noble lie? Just as the noble lie was proffered by Egyptian pharaohs.
Yeah,
that's that a pharaoh can only be occupied by a god.
Right.
Oh no.
You know, the definition you read about the noble lie, that's exactly what Anthony Fauci was doing. You know?
Yeah.
Telling the noble lie for control, wasn't it? It said, yeah?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I wonder are we safe to discuss this now? I don't know.
Maybe not. So, but at least it was relevant to space and what's his name? Albert Einstein's, yeah? Because that was the motivation there. And the space religion and science religion.
Cosmic religion.
Yeah, the cosmic religion. There you are.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, here's a book on Amazon. You can scroll up in our text chat. The Cosmic Religion with Opinions and Aphorisms. Hardcover by Albert Einstein.
How many dollars?
$36.95 for the hardcover. $24.95 for the paperback. Guys, let me tell you, this is open source. It's not that long. It's like 50 pages. Wait, 108 pages. Okay.
And you can probably get it on PDF, maybe even.
It's on archive.org. It's in the public domain.
Yeah. There you are.
So when Plato in the Republic wrote about the noble lie, so the Republic, it's a fictional tale known as a myth or a parable. And in it, he describes the origin of like 3 different social classes. And these social classes compose a republic proposed by Plato. And basically, the idea is, like Socrates said, that if these people believed in a myth, the myth of their greatness as a society and people, it would have a good effect and make them more inclined to care for the state as well as each other.
Yes. Yeah.
The birth of statism, my friends.
That's right. Because, the peasants
worship.
The peasants do their peasant lying, but the nobles have the noble lie. They've been noble lying for the longest of time for control. Yeah?
Right. And if we all know our place and how to contribute, then we will all be peaceful.
Yes.
So, like, the American dream is a noble lie.
Yes, and it's a nightmare, actually, by the way.
Yeah. The moon landing is a noble lie.
Yes.
It supports
and that was a hoax in itself as well. See, there's a lot of noble lying going on. They've been noble lying for the longest of time. Go on.
I've been thinking about answering when people say, why would they lie? Oh, because they're trying to protect you from all the scary monsters that are on the known continents. Just make something up, like, oh yeah, that would be a good enough reason, because things are really scary out there. Like,
yeah, you're right. It's time to troll them with a few troll-like answers. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, like the scary monsters. You guys ever see The Village by M. Night Shyamalan, whatever his name is?
Yeah.
Village, 2004.
Shyamalan.
Yeah.
Or what about 30 Days of Darkness? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I remember it vaguely, The Village, actually.
30 Days of Darkness is about a place up in northern Alaska that receives 30 days of darkness. And so everybody leaves this village during that time because the monsters come out and play.
Well, I mean, like, I know The Village. I don't know 30 Days of Darkness, but The Village was, I know, like in all theaters at the time. It was pretty popular. It had Joaquin Phoenix. It had Sigourney Weaver. It had William Hurt. William Hurt, what an underrated actor he is, honest to God. Takes place basically almost like an Amish village. It actually takes place in Pennsylvania. So I laugh. I mean, so I'm in Pennsylvania right now. And, the premise is basically that there's a leader of this village and he gets everybody scared into thinking that they can't leave the village because if they do, they're going to be evil creatures that might get them. Kind of like what you just described, the 30 Days of Darkness. It's
Sorry, it was 30 Days of Night. 30
Days of Night, yeah.
That was my fault.
Don't wander beyond the village. You might be eaten by
the boogeyman.
Creatures. Yep. Don't go beyond the 60th South parallel, or you might get disappeared. Yeah, the 60th South parallel, right? Don't go past that. There was a guy recently who tried to do a live stream using Starlink from Antarctica, and he got busted. Does anybody know anything about that? I only caught wind of it by hearsay.
You're technically not allowed to use Starlink in Antarctica.
Yeah, I heard that by hearsay,
right?
As well. Yeah, I didn't think you could. Yeah, I didn't think you could.
Is that a Joshua Ingersoll I hear?
¿Qué pasa?
Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't go to
I picked
Antarctica
up
then.
on your Nova accent, dude. You're shedding your Georgian and you're going with Nova.
Rip.
Just kidding. Got a standard accent, bro. It's okay.
I was just saying that if they're not allowed to use Starlink in Antarctica, then maybe they didn't go to Antarctica when they saw the quote unquote 24 hours.
Well, so it depends on. So it's technically a violation of their user agreement. So it depends on the organization that you're at Antarctica with if they're willing to sort of like look the other way on that. So certain like expeditions or like organizations that go down there, are willing to look the other way, or they have like an explicit agreement with SpaceX, like they have a different like international roam plan. So by default you can't use it because it's the same as like international waters. But if if the organization you're with gets the paperwork done, you should be able to. But you as an individual person can't do it.
No, I won't be able to. I won't not be able to accept that they've got Starlink in Antarctica. They got a better setup than that at those research stations, surely.
Oh yeah, they use TDRS, or at least
Right.
the old system is TDRS.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be putting in Starlink in there. It won't be any use to them. It's on the move, isn't it? As well, it would have to stay within range all the time, and it can't. It's got to move.
Well, no, I mean they have enough. So they have enough satellites in the polar shells that there's always at least one or two overhead.
Where are these satellites? At what altitude they're at?
For the polar shell, I think it's like mid 400s, high
400 what? 400
I don't
feet.
know. Kilometers. Sorry.
Kilometers. So just 200. So oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you said this before. Yeah, the same altitude as the ISS. That would be,
Higher. ISS is at 400.
Right, and you just said 400. You just said
high 400s. I'm saying like 480, 490.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, high 400s. Yeah, I see now.
They recently
That's still,
filed with the FCC
for me, that
to
would still
modify
be
their
too
altitude.
close. That would still be too close because you've got the CSS, Chinese space station, right there as well. Okay. So that, wouldn't that be too close? And it's funny how we don't get those images from the said space stations themselves that are out there, if they're there. Yeah, nah.
What image?
Can't accept it. I will not be accepting that. You know that already anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. But Starlink didn't deploy the polar shell until, I don't know, like 2 years ago. They focused on mid latitudes first.
So they say, yeah. Bearing in mind, we're not measuring any curvature at all on this Earth, yeah? So that totally just shuts down any idea of any Starlinks and satellites and ISSs, CSSs, telescopes.
You can see the ISS with their, like, as an amateur.
Yeah,
with the naked eye in certain conditions or with a telescope under others.
What I've heard from people is that they saw a white light. That's all they saw. And a white light does not an ISS make, as in my book. And if you're looking on the ground, the ISS is no bigger than an aeroplane. And when you look at an aeroplane in the sky, it's usually around 4 miles above your head, 4 or 5 miles. But they're saying that the ISS is 240 miles up. You're not going to see that. It will be a dot with the naked eye.
It would with the naked eye. It's only visible during dawn and dusk when it's being illuminated by the sun and reflecting light back down to Earth.
That would still be a guess, not confirmation. Yeah, you couldn't confirm it was the ISS with human beings on board.
Some
people don't film the transit across the moon. Then
there's human across the board on board from the ground, but you can confirm that it's the ISS, comparing it against publicly available two-line element data, as well as the TT&C spectrum they use in the S band.
No, I cannot confirm that. The only way I would be able to confirm that is to actually be on it. Yes, I'm on the ISS.
Josh,
outside of
Josh,
that,
how do people get the transit? How do people film the transit then? How do people film the transit?
Film the transit? What do you mean?
Yeah,
across the sky.
You said the only time it's visible. You said the
with
only
telescope.
time
I
it's
said
visible
with the naked eye.
The naked eye.
Visible with the naked eye. Yeah. Other times you can use the telescope to see it.
Yeah, well, that's another interesting thing. How come when it's between me and the sun, I see it reflecting light?
No, this is dawn and dusk. So this is like
No. Yeah, I know. I've seen it at dusk. At dusk.
Yeah, you see
when the sun when it is between me and the sun.
No, it should be the sun would be at the horizon. And
Yes,
it would be
I've
above
seen
you.
it between me and the sun, bro. I've seen it between me and the sunset, reflecting light towards my eye. How does that work? Please tell me.
I don't agree
Yeah,
with
you
that
don't know because you don't have an explanation for that, do you?
No, I don't think that assertion is valid.
No. Yeah, I've
seen
it.
I would love to see some data on that.
I've seen it come from the south at sunset and travel north and pass the sunset, and I've seen it to the north. And it be illuminated the whole way. And yes, I looked it up and it was supposed to be the ISS.
Oh, real quick, if anybody wants to watch the video of the streamer get his stuff confiscated in Antarctica, I posted it at 26 minutes after the year.
What was that video of? Something being confiscated?
Oh yeah, the live streamer's equipment in Antarctica.
Test, mic check, sorry.
Hello, welcome back.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I was just talking to Josh and I got booted. Sorry. Josh, you still there? My satellite friend.
No, I unloaded him. He was starting to call T-Dib a liar. So.
What the hell? Well, Josh, if you're still listening, I was just in Nova. We could have gone to Anita's out in Fairfax or something, had some breakfast burritos, but I missed you. So, oh well, maybe next time, Josh.
Yeah, there is something in the sky, but I refuse to accept that it's the ISS. And the only way I'll accept that is to be on the ISS itself. That's my standard. Sorry. I'm not going to believe it or accept it. There's something up there, but it's definitely not the ISS with human beings on board, traveling at Mach 23 on a supposed Earth ball. The trajectory alone at that speed would tear that thing to shreds because it's not configured to withstand the G's that it would be subjected to at that speed. Mach 23 on a curved trajectory. Can you imagine that? Ooh, that's just outrageous. It's bad enough traveling at it in a horizontal linear speed. That's 5 miles in a second. Okay, that's 5 miles in 1 second. Bang, 5 miles just gone away from you like that. Okay, so no, you're not. That's 17,500 miles per hour. Okay, so no. And then if you want to put that into a curved trajectory of what, 26,000 plus mile circumference, because it's above the Earth at 240 miles, so that's a bigger circumference. And then you want to subject that to a Mach 23, right? 23 times the speed of sound. You know, that noise, 23 times faster than that. And you look at these things, these flimsy solar panels and these modules just connected, and it's going to withstand a 9,000 960,000 Gs. And now the thing is going to break apart. The centrifugal forces would kill it. So no, I'm not going to accept that. And they like to speak in the affirmative so strongly, you know, insisting and asserting it like it's fact. Like we need air to breathe. That's a fact. And they're asserting the ISS at that level of assertion. I cannot stand that. That's really bad. No, we've got to play them at their own game. No, the only way I'm going to accept that, you put me on there, then I'm going to accept it. Outside of that, no, it's not there. Thanks. Bye.
What the heck? I joined because I heard Tenza call me again. Hope you know that I was on the wrong part of the live stream. Just kidding. I am tripping.
Hello there.
Hey, how's it going?
All right. What happened here? Super quiet, huh? Let's see if I can get something going. You guys know what's going on over on Twitter today?
No.
All right, let's post it here. Doge Designer is an account that Elon Musk frequently retweets or reposts, and this is the real footage from the moon. You should go and watch it. Ridiculous, obviously. But it got a few million views. People are excited. We're going back to the moon, apparently. Paradox says, okay, thumbs up. Let's check out YouTube a little bit while we wait. Do we still have an event running? No, we can start one. Let's do that. Do we have any suggestions? Event topic. All right, your chance to talk to real flat earthers. That's the event title. We can start it in 1 minute. And we can describe. Ask us for our flat earth evidence. Should I be a little bit edgy and spell that with a Z? Okay, let's do that. Let's read the chat while we wait. The event has started, by the way. Paradox says, is NASA and other space organizations trustworthy? Overfences says, a spy agency trustworthy? Good point. They have been reclassified as a spy agency, so no, we can't trust them because they are legally allowed to lie to the American people. I think that happened in September last year. Paradox says, make this event. Yeah, I made it. We're going to check out YouTube. Hello, everyone over on YouTube. If you want to interact, you can just do that in the chat for a little while, at least as long as I'm on. I can read it when we have some dead air over here. If you want to join and talk to us and grab a mic, you can do that. We're hanging out over on Discord .gg/ENGHUB Inghub, English Hub. Let's check YouTube and see if we can get some comments going. Do we have here? Yannick K. Desager 2017. Hope I didn't botch your name too much. Yannick Desager 2017. They didn't lie. Lying means they know and they advocate against it. Yeah, I guess somebody asked why would they lie? Like a history class teacher teaching history but never able to prove it is true. That's a good point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's tradition at this point. Your teacher, I don't think they lie intentionally. Why would they? They have no knowledge about the shape of the earth. They're just repeating the story that they have been told.
Dude, I'm new to this. Yeah, please carry on.
No, go ahead.
Oh, do you guys really believe that Earth is flat?
Me? It's not exactly a belief. It's more knowledge based. Can I ask you a question though?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. By the way, welcome. Have you been here before?
Oh, I'm new to this. Like,
all right.
Why, Sean? I'm asking.
Well, you have very, very good English. A lot of people who come here, they also come in to practice their English. But where are you from?
I live in Nepal.
Okay. Well, I was born in Sweden, but I live in America now. Hey, listen, are you able to look at the chat? The chat, yes.
Yeah, I can.
Do you see the picture I posted?
The one with the whole spherical trigonometry of a
Yes,
sphere.
yes. Yeah, exactly that one. But let's just look at the picture. What is it the picture of?
Switch.
Do you know what the picture is? You see the round thing there? Looks like a ball. Have you seen it before? Did we lose the guy? Oh, he got so scared. I thought I was being super friendly. All right, we're gonna try it again when the next one comes in here. Anyway, we can do some more comments over on YouTube. I was just halfway through. I'm going to get to do my shtick at least once today to get my daily dopamine hit. But we're gonna try again in a little while here. Let's see what YouTube people have to say. All right, where were we? Yannick Deschagers, 2017. It's like a history teacher. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Did anybody wants to speak? You can do that. If not, we're going to continue with the YouTube comments. As long as, unless people mind, just interrupt me or whatever, we can do something else. But I think when we have some dead air, I'm going to take the opportunity to interact with our YouTube listeners a little bit. And we have an event running, so there might be people coming in. And I would like this to be a friendly. Oh, hello.
I just want to ask you a quick question because I don't have an X account. What are they claiming is the source of the footage?
SpaceX.
Right, but specifically?
I don't know the specifics. I would have to check. I assume it's SpaceX since it was retweeted by Musk. So.
Okay, I'll dig into it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The fact it says real footage from the moon is a giveaway right there. Yeah, I agree. I mean, they shouldn't have to tell us that it's real, right? It's just so ridiculous. And then you asked me, do you post videos of your house and say, this is real footage of my house? Exactly. You wouldn't have to say that if it was real. Good point. A lot of the comments, they're making the same point as well. I think my account on X is super shadow banned because I often critique Elon Musk, and I think you've seen a couple of my tweets and maybe told his people there to shadow ban me because I have followers, but my posts are only seen by like 10 people every time I post something. So I don't know, not that I care that much about it. It's just interesting that it happens that way. But he did retweet this. He did repost this one, so he maybe he thinks it's real. What is going on X? Yeah, you can scroll up to, let's see, 52 minutes after the hour, where the previous hour. So Well, maybe I can just link to the post, I suppose. Let's see here. Copy with a message link. I was just talking about how ridiculous it is that they're trying to pass this off as real footage from the moon.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, thank you for asking. So, what's the
Yeah.
topic?
The topic is Earth. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, so what do you think that? I'm very interested.
All right.
Yeah.
Are you able to watch the? Can you see the chat?
The chat.
The chat. Yes.
Oh,
You
yeah,
don't-
like Earth
Okay.
is flat. So, what do you think that?
Yeah.
Do
Look
you
at the
believe
chat.
that Earth is flat?
Yeah. It's not a belief. It's a knowledge I have. But let me ask you a question about it. Can you see what I posted? There's a picture in the chat that I posted. Plain and
Yeah, I can
truth.
see.
What's? Do you know what it's a picture of?
No, what is that? Tell me.
Do you see it? You never seen this? They say it's the Earth.
Okay, so Earth, like.
That's what they say. I mean, they say it looks like a ball, and we're in space. Maybe you've heard the story, right?
Yeah, and it's like a ball. You know, it's a very big and massive.
That's
and
what they
you are
say.
living,
Yeah, exactly.
when you are living like
Go ahead.
inside of the Earth, like on the and it's like it seems like Earth is flat, you know, because it's a very massive. It's very big.
You think it's big?
You know, that's why you think that like Earth is flat, because
Is that right?
it's like a carpet. It's very big. It's very massive. We are living on the Earth, and
That's what they say,
and
yeah.
it seems like a carpet. You know, that's why.
Oh, you think it's flat then?
And you believe only what you're seeing. That's why it is your problem.
You think so?
You know. Yeah.
You know what I see when I look at that picture? Do you see all the blue stuff? Do you know what that is?
No, tell me, what is that?
You don't know what the blue... You see the ball that I pasted, right? The picture? You don't know what the blue stuff is supposed to be?
No.
Really? Maybe someone else can help you. Does anybody know what the blue stuff is that in the picture that I pasted? It's supposed to be Earth, right? Have you never seen Earth pictures from space before?
No.
Oh, you haven't? Wow. A lot of people come in here and they're like, "Hey, we've seen pictures from of Earth from space."
Okay, what about the time zone? Like, okay, what about the time? If you believe that Earth is flat,
Let's stay on this topic here. We're going to talk about water first, and then we can move on to something else, okay? But I want to tell you why
but
I'm a
you
flat
know the
earther.
answer. Like, if I'll ask you about the time zone.
Yeah, we can talk about time zones, but we're going to talk about water first.
I'm going to add this real quick. If I give you an answer for time zones, Diamond, will you accept it or dismiss it and ask something else?
Yeah, we can talk about time zones when we're done with the water discussion. So let me ask you, the blue stuff on this picture, it's water. Do you understand? Do you even agree that it's water? You with us?
I think he's shut down.
Yeah.
Let me answer this question for him real quick. Diamond, if I give you the answer, will you accept it? Yeah.
Yeah, he was probably busy, so he left. All right.
I think he just shut down. I think he was really upset with this.
It's difficult.
Oh, hey, Diamond. If I give you a quick answer, will you accept the answer? Or
I don't need your explanations or answers. You're just brainwashed, guys.
you want me to explain time zones or no?
You know, I'm sorry about that. You're really brainwashed, guys. Really.
So you don't want any explanations or anything.
No, it's a bullshit. You're brainwashed.
I'm sorry. This is stupid.
cry
Ask
about
the
it.
question and denies the answer. Doesn't even want to hear the answer.
You're brainwashed,
You're insane,
guys.
man. Yeah.
It's so sad, guys. I suppose you're from America, and your teachers, your like all of the people.
Plain
you're,
and
like,
Truth is not
totally
from America. Murr is not from America.
Yeah, I'm from Europe.
Anyway.
I'm from the Balkans. So,
Anyway, same shit.
so different
Cry
countries
about
are the
it.
same shit. Yeah.
He left.
Bad. Anyways, Grand Rising, everybody. Hope y'all doing good.
What's up, man? Hey, Plain and Truth. I'm sorry, man. I like he wasn't gonna let that one go, and I have a quick answer for it. It's just, once you give the answer, we need to know that that's the answer, and we move on. That was the only reason why I said that, so I apologize.
Yeah, it's no problem. I actually got some critique here from DJ that I like. So he mentioned to me that maybe my approach is a little bit patronizing, like when I ask people what the blue stuff is and so forth, right? And I can see that now. I was more doing that as to be friendly and joking about it a little bit. But look, I'm not going to take that approach anymore. Then I'm just going to ask them if they know, if they've seen a picture like this before, and then we can move on from there. Because normally people should know that the blue stuff is water, right? But I kind of wanted to build some.
Or you don't even have to ask, like if they're being patronizing themselves, you can just say, hey, can we agree that the blue stuff is water?
Yeah, I kind of just want to, have a baseline with them. So I take the critique to heart. It's a good critique. I have been thinking about it a little bit. So I'm going to change.
I don't see it as patronizing, but I can see DJ's point.
Yeah, I can see it as I think I came through as a little bit, I'm smarter than you or whatever. So I'm going to be more careful with the Globers here. But anyway, if they come in again and they want to talk, I'll move right to the point of the laser test. So it's appreciated, DJ. We have Zygomatic down there. Hello, how are you? Appreciate the feedback there.
Get ready yourself.
Zygomatic is at work and is listening.
All right. We have Steel at. Welcome. Zygomatic says, hey all, listening in at work. Yeah, that's how I started in this channel. I always had it on in the background. So, welcome. And yeah, we can't talk about medical stuff here because we're live on YouTube. Paradox. Not even in the chat. I actually think that might be a Discord TOS as well, but I'm not sure. I know YouTube have a problem with it.
But yeah, personally, Plain and Truth, I do enjoy your approach to it. I think it's a very basic and soft approach, and obviously we're always open to refinement. So, like I was saying, like instead of asking if he knows what the blue stuff is, we can say, can we agree that the blue stuff is water? And then from there, you can go into your spiel.
Right. Yeah, that's perfect. I just wanted to figure out if they actually even see in the picture I'm talking about. So it's I need to take. I'll take your advice there. It's good. Thank you.
But I am amazed at how many people don't want to hear the answer. Like you're like, I give you the answer, are you going to accept it? No, I don't want to hear it. Like, whoa, you asked the question, now you don't want the answer?
Right. Over Fences says, why is there an FE disclaimer on videos? Yeah, who knows? That's a YouTube thing. Super weird.
Yeah, that was a congressional thing. YouTube agreed to do that for Congress.
I've noticed that they have actually softened the policy a little bit because you can actually find some flat earth content on YouTube now if you know what to search for.
Yeah, I remember I used to search Witsit, and Witsit wouldn't even come up. It would be all Flat Earth Dave. Or not Flat Earth Dave, Professor Dave, sorry.
Yeah, Professor. I was just gonna say, really, you got Flat Earth Dave. That's amazing. But yeah, Professor Dave. The anti-flat stuff comes first for like the first 100 results.
And this is before Dave and Witsit got together and had a conversation about it, right? Because before that, Dave would never mention Witsit. Well, like, it's not even in one of his hashtags. So why is Dave coming up first?
Right. Yeah, I know a thing or two about shadow banning too. It has happened to me.
I am forever not allowed to get monetized on Twitter. I just found that out recently.
Wow, that's brutal.
Yeah, I'm like devalued in all the search results, placed in lower value in like how my feed comes across other feeds, all kinds of crazy stuff.
I mean, I saw someone just post. This was maybe 2 weeks ago or so, when they released the new Epstein files, and there was some mentions in them about flat Earth. And I think Joe Rogan said at some point, every single conspiracy comes true except for flat Earth, and then he left. And then someone joked about it and said that we were kind of disappointed or whatever. He got like 5 million views on that thing, an anti-flat Earth post, right? And if we say anything, we get 50 views. It's crazy. And that guy, like, he became a member of Twitter for like a week earlier. You know, I've had my accounts for years, and I'll never get 5 million hits on anything. Even if I tweet about cats, I don't get that. So that's how shadow banned I am. Anyway, rant over. Speaking of cats, I do play that cat thing here on Discord. Oh, I missed it. Crap. All right.
I missed the Space Dingoes commercials.
Which base was that?
It was just mocking the Dingoes soccer team in Australia, and they called it Space Dingoes.
Oh.
It was just hilarious. I think it was Space Dingoes.
Over Fences says it's so stupid. If it was the entire world, there would be no reason to put that warning out. The warning is to discourage people from looking for truth. Yeah, but Actually, it has I think it has the Streisand effect, at least on some people who like to think a little bit for themselves. I know my own brother, he's not a flat earther, but he said, when I saw that warning, I knew it was government trying to hide something from me. So it had the opposite effect, and I think they did that with, the medical stuff we can't talk about too. People actually looked into the videos where it was stamped. So I don't know, I think they kind of did themselves a disservice, and they still have those tags on a lot of stuff there. But people who are on the fence, they see it as a reason to look into it instead. Paradox says the truth immediately gets labeled as a conspiracy theory. Yeah. Over Fences says, some of you will just roll over and accept what you're told. Some of us see that label and take it as challenge. Exactly, yeah. Oh, you probably typed that as I was ranting about it. Yeah. Yeah, Over Fences says, which truth? To the truth immediately gets labeled as conspiracy theory. Exactly, which truth? The fact that they are so arrogant that they are going to be the arbiters, is that even a word? Arbiters. I'm going to have to use, someone who can speak English going to have to say the word. Arbiters of truth is so weird. I mean, they're going to sit there and let the rest of the population know what truth is. DJ says you need to get over that fence they set up for you. Fences.
Don't think they would put them things there if they weren't effective, you know.
Oh, you think it is effective? Do you think people skip videos because they see a warning? Maybe. I haven't thought about that. Maybe.
No, not necessarily skip the video, but if they have a doubt arise in their mind after the video and they go straight to Wikipedia, it's kind of like who can get to the person first when they are experiencing genuine doubt.
I forgot about that. They do link to Wikipedia, don't they? Yeah. Yeah, it's been such a long time since I clicked on it, so I didn't think about that. But yeah, they can get to you first. They have something similar over on X, community notes, which is supposed to like tell you what the truth is. It's just that it becomes so ridiculous that now it's almost like if someone gets a community note, you know for sure that there's something to your post that's rings true, at least in our community as flat earthers, and well, some of the medical stuff as well, to be honest. And I think community notes are getting better over on X, actually, but they used to be so bad that you could just write the note and say flat earth is false or whatever, or earth is a ball, or I guess they wouldn't say that. They would say earth is a sphere or an oblate spheroid, and then they didn't have to back it up at all. No source, no link, no nothing. That was all you had to say, and people would vote for it, and that would be the truth, I guess. But now it's a little bit harder because we have many flat earthers that have become community note writers. I am one for myself, so I can actually go in there and create notes and downvote. And since I am a writer, my vote is worth a little bit more than normal people who don't have that right. So, and there's a few of us. So we're going to try to balance that out.
I believe it's an incredibly artificial playground you're playing in on these platforms.
Yes, the algorithm is controlling everything there.
I mean, your algorithms will be set up to give you the impression that your messages reach anyone, really, or make a dent. Whereas their algorithms, they've not even fucking seen the post, they don't even know it exists.
Yeah, that's true. You can see that when you look at comments from some posts. all the people that you follow and friends that you have, you will see their comments first, and somebody else is going to see something completely different. So you might think that, a topic is super hot and important, and a lot of people agree with you, when that might not be the case. Paradox says, everything you guys debunk, FE, evolution versus whatever, I can't say that word. Yoder says, we debunk pseudoscience. That is correct. Pseudoscience. Paradox agrees, correct. Our Fences has a post that says, about the article I posted about the moon video post earlier. The public engagement numbers, 1.7 million views in hours, also reveal something important. Space development has moved from niche interest to mainstream cultural conversation. That's partly because people increasingly see Starship not as a distant science fiction concept, but as infrastructure that will be operational within their lifetime, perhaps even within the next presidential term. Yeah, it gives people hope. But they have been saying things like this since like 1978, we're going back to the moon. 1980, we're going back to the moon. All the administrations have done this. It's so stupid that people are still not just disregarding it. Just like, no.
1.7 million views. I believe like the most popular Twitch gamer streamers get more than that.
Well, but on X, that's a lot. That's a large number for a normal person.
Probably inflated. Nobody watches fucking NASA streams and all that shit. The only people watching it are like anti-flat earther types,
Yoder says,
just so they can put out their latest like, here's what's happening in science video,
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at these numbers. I mean, yeah, a lot of them are bots as well over on X right now. So they can push whatever truth they want. Yoder says, the heliocentric globe cosmology is pseudoscience. Yes, for sure. The cause of gravitation is pseudoscience. Yeah, there's a lot of examples of pseudoscience. Pseudoscience, in my definition, is basically something that can't be reproduced reliably. And you can't, there is no experiment to prove gravity. And the ones that they have, the Parlour tricks and so forth, Cavendish and things like that, they can't be reproduced reliably. And even if they could, they're not really proof of anything except for buoyancy and density, maybe. Welcome to reality, says Over Fences to Paradox. That's true. Psychomatic says, such a good point, and hopefully more people question it now too, especially with more and more people showing distrust in government. Yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, if a flat earther is probably a nightmare. Not speaking about violence or anything like that, but if you're much harder to control when you know the real when you understand where you live. Yeah, I agree there, DJ. He is mentioning medical topics, and that's not a good thing. I see it as well. Yeah, so be warned, Paradox. It's not the first time you do that, okay? Paradox defend himself. Always been respectful. Yeah, well, don't type in those kind of things. You typed the word, and I almost read it out loud there, so... Overfences says 250,000 of those views are from Josh. Speaking of Josh, I actually wanted to talk to him today because even though he's annoying, he has content, at least when there's silence here. I wanted to talk to him and some people here about he plotted that ISS path on an AE map, right? And he also plotted it on, I assume, the Mercator projection, And I wanted to ask him, I mean, if you plot that path on the 200 different map projections that we have, do you really think that, the distance it travels and the speed has to change? It's just a dumb map projection. Why does it matter which one of them you plot it on? It's not, you don't have to change its speed or distance or anything. It's just, it's a different projection. That's all it is. So AE map or
it would be the exact same path on any projection.
Yeah, and in his picture, thank you for interacting on this point, because I just want to see if I'm the one that's retarded or if he is or whoever. Because
he had this explained to him the first time he posted it. Okay, then he came back the next day and he posted it and got corrected again, and then came back the next day and posted it. And when corrected again, he said, "Oh, that's right. That doesn't work on you guys. It only works on the dumb flat earthers," or something like that.
Right. Yeah, because it is pretty dumb. I mean, because why would the speed increase and distance be longer just because you plot it on a different projection? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just dumb.
It's a straw man. He's straw manning us
that too.
Well, he's also stating accurately what many flat earthers do claim, and that they ignore the the variable scale on the AE map and think that that those distances in the south are much further distances than what they really are supposed to be in relation to that map projection. So
yeah, it's so weird. It's like they do the same thing about Pearl Harbor. They're like, they plot it on one projection and they're like, look how short the path is. They plot it on another one and it looks like it's, super long, and they think that the distance is physically changed somehow. It can't be. It's just a different projection. Distance is exactly the same. So super weird.
You know what I'd actually be interested in seeing? Like a distribution of ISS sighting locations. Like see the hotspot where the most are taken from and see how it's spread out.
I haven't even downloaded the app. I think there is an app you can download and see when it flies over you or something like that. I've never even seen it with my own eyes, but just because I'm I'm not interested in it. So I don't know much about it, but I do know that if you plot its path on a projection, it's going to plot just fine on all of those 200 that we plot, and it's not going to have to increase speed or anything. Obvious says intellectual integrity is the biggest factor in being respectful during a conversation, which you've failed miserably about. Don't care if you're polite in your tone. All right, to Paradox. I've always been respectful in my convo with you guys. Well, maybe you have Paradox, but you can't speak about those things. There is a tone thing there. I agree with Obvious.
I don't think you have to read everything out, Blaine, but fair enough.
I'm doing it because we have
just specifically for Paradox, and that's in reference to his general behavior, not this stuff.
Yeah, I'm doing it for the YouTube listeners and people who have this on in the background. When we have some dead air, it's better than just silence here. So, yeah. But yeah, just reading some comments. We're going to look at the YouTube comments now because we're out of chat in our chat. We have an event running too, so if someone is new and you just joined and you want to talk about Earth, we can do that. The Shonu 888 over on YouTube says, one Glober just debunked 20 Globers. Good job. That was an hour ago or so. I wasn't there for that, so I don't know the context of it, but thanks for interacting. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good. What are we talking about?
Who are you?
I'm XPX.
XPX, nice to meet you. Yeah, we're talking about Earth. We're talking about Earth.
I mean,
can I ask you a question about it?
Yeah.
All right. Can you have a look at the chat? I wanna show you a picture.
Sure.
All right, so I pasted it there. So it's a picture of Earth, the ball, and it has water on it. You agree?
Water is flat, so Earth is flat.
Oh, you're a flat earther. No, but seriously, are you or no? Yes.
No.
No. All right. So, but you agree that the water in that picture, that the blue thing, it's water, right? Like, Earth is
Yeah.
covered in a lot of it. Yeah.
Mhm.
So the funny thing about water in the picture is that it's actually curving around that sphere, right? So water that I've seen doesn't curve; it's flat always. But
Yeah.
do you happen to know the radius of Earth?
The radius of Earth?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
Looks like 359.
yeah,
I don't see what.
they say it's 3,959 miles.
Mhm.
So because they have told us the size, we can figure out how much that water needs to curve over distance. That's what the diagram there in the picture is for. So you can see that over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curvature.
Mhm. But we're not saying that it's flat in that way. We're saying that the water is not fizzling, so it's flat. It's not carbonated.
Yeah, I'm talking about the horizontality of water.
Yeah, the horizontality is like we could always talk about that, and it would always be round.
Yeah, but you agree that if Earth is a ball, water is curving around it, right? It
Mhm.
has to. And do you know why it's curving around it? Is it because of gravity?
Yes.
Right. So for this discussion, the purpose of our discussion here, I just want to explain to you why I am a flat earther, right? Because people often come in and ask, why do you believe that the Earth is flat? And I say it's not a belief; it's knowledge. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you here, that if Earth, we have been told that Earth's radius is 3,959 miles.
Mhm.
So we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. And there's a method to it, right? You can find a friend and a 10-mile wide lake. You have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall, right? Or water doesn't curve. So there are many of these Earth curvature calculators. And if water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a sphere. Or if you have resources, you can buy a laser. You place that laser 1 foot over the water on beach A. You shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you're living on a globe of radius 3959 miles, that laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. But guess what? It will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side because water doesn't curve, it's flat.
Mhm. So water is flat.
Yeah, 100% flat. So it doesn't curve. Therefore, when they show us these pictures of these balls from in space with all the curving water, I can't take that serious because I cannot confirm it. I was a glober for years before I even thought about going out and check, and I have checked this myself, right? So DJ posted an example in the chat at 35 minutes after the hour, 11.2 miles, zero curvature. DJ, if you're there and you want to take this one, please go over it with him.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple one. This is a guy testing for the curvature. It's Dr. John D. He set up his camera at 1 meter height, which is 3.5 foot. And he's got a windmill farm out in the ocean at a known distance. The furthest windmill on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away.
Mhm.
Okay, so if the Earth were a globe, if gravity were true, as we're told, mass attracting mass, this water would have to be curving a certain amount. Okay, a byproduct of that curvature would be the horizon. The geometric horizon would have to be at 2.29 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got
And then
it.
anything that goes past the horizon should become obstructed by a certain amount behind the horizon, depending on how high it is. Okay, that would have to happen, right? If the Earth were a globe, if gravity were as we're told. And what happens is when we go out and actually test for the curvature, it's never there, right? We can see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see if the Earth was a globe. So yeah, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of these tests that have been done now, using all sorts of different methods to try to find that curvature that would have to be there, and it's not there.
I see.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, it's something to think about. We have Ancient Traveler with us. Welcome back. I've seen you here before.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. We're currently talking to XPX a little bit, and we're hanging out with our friends over on YouTube. This is, of course, live streamed 24/7. And if you're over on YouTube and you want to interact with us, you can do so in the chat over there, and I will read it. I'll also read chat that we post here. If you have any more questions about Flat Earth, XPX, feel free to ask.
Oh no, I don't really have any questions.
Nice. We can post a link to a video if you have some time at some point, if you want to check one of these tests out. Here is one that I like. It's 21 miles out in Utah. They shot a laser 5 foot over the beach on one side, and it ended up 5 foot over the beach on the other side. When, if it was a ball, it should have ended up over 260 feet up in the air on the other side, and it doesn't do that because water isn't curving.
Here's an interesting one in the side chat. There's actually a link to it there as well. But yeah, so this is a Earth curve calculator made by someone that obviously thinks flat earthers are insane. And this one, because it's called Flat Earth Insanity, Earth Curvature Calculator, Horizon Calculator. And they added a refraction slider. So I put it in. Right, so we got to account for refraction, right? So yeah, I maxed it out, and apparently there should still be a huge amount missing. So instead of 52 feet hidden, maxing out the refraction slider, there should still be 18.5 foot hidden.
How did Al Biruni ever measure the radius if that horizon is just refracted?
Yeah, that's a good point. Exactly. Yeah. Well, the globe earthers, they don't have to, they get lucky and they go out on days where refraction doesn't exist, so they don't need to account for it. Flat earthers, on the other hand, right, they go out and they have this unbelievable divine refraction every single time. It's just bad luck, I guess.
18 foot is still 6 meters. That's like a 2-story building that's hidden.
Yeah.
So good luck explaining that. especially since we see those things bottom all the way to the top.
Even just the concept of these refraction sliders is just beyond retarded as well, right? Just guessing, like sliding something, not having any idea what's going on with the refractive index, and then thinking that you could just use this slider to account for something.
What was the value again before you used the slider?
Zero. Well, zero, 52 feet hidden.
52, okay, to 18. So we got
120%.
34, 120%. Yeah, which is
that maxes it out,
ridiculous, right?
Yeah, it's unrealistic.
Yeah, you can't even get that in a lab setting. Not that much. That's craziness. But that's nice too. I mean, because then if you have the link to it, I think I'm gonna.
I'll post.
I don't mind granting them refraction because it doesn't help them, and this is a good example. Even at 120, it doesn't help them.
Yeah, so we're giving them an anti-flat Earth refraction calculator, right? Obviously made by people that are against flat Earth, trying to debunk flat Earth, and it accounts for refraction. So yeah, they can go nuts with this and try to explain the observation using this Earth curvature calculator with a refraction slider.
Yeah, I would like to shake his hand, whoever it is that made it. Thanks. I'll grant you your refraction from now on. I usually grant 20%, but you know that. So 120 seems a little excessive. Even for a Glober. FEI Horizon Calculator. Thank you. I'm going to save it. It's funny. I wonder if there actually is a formula in that he just pulled it out of his behind.
Yeah, it's a refraction coefficient slider. So they basically pre-assume a globe, and then when it's set to 0, that will be a 39-59 mile radius. And then as you slide it up, it basically just increases the radius of the globe to try to account, for the bending light rays. That's a very simplified way of explaining it.
You can give them as much as they like, because it's basically a concession that we don't see or measure the geometry that's claimed to exist. So all these times that they come in saying, "Oh, just watch a boat go over the horizon." Well, don't you mean the refracted boat goes over the refracted horizon? They're not even claiming geometry at that point when they say refraction.
They're still claiming a geometric horizon, though.
Yeah, that's a contradiction.
Well, they're saying that is the geometric horizon that you're looking at. It's just displaced because of refraction, but still the geometric horizon. Just not.
That's not what the experts say. They're not saying that you're seeing the geometric horizon displaced, like that it's been moved by refraction. They're saying that you're seeing the horizon you would see if you were at a greater altitude or if the Earth were bigger. So you're actually seeing the horizon you're seeing is actually a piece of the Earth's surface which is beyond the geometric horizon that's been lifted up into your field of view due to light curving, an arc of light reaching your eye from beyond the geometric horizon. So if anybody says that the geometric horizon has been displaced by refraction, well, they don't understand their own rhetoric. They don't understand the model. You got OG and you got OH in the diagrams that they draw. And OH is not a representation of OG at all. Because OG would be the observer to the geometric horizon. OH would be the to the refraction, to the refracted part that you're seeing, which is an arc that goes over the top of your straight line view to the geometric horizon.
So what the other one should be is geometric horizon plus refraction equals refracted horizon.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it should be.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it should be. It should be, this is the geometric horizon, this is the distance based off of your elevation. Now we grab our formula for refraction, we add that on top, and this is how far you should see due to refraction on that particular day. So, let's make this calculator, let's go out and test it. Oh look, they can't. They have to reverse engineer everything.
Right. Because you know how you look down one of them, like you reverse, you turn the telescope around and you look at it the other way, right? Or your binoculars, and it looks like everything's really far away, right? Well, it's not like they're saying, Andrew Thomas Young is saying that that's happening, where the geometric horizon has been like somehow made to appear to be further back, further away, right?
Oh, they're saying that you're just seeing it. You're seeing the geometric horizon that is at 1.22 miles, right? They're saying that you're seeing that horizon displaced because of the light bending.
But they're incorrect. That's not what Andrew Thomas Young says. Andrew Thomas Young says that stays where it is. That doesn't move, right?
The geometric horizon doesn't move. You just see it in an apparent location because of refraction.
No, Andrew Thomas Young doesn't say that. He doesn't say that point, or that 1.225 mile point, gets displaced and looks like it's further away or closer. That's not what he says. He says that there's a point beyond the geometric horizon, right? That is the light coming from that is coming up and over the top of that place and reaching your eyes. So you're actually seeing a piece of Earth that's at a greater distance. So you are actually seeing like a piece of the water, right? So all that water in the Black Swan, right, that you're seeing, right, is you're actually seeing it. That is the water that is at 9.6 miles, right? At that furthest oil rig. The water underneath it, that is actually the water that is underneath that oil rig, but you shouldn't be able to see it. But the way the light's behaving in the air is allowing you to actually see it.
Like lifting it up or something. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's arcing up and over. And then the horizon beyond that is also, so that would be the horizon. That's like at whatever distance it is away. We can't even tell, right? We know it's beyond 9. Is it 9.6 or 9.4? Whatever. It's beyond 9 miles, right? That's actually like, let's say it was actually 10 miles, just grand 10 miles, right? Well, that's actually the water that you would see if you could actually like be up higher and look over. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's because because that's what their slider does, right? The slider, you could consider their slider to actually either increase your height or increase the radius value of the Earth. You could leave the Earth at its current radius value and just extend your height, and to allow you to see it.
That's what I always say to them. I'm like, all right, so you're claiming that really there is a geometric horizon there at 1.22 miles away. And everything beyond that is just being perfectly lifted up the exact right amount to make it all just appear like it's flat beyond that point. Everything, including everything. Right, like the 21-mile Great Salt Lake observation is a good example because you don't just have ocean and sky in the background, you've got a giant mountain and a mining town in the background. So not only are they claiming that the physical geometric horizon's at 2.7 miles away, everything beyond that is just perfectly being lifted up a completely different amount, depending on the distance, to make it appear like it's flat, including the entire shoreline, the entire rest of the lake, the entire mining town in the background, and the entire mountain range.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's ludicrous.
Yeah, due to extreme ducting.
Hey, can I get a mic check? Somebody said my microphone sucks.
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine. We can hear you.
Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, ducting, visible light, ducting. I can't find a single demonstration of this happening. Like a single observation that exists that shows ducting of visible light. And when Globers bring up ducting, they'll always share an article that's based off radio wave propagation rather than visible light.
That's interesting.
Yep. I don't think there is a paper on ducting for visible light. Maybe, I'm not sure, maybe Andrew Thomas Young, maybe his website has something about it. But there's no real world demonstration of it. I mean, what, with the radio wave duct, like a completely different wavelength, so it's not comparable to visible light. But aren't they saying that it's like there's like a duct, like a tube basically, and the light's bouncing up, bouncing down, bouncing up, bouncing down, and then you're getting this radio signal that's some huge distance away that shouldn't reach that far because of the curvature of the Earth, and they say, oh, it's ducting. Is that what they're trying to say with the visible light as well? That it's bouncing up and down and but it still all looks just non-distorted in your field of view. Is that what they're saying? Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'll have to look that up. I mean, I've tried to look it up, but you can't find any information about it. You can't really even find diagrams about it when it comes to visible light.
So are they saying it's caused by extreme differences in surface versus air temperature?
Yeah, I'll put a diagram in the side chat with what they're telling you is happening with radio wave ducting. Just a second. Right, so if they're saying this is what happens with a radio wave for ducting, then they would also have to be saying this is what's happening for visible light with ducting as well.
Right, so it's getting trapped. But, I mean, wouldn't that make everything look really wavy?
Yeah, that's what AI says. That's what the literature that I've read said, is when you have a lot of, when you have really steep changes in the refractive index, like to cause these crazy conditions, you have crazy distortion. You start having Fata Morganas, stuff like that kind of thing. You start having crazy chaos in what you're looking at in the distance, as you would expect when you look at these diagrams. But we don't have that in the actual observations. We have nice, clear images like this, right? So here's a great example.
See those diagrams, DJ, where it's showing a ball tard and the signals bouncing like a yo-yo across it? To me, that is just an explanation because they can't explain why radio signals go as far as they do.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like that, right?
Because that's what it looks like to me. We don't understand why radio signals go as far as they do. We're told we live on a ball tard, so this is a good explanation. That'll keep the kids happy. That's what that looks like to me. Cartoon drawings and all. Or in this case, light or radio. It doesn't matter. Same difference.
Right. Are they even measuring the conditions? And even if they did measure the conditions and say that it matches that, right? Do they really know that that's why, that they're getting the signal across? Plus, they're basically reifying the wave pattern function of light or radio waves, right? Saying it's an actual wave, that's how it's traveling. It's going up and then down and up and I mean, is that even the direction that they're pointing the signal? They're pointing it up, like in that the one underneath that, like. What's it called? The one that's got ducting. Signals bend down and reflect off the ground. RX receives signals from TX. Radar shows strong ground clutter. Yeah, cool story.
Yeah, that's why whenever we set up TV antennas and stuff, it's always just a tower or a pole antenna on top pointing directly towards the tower, not up in the sky to catch things bouncing off the sky. You don't go, oh look, my tower is northeast of me, point northeast, and then go, oh look, I've got to catch it pointing from the sky, so I've got to elevate 10 degrees or 20 degrees. It's not Foxtel.
Hi guys. What's going on with me? This guy's Mary over here. I'm looking down.
I don't know if you guys remember, going back a while, Nathan Oakley had interviewed some woman that had worked for some like TV network or something like that. And she was always instructed that she must like angle these dishes at a certain way, right? And that was the standard, and you're never to go outside of these parameters, blah 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 blah, right? And so this one day, nothing was working, so she decided to just like pretty much just point these transmitters directly in the direction that they were supposed to be like received from, right? The signal, and it worked. And she was scolded by her superiors and told never to do it ever again, or she'd lose her career. Basically, they'd threatened to ruin her career, basically, something like that. Anyway, or lose her job at least. They'd fire her. That's on his channel somewhere. I don't know that I saved it in any playlist or anything, but I've watched the interview and listened to what she said. And I think that's the gist of it, right? So she was told, right, instructed and trained to never go outside these parameters. And then this one day she decided to go outside the parameters and go against the instruction manual. And it worked. Just basically pointed this shit straight at, horizontally. Yeah. Right, not allowed to do that. Even if it works, right? Yeah. Interesting shit.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Wow.
What's up, guys? Talking about ducting.
Yeah, or lack thereof. Yeah, what I find interesting is that they make claims that you can have ducting when it comes to just making observations with visible light. But when you try to find examples of it, even diagrams of it, it's kind of difficult, right? Or just a real-world observation of this so-called effect taking place. Where is the observation? Other than
the black swan.
Yeah, other than with what's that?
I said the black swan because obviously the ocean was nearly frozen that day.
There's going to be some telltale signs. We've got some examples, and I think if I could submit some ideas to you, we've seen images of container ships in the distance, where the image of the container ship is stacked and flipped upside down and right side up and upside down and right side up. So you have multiple layers of ducting taking place at a single time. And I think miraging might be some instances of miraging can be attributed to ducting. But you're going to see telltale signs. It's going to be an incoherent image. Your entire field of view is not going to be ducted.
Yeah, like all of this ducting takes place, and then as soon as this all of this information gets back to the observer, everything's just back in place, nice and tidy. It just looks normal.
Right, like you're not going to look at like this. You're not going to look at a spire like you have here with your Utah image, and you're going to be seeing it from bottom to top, and it's a coherent image in high fidelity from near to far, from top to bottom. And there's no signs of ducting there. But when you pull up like a superior mirage or something like a Fata Morgana, and there might be elements even of magnification within certain layers of ducting that go to your eye. So certain parts of the distant scene is going to be magnified or shrunken relative to other areas that may or may not be ducted. It's going to look like a hot mess. So, and Peter, what's his name? Peter the Globe Lover once submitted an image of a container ship that had the name of the ship written across the bottom. Forgot what it was. And this image had an inferior mirage flipped under it and had a superior mirage flipped on top of it. It had like it had like a copy and paste above that and a copy and paste above that. It was like 4 or 5 layers you could pick out. And within your field of view, you could see the same image stacked and layered and flipped multiple times within a narrow field. So there was obvious reflection happening within certain layers of the air.
Right. Yeah.
You can call that ducting, I think.
Yeah, ducting, the way that you think about it when you say ducting, it seems like it's so nice, tidy, and organized.
Yeah, it's not.
But I think it's more like crazy bands of turbulence and that kind of thing, just making like a soup of all sorts of different miraging effects in the distance.
Right, and the fact that a narrow band of it appears to be somewhat coherent could almost be a coincidence. Because if you were to then to move forward a considerable amount towards that object, you would have a totally different vision. Like you'd see different things. You'd see different kinds of miraging effects. If you were to move backwards further, maybe the miraging effects would go away and you'd see a coherent image. Or if you were to go lower to the ground or higher up, it's going to change what you're going to see because you're moving your vantage point away or into or out of the miraging, the reflection, the ducting behavior. So,
right,
like with radio, when I was picking up like taxicab services on VHF, 2-meter band from like, I don't know, what is it, like 700 miles away as a crow flies at night. The fact that I was doing this was because, for whatever reason, my particular point position on Earth, my antenna was oriented and pointing a certain way at a certain time. It happened to be picking that up. If I'd moved like 25 miles to the west, it probably would not have happened. So it's very instantaneous, capturing a specific point in time with specific conditions happening. There are going to be certain indicators that are present. And for people to claim when you pop up a perfectly coherent image in high fidelity and to say, oh yeah, the whole thing's ducting, like, well, what evidence do you have of that?
Exactly. And especially with this Great Salt Lake one as well, I just put 2 images in the side chat, daytime and nighttime, and it looks identical.
Yeah, that's good.
I just got in here for that convo. I was going to bring it up earlier. Is that with infrared?
No, this is just with a P1000.
Is there's an advantage, isn't there, with infrared and eliminating atmospheric conditions?
Yeah, definitely.
So my question is, I was talking to a guy about this, and he mentioned thermal, and he called it low wave infrared. Does that sound familiar to anybody? I'd never heard it called that before.
Yeah, long wave. It's going to be close to thermal radiation.
Long wave, that was it. And that would be even better at eliminating atmospheric conditions, correct?
Well, you're going to have an issue with contrast. So differentiating temperatures across the scene.
Okay, so what we were talking about, this fella and I, he's done some laser stuff over like 12, 15 miles, and we were talking about using thermal. I've got a thermal scope that I think would resolve 5 miles, maybe further. I'd have to try it, but yeah, he said if I could use a thermal scope, that'd be really, really solid evidence.
If you're going to use a thermal scope at those long ranges, like Yoda said, they have a big problem. The further the distance, the harder it is to basically scan what it's looking at. So if you've got something exceptionally hot at long range in cold temperatures, so you guys are in the middle, back end of winter at the moment, if you had like a hot plate or a fire or something that it could definitely isolate from its surrounding environment, that would be awesome. So basically like doing a mirror flash test, except you're using something hot instead of a mirror.
Yeah, like a 1,000-degree bonfire 5 miles away, visible from 1 foot off the ground.
Right. And that's exactly what we were talking about, is get to a lake, thermal scope on one end, bonfire on the other, say 3 to 5 mile range. And I can pick up a cow at 2.5 miles. I can see a slash fire pile at 5-6 miles pretty readily. But so yeah, thinking about putting this together, he was encouraging me to do that. And like you say, it's wintertime here. In fact, we have snow on the ground right now, and might be a good time.
Actually, a really good torch test has been done. It's actually out of a laser test video, but I took some screenshots. I need to find the video again so I can take some GIFs and make a nice little video presentation of it. But if someone brings up Jaren's torch test, this is a great rebuttal to that. Okay, this is a torch test that was done over this distance. Lake Utah Lake, and it's 13.7 miles. All right, so here is a picture of the setup with the torch.
I was confused for a minute. By torch, you're saying flashlight, right?
Oh, yeah, flashlight, yep.
Gotcha, okay.
You'll learn the lingo one of these days.
Right, so here's the setup, 5.5 feet high. And in the video, it demonstrates it really well, but here's a side-by-side looking back at the flashlight. All right, so it's basically 5.5 foot to 5.5 foot. And we can clearly see the flashlight. And then what he does in the video, he asks him to, he's like, oh, all right, put your hand in front of the camera. And he keeps putting his hand in front of the camera and taking it away. And as soon as he does that, you can't see the light anymore.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a really good one. Here's the Earth curvature calculator math. So yeah, 78 foot of missing. Well, that's the hidden height. All right, and then after that, they actually do a laser test as well, which is some serious icing on the cake right here. Okay, what's interesting about the laser test is, right, this is the capture of the laser. So they do it from the same observer height, but then what they do is they actually lower the laser down, and they keep lowering the laser until they do an observation where the laser is 9 inches above the surface of the water. And here it is. Yeah, look, you can still see the laser. This is with the camera, the observation camera, 13.7 miles away, capturing the laser from just 9 inches above the surface of the water, 107 foot of missing curvature. It's a pretty good test. Shits all over Jaren's little nighttime torch test from behind the curve.
Yeah, right.
Hello. Howdy. I mean, hello. So, what's your opinion on flat Earth? The silence is pretty loud, not growing.
Opinion? What opinion have to do with it?
What I'm saying, what's your opinion on? What's your self opinion on flat Earth?
That it's observable and measurable.
I don't know about that. About observable, but okay.
Okay, if it's not observable and you're claiming that you see curvature, aside from your television, your computer, and your mobile phone, where have you seen this curvature? Because some of us would be very interested into going out and measuring it to prove that it is or is not.
Hemisphere. There's a little thing called. Actually, no, you can't do it from a simple going to airplane X. But basically, if you go up to the atmosphere, like up into the atmosphere, about 50,000 feet or so, you can start seeing some curvature.
And you've done this?
In the space. I know, but it is factual.
Have you
and
done
I got
this?
the
Yes or
information,
no?
But no, I don't have the money. I'm poor.
So you haven't done this, but you're telling us about somewhere where you've seen the curvature. So, not on your mobile phone, not on your television, not on your computer. Where have you seen the curvature? If you have not, just say, I have not. It's not that hard.
I don't have money to go in a spaceship.
No, I didn't ask how rich you were. I didn't ask you about your financial status. I asked you, aside from computer, mobile phone, and television, where have you seen the curvature?
Yeah. At the end of the day, Matrix, he's asking us to do something that he hasn't done so that we could prove it to ourselves.
I can't do it because the only way to actually do that is go up in space, and I can't do that.
I didn't ask you how to prove the curvature, Goober. I asked you, have you seen it? You use your eyes for that. Have you seen the curvature away from mobile phone, television, and computer?
Right.
Yes or
Why
no?
do we have to do it and you don't?
Because y'all choose to.
It's such an easy question to answer. Like, I can answer it. If Matrix asked me the exact same question, I'd say I haven't seen it outside of a computer or a TV or a phone screen or a book.
Yeah, I'm saying that because you can't see it from the ground.
So then if it doesn't look curved, what does it look like then?
It looks straight. It looks flat, but
okay.
I know what
Thank
you're
you.
gonna say.
So it
I
is
know what you're gonna
observable
say.
then. It's observable then, right?
It's not observable to see the curve from the ground.
No. We didn't ask that.
You're
We didn't ask where it's not observable to see the curve from. You got asked by T-Dub earlier, or he made the statement that it's observable. You said not. That's why I questioned you about the computer, the mobile phone, and the television. And then you said it looks flat. So that means you observe it as flat. So it is observable.
In the curvature, no, it is not. I've never seen curvature from the ground.
Excellent.
Is that what you're asking?
That was it. You have
That
not.
is
You just
it.
had to say no. That's all you had to say. No, I have not.
I've said that. I believe I've said that like
No, you haven't. You've done your best to go around it multiple times, telling us about us going up into planes at 50,000 feet and all sorts of random
I
stuff.
haven't go around. I haven't go around. The thing is, I know what you're exactly going to say. I know exactly
No,
what
you
you're
don't.
going to say when I say that. Yeah, I do. If I say that, you're going to say, "There you go."
Hey, Goober. Goober, we don't care about the elevation. You were asked a very simple question. It was, aside from your television, mobile phone, and computer, have you seen the curvature? Or where have you seen the curvature? And you were telling us about going up to 50,000 feet. That is sidestepping. You should have just said, I have not.
Yeah, I'm not.
Excellent.
But I thought I've said that. Okay. Again. Yes.
What's wrong? Did you have a script? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I did not. I was just looking at. I was just reading.
Sounds
stuff.
like it.
Huh?
If you want falsities in logic, go and watch Professor Dave.
Just reading.
He believes in something he hasn't seen. It's good old-fashioned religion, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Interesting.
I can't. I've been trying to tell you I really can't do that because really one of the only ways to see it up close with your eyes, one of the only ways is of going into space, and that's pretty expensive.
Okay, cool. So if you can't, so that's somebody else's claim, right? So let's just take it from our vantage point, from what we can establish and verify to be true, right? Because you're not going to be able to verify any of that shit to be true. Right? You can't go and repeat those things that they claim to do, right, in space. So let's talk about what we can verify. So if you can't justify it through observation, how do you justify the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, to justify the curvature.
Yeah, how do you and I, as just average people, normal people that can't go to space, how do we justify the curvature of the Earth? Because it's not through observation, right?
Yeah, obviously.
We've established
you gotta
that.
be
Okay.
pretty high up. Yeah, obviously. But
All right, so we've established that
the
we're not.
way
You
that
and I
you could
aren't going
say
to be doing
one
that
of the only ways
anytime
is
soon, right?
geographic.
So we don't want to rely on other people's secondhand testimony, all right? We want first-hand, reliable confirmation of the Earth's veracity. Not just watching it on the TV screen and listening to strangers tell us how this is what it looks like from way up high, a place you can't go, right? We want to know how to justify the curvature of the Earth directly ourselves.
That's really one of the only ways you can see the curvature, except for shadows. But I already know y'all don't think that that's a factual thing. So if the shadows of
You know
going out
that we... Goober, let's just take a step back. Hold up. You know that we don't think shadows are a factual thing. How did you come up with that? So you're telling me when I walk outside on a bright sunny day and the sun's hitting one side of my body and there's that black thing on the ground that follows me around all the time, I don't believe in that black thing on the ground that follows me around all the time. That's what you're telling me. If I get a torch and hold it against an object and there is a lack of light because of that object on the wall on the opposite side, you're telling me I don't know or don't believe in that black thing that's there, that lack of light? Come on, Goober. Stop making up stupid things, man.
I am not. This is literally scientific proof. I don't know what to tell you at this point.
Well, how about instead of making up stupid straw men in order to fulfill your broken arguments, how about you just ask us what we do and don't believe in? Do you believe in Santa Claus? What do I mean? You ask questions. You don't just come in here and dictate to us what we do and do not believe in. You ask what we want, what you want to know.
I am not dictating. I think
you are. You just told us that we don't believe in shadows. Have you ever asked anyone in here if they believe in shadows? No.
Say that.
What makes you think that we wouldn't believe in shadows? What kind of a thing is that to say? Where did you get that from?
Of course. Hang on, as always. Let's go. Shit. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing something. So can you repeat that for me?
Yeah. Why did you say that we don't believe in shadows? So
I did not say that. I didn't say that y'all believe. I didn't say, hey, y'all don't believe in shadows. I did not say that. I said
No, you said that you were not going to present your argument because we don't believe in shadows.
Yeah, I said that because I've already talked to y'all about that a few days ago.
So have you said it or not?
Yeah, I've already said it. That's why. But that was a few
So what are
days
you
ago.
defending that you didn't say it for then? You are so confused, little boy.
Yeah, just...
all right, Gooba. You wouldn't see curvature from the height that you can send anything up to. Right? Here's a video in the side chat. Right? Here's a 120,000 foot, 360 degree pan. Okay? Now, don't expect you to believe us, but even your own globe priests like Neil deGrasse Tyson say that even from double this height, you wouldn't see any curvature if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so you're never going to be able to get high enough to check for your curvature that you have in your imagination. Okay, we just experience a flat Earth. Okay, and sure, you wouldn't see curvature from the ground, but you would see byproducts of the curvature, like the horizon should be at a certain distance, and then things that go past that horizon should become hidden and obstructed behind the physical curvature of the Earth. So while you can't see the curvature, you see byproducts of the curvature. And then when we go and test that in reality, there's no curvature. It's not a globe. Just exists in your imagination.
Why he thinks it's a globe?
He thinks it's a globe. I don't know. It's because that's what he was told his whole life, probably.
That's all he has, huh?
He left.
Tell us. Oh, he's left. All right. Gooba Brain has left the building.
Must be hard to put forward an argument when you can't strawman people, or they pull you up on it.
It must be hard to have like such cognitive dissonance. Like, I mean, it was hard when I saw the Black Swan for the first time, and I had this like uncomfortable feeling of like, wow, this actually is like making sense, and it was uncomfortable. I can imagine what kind of like stress these guys are going through, where they have to completely deny their reality and do mental gymnastics to be an anti-flat earther. Essentially, it must really suck.
See what you were saying about the Black Swan? The first time I seen it, it was a sigh of relief because I realised I wasn't going friggin' mad.
So you had the idea of it before, and it kind of like confirmed it.
Oh shit, yeah.
Like, I never thought that it wasn't flat, and I always was open to the idea of it. And I think there was even like some guy who was supposed to launch some rocket. It was a private guy, and then he ended up dying before he launched it. And I thought that was suspicious. I was always open to the idea of it, but when I saw the Black Swan, that's when the penny dropped for me. And it's funny because I also came from like a conspiracy background, which is what brought me into it. So it seems like kind of a common denominator. A lot of people who question the true stories. Question the official stories. They kind of end up finding flat Earth through that.
Yeah, those are good points. A lot of people come from the moon landing. They don't believe in the moon landing, and then they start looking into if moon landing wasn't real, then maybe the picture of Earth that they say they took from that thing is faked.
It takes a certain kind of person to be able to accept and handle in a healthy way such a paradigm shift in your understanding of the nature of reality.
I have seen people go the other way as well. They first realize that Earth is flat, and then they start looking into all the other stuff. So it can go either way. Because you kind of ask yourself, what else did they tell me that isn't the case, right? That isn't true. I don't want to say lie, because I don't actually believe people have lied intentionally, at least not to me. People in my acquaintances and
Some
so
must have
forth.
lied.
What's that?
Someone must have lied, right? Like astronauts, someone must have lied.
I don't know, actually, because 1964 they created a simulation at NASA that was so good that the astronauts couldn't tell. The people who were in the control room couldn't tell if it was live or if it was simulation, right? So, and they have there was an interview just a couple of weeks ago. I saw the movie over on X. There was a video clip of the astronauts from the new Artemis 2 mission. They're not going to actually land on the moon, but they're going to circle it or something. And they said, when we did the simulation, you see all the numbers on the screen. I couldn't believe it. We were traveling 7,000 miles per second. You know, ridiculous stuff, right? So, I mean, they don't even know. And there was some documentary 10 years ago where they took like a couple of people and they fooled them that they were flying into space, right? It was some reality show. Can you fool a normal person that you're flying them into space? And they could. So I don't actually know if these people are just so brainwashed, if they're blackmailed, or if they are actually in some kind of simulation that they can't tell. I don't know. So I don't know if they are
But you
lying.
have these astronauts who, are spraying their hair with hairspray and hanging and doing flips on wires and playing with digital virtual objects that disappear off screen. So
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Those people can absolutely be lying, but they, at the same time, they actually could think that space is real, and they're just doing it from some kind of patriotic. We have to. Of course, we can go to space, and of course, we live on a round, Earth, a ball in space, and blah blah blah. I just haven't seen it, but I believe it so much that I think I'm going to do my duty here and just pretend or some. I don't know the reason why people, they could be lying. Is, of course, it's likely, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I think that their lying is probably more likely.
Yeah, and if there are people like that are actively lying, even though they know it's fake, though there are very few of them, and most people never get in contact with them. I mean, whoever told us when we were kids that the Earth was a ball in space, they didn't know. They didn't know an astronaut either, and they certainly never been there. So it's probably not a lot of people who actually do know and lie intentionally about it. I did see that hairspray thing though, just 2 days ago. Maybe I can find that video. It looked ridiculous.
And then there's this one Chinese video where they had like a glass of water, and the water's in the glass all nice and level.
Right. I'm gonna see if I can post the hairspray. It's sprayed like a brick. Ridiculous. This is from the new so-called crew. There it is. Look at it. It's in the chat. Ridiculous. They're passing this off as real.
You don't really notice it until you put it side by side with the Vomit Comet video of people bouncing around in there that have long hair, and you get to see how it flows like as if it's underwater or something. It's really odd.
Like, how could they allow such a fuck up? You know, they're not smart enough to realize that that's not how hair would behave. It's almost like they're doing it as like a middle finger to the people who are able to critically think.
Yeah, for sure. I like the point about that. They do these parabolic flights on jets, and the hair doesn't look like that even. So that's just bad workmanship from whoever did the hair on her. I suppose these people could actually be so brainwashed that they are going along with this for some weird reason. I don't know what it would be. Money, blackmail, I don't know. Politics. All right, I have a few more minutes here before I have to go make food. Does anybody want to talk about Earth? If you're new to the channel, we can do that. You can ask me what my best evidence for flat Earth is, and I'll go over it with you. Takes 2 minutes, and then you know why we tell people that we are flat earthers and that we know that Earth is flat. It's not a belief.
very welcome. Mhm. No one is speaking here. Oh.
Yeah, we can speak to you. What's up?
Oh, it's all good. Thanks for asking.
Cool. Yeah, we were just talking about Earth here. Apparently today, there's going to be a solar eclipse today, and it's going to be the longest one in the 21st century. Did you know that?
Oh no, I didn't know. It's already uh, the evening in my country. There's no more sun in the sky right
Yeah,
now.
I don't know either. But did you know that solar eclipses were predicted 5,000 years ago by flat earthers?
Oh, excuse me. In my country, in France, I didn't see any eclipse today.
Yeah. I don't know where it was.
Okay.
Antarctica.
Oh, was it in Antarctica?
Mm-hmm.
It depends where, yeah, of course.
There you go.
And only 2% of the Earth's population gets to see a partial solar eclipse.
Yeah,
It's going to be a Ring of Fire event.
Atmosphere, yeah. It was the South Atmosphere. Uh, I live in France, yeah, I didn't see any. Sorry.
Cool. So do you think you live on a spinning ball in space, or what's your thoughts about Earth?
That's a good question. Yeah. I think it depends people's education. For example, if you have a scientific education, you are more likely to believe everything that scientists say. And if you have a religious education, you are more likely to believe the scripture, Bible, Quran, Torah, and stuff.
You know,
We don't have.
What's the difference?
Between what?
you know they tell us we live on this this Earth, and it's a big sphere, and it has like curving water. So I believed that I lived on this ball for like many years, but then one day I thought, look, if Earth has so much water on it and it's curving around it, we have to be able to use some math to figure out how much that water needs to curve over distance. You with me? Like, do you know the radius? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't know exactly how big Earth is. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, they say it's 3,959 miles. Are you able to see the picture in the chat?
A moment. Yeah, I got the picture.
Yeah, so you understand that we can use that number and we can use math to figure out that, for example, see, there's a diagram there. Over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curvature. Do you understand the logic? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty well.
Yeah. So it's pretty cool. So they told us, like, the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. So we used math then to figure out how much water curves over distance. And then there's a simple method that you and anybody else can go out and check, right? All you have to do is you find a friend in a 10-mile wide lake, have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. So if water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a sphere. You get the logic, right?
Now 10 kilometers isn't enough to really see the curve. I'm not sure 10 kilometers is too small. It's not long enough.
It is. It is. We can do the math, right? 10 miles is all it takes. 30 feet, that's like a 3-story building, right? But you can place a laser 1 foot over the water on your beach, right? And shoot it 10 miles over to the other beach. If you're living on a globe of that radius, the laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. But guess what? It will end up only 1 foot over the water on the other side because water doesn't curve. It's flat.
No, a good experience would be to put a laser from Honolulu to Los Angeles. You try to target Los Angeles, and you see if the laser can reach Los Angeles from Honolulu, Hawaii to Los Angeles. That would be a good experience. It's far
You don't
enough
have to. You don't have to do it that far. It's 10 miles is good enough. 10 miles is 16 kilometers, and there should be almost 20 meters of curvature over that distance, right? So anyway, people have done many of these tests. I'll paste one in the chat for you. If you have time, you can watch it. It's 21 miles, no curvature at all. They shot it 1 meter over the beach on one side, and it ended up about 1 meter over the beach on the other, or actually 1.5. 5 foot, right? So if Earth was curving, that lake has to curve. Otherwise, it can't be a ball, right? It can be some other shape, but it cannot be a sphere, like they say it is. So anyway, that's why we tell people we're flat earthers, because we cannot find any curvature. Water doesn't curve, and it's just the way it is.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. It lacks of empirical support. This experience isn't enough precise. It's just 21 miles. Look how big Earth is according to this measure.
Yeah, it's 3,959 miles. That's the radius. So we know it has to curve 20 meters over 10 miles. That's just math.
21 miles would be 293 foot of curvature. Okay, so that's like a skyscraper building worth of curvature over that distance.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Well, you might need some time to process it. That's all right. It's new information for you.
For example, when I go to the countryside, it's like there's no mountain, nothing. It's like just no trees, nothing. It's just cloud area, and I cannot see any curve. Like I can see as far as I don't know. I cannot see. You don't need to measure with a laser, a lake, and things. Of course, from the ground on Earth, we cannot see any curve. Sure. Common sense. We say it's flat because we cannot see any curve.
It's weird because, like a person that's 180 centimeters, 180, right? That's the normal height for a man. 180 centimeters, the horizon is about 4.7 kilometers away. And I promise you, in your life, you have seen way further than 4.7 kilometers, like you just said. I don't know how tall you are, but people that are like 180 or so around there, they can see almost 5 kilometers, right? But you've probably seen things 20, 30 kilometers away because Earth doesn't curve. You can Google it, Earth Curvature Calculator or Earth Horizon Calculator.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Well, I hope we gave you. We hope we gave you something to think about.
According to AI, you need to go 10 kilometers high to see Earth's curvature. According to AI.
You would see a byproduct of the curvature. Okay, you wouldn't see the actual curvature, but you would see a byproduct, right? Like things being hidden behind the curvature. So you could go to your AI and ask how far away would the horizon be? And how far away, how much would something be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth if it were 10 miles away and I was standing at the shoreline of the water? Right? It's going to tell you how much curvature there is over that distance. Okay, so while you may not be able to see the actual curvature, you would see a byproduct of the curvature. Obstruction, things being hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And that would have to be the case as well if the Earth were a globe, because gravity means that on a globe, right? Gravity means that it's pulling everything towards the center of mass. Okay, so that water would have to be curving at a specific rate. So if you have 10 miles of water anywhere on the globe, it would have to be curving by approximately 20 meters, 66 foot. And if it's not, then that's not possible on a globe.
Yeah, that's the tangent.
According to AI, it's possible to see the curvature from a commercial flight, from a commercial plane.
Yeah, well, you don't see any curvature on a commercial plane.
Technically, it's possible to see curvature from a commercial plane.
If the Earth were a globe, maybe. But according to other scientists, they tell you that even from 5 times that height, you wouldn't see any curvature. Okay, so you've got Google giving you one answer, and then you've got astrophysicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that you wouldn't even see curvature if you went 300,000 feet up into the air. Planes only fly at 30,000, 40,000 feet. Okay, he's saying 300,000 feet, you wouldn't see any curvature. So you've got some big contradictions there on the globe side. I mean, it's also a big contradiction because I've been on a lot of flights and I know for a fact you don't see curvature when you go up on a plane. I'm even putting a time lapse of a flight in the side chat here, showing you that you don't see curvature.
And so Earth would be the only one planet flat, like the moon is a globe, the sun is a ball.
No,
Mars
Earth's not a planet.
is
Earth's not a planet. We don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk planet floating around in the globe Earth version of space.
and so it's the only one like this.
No, Earth is not. Earth is not a planet.
Okay, and it's the only one like this.
No, it's not in
Okay,
space.
according-
It's not in the vacuum. You're not floating in the vacuum of space, like you've been told.
And can we reach the limits? Like if a plane goes too far in one direction, like can it fall into space
Yeah,
or
no,
something?
no one's ever done that.
Why? It's worth
Because-
it to,
Oh no,
just to
nobody has
experience
ever done that, right? None of your globe Earth companions,
We should
right,
experiment.
throughout all of history have ever kept going south and, come back to where they started again.
Well, yeah, we should experience it.
Yeah.
Yeah, would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
What you guys need to remember, if the water is not curving, then the Earth cannot be a globe. Okay, this has been tested
sure.
thousands of times now.
Yeah. But also, there is the ISS, the International Space Station. You heard about that? It's like a big space station.
Yeah,
the
I've heard
Chinese
about it.
made one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, heard about the
Chinese
Apollo
one-
missions. Heard about heard all of these, stories about things up in the sky that we can't reach, and then the water still measures flat here on the surface. So whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface, not a globe.
Mhm. So they are lying to us about the ISS. They are lying. It's not true.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell in the footage that they're lying about a lot of the footage that they give us.
And the Chinese are lying too, because they also have.
Oh well, they show you a flat horizon from their space station, so that's kind of contradicting what NASA shows you.
The Chinese too. They have a space station too. Not only the American.
Right, and they're showing you a flat horizon. Isn't that interesting?
Who is showing us the flat horizon?
China.
No.
Yeah, I can try to find the footage.
If I can permit myself, I have a scientific education. I studied physics, chemistry, biology,
Great.
and math. And once you know everything about this field, the scientist field, everything makes sense. Earth
Oh, really?
is a globe. Yeah.
Do you have any evidence of that? Okay, so you're very good at memorizing the information that you get told about the Earth being a globe. Very good. Clap, clap. Right? Do you have any empirical evidence? So you should understand what empirical evidence is if you study these fields that you're talking about. And you should know about the
Yes,
globe, right? So if
Newton, we
you
can measure
think that you have a
gravity, we
higher
can measure,
you think you have a higher understanding of the globe,
many things,
right?
actually.
You should know the basics about the
And,
globe, right? Like the
people
radius
who
and
to believe
you're talking
that
over the
that
top of
Earth
me
is
because you're
flat.
getting
Can
emotional
you
or
measure
what?
your flat Earth?
Hey,
Can you
hey,
give
buddy.
us numbers?
Someone that's
How big is
educated.
it?
Hey,
Can you
if
do
you're
that?
educated,
Because we can
you're
measure our globe.
I'm being nice to
We
you by
can
not
give
muting
numbers.
you, bro.
We can
Hey,
give
look, bro.
observations.
All right, I just checked that your name's Taylor Swift, right? And you expect me to take you seriously, Taylor Swift, bro? All right, you're educated, but you don't know how to hold a conversation and wait till someone else finishes talking. right? That's not very intelligent. That's not a sign of intelligence. Maybe you can remember some bullshit out of some textbooks. I bet if I challenge you on some basics about the... Oh, you're still talking. Wow.
Everything about
You're still talking. You're on mute and you're still talking. So the little red microphone next to your name means that nobody can hear you. Right? You need to wait for me to stop talking and then you reply to what I said, but obviously you weren't listening. So where do we go from here, Taylor Swift? You're falling flat in this argument. Suits your username, actually. Flatness.
In the front and the back.
Yep. You finished talking now, Taylor Swift? You want to have a normal conversation or you want to keep interrupting? Or do you need a tissue?
Hey DJ, did you see the final file in the Epstein file that had a flat Earth in it? For some reason, he had a website saved on Reddit, where like in 2016 he was looking into new flat Earth theories.
That's the one you sent me?
I sent you the link, but I'll put it in the. Should I put it in the? I'll just send it.
Yeah. Chuck it in the main side chat there. But is this the one that says what are the? Oh yeah, what are the current flat Earth theories? How did they come about? And that's who is that's writing that message?
Don't know. It's in the files for the overall investigation.
And no one responded, or what?
I don't think it was a response. It was just a list
or is
of
that a link?
web addresses. It's a link. When I entered the web address, it says the web address doesn't exist anymore. So I haven't had time to really dig into that. But yeah, they want to say, "Oh, flat Earth is the only one that hasn't come true yet." Oh no, it's come true. It's just making its way around. That's the last thing everybody wants to look at. But what have we always said, DJ? That flat Earth is the last conspiracy theory, right?
Yeah. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory.
No, I know, but I mean, like, it was the last one that I looked into, and then once I looked into that, I realized, like, wow, it's probably the one thing that they could get away with if they were lying about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about who's lying about it. I still haven't seen a list of who's lying and proof that they're lying.
Oh yeah.
Like, I wonder who knows that it's flat and is actively lying about it being a globe. I can't think of a single person that I could prove. Maybe Matthew Lance. Checking.
I mean, there's plenty of Globers that think NASA's full of shit, won't believe a single thing that they publish, nothing that they say. But they still believe that they live on a big spinning ball that's orbiting the sun and they live in a big expanding universe, just like all the astrophysicists say, blah, 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 blah.
Oh yeah, man. A lot of them will also, they'll call bullshit on the moon landings, but then they'll trust them when it comes to the ISS. Because they think the space race is over now, so why would they lie if it's not a space race anymore? But Yoda always makes a good point. The space race never ended.
Because it never began.
Well, you know what? The concept of the space race, the task to seek the minds of the sheeple into tricking them that their country is so amazing that they did what no other country can do, and that they went to a place that you can't go to. I guess that's kind of what the space race is. The Narnia race. Welcome to anybody new. Mohammed Ibo El Magd. Welcome. Do you think you live on a spinning space egg?
A lumpy spinning space potato.
Yeah, I noticed that the Muslims, if you ask them, do you think it's egg shape? That's what they prefer. Because it says something about an egg, something like that in the Quran.
Giant lava covered or giant water covered lava ball.
Yep. In a vacuum. Yeah, the Globers desperately want to be lost in space. And they get emotional if you suggest that they might not be lost in space.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Who thinks the Earth's flat, guys?
You do.
Most people in this channel right now. Yeah.
How are you going to prove that the Earth is flat if there's like satellite footage of it being like round, bro? Like, what's your like science around that?
Yeah, we would just go and test the surface of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water. Okay, and then we can calculate how much it would be curving. And if it's not curving, then that would debunk the satellite image.
So you're saying the satellite's wrong?
I'm saying we can't verify the actual satellite image, right? I can't send up a satellite and take a picture like they did, right? You just kind of have to trust them. But then we could go and test the surface of the water, right, and see if it's curving. And if it's not curving, then, it's very easy to
it's in the shape of a circle, though.
Right. So you could have a Bigfoot that's in the shape of a Bigfoot in a photo, right? Obviously, you can easily manipulate photographs and videos. Okay, especially when you have an unlimited budget, like NASA, for example.
Okay, well, what about if you're on an aeroplane? You can obviously see that the Earth's curved.
I don't get when people say that, right? Because I've been on a lot of airplanes and you don't see any curvature from that height. But I did post a video, which is a time lapse of a flight in the side chat, which I'll repost now. And you don't see curvature from that height. And I don't even think that's proof that the Earth's flat or a globe, right? It's just from that height you wouldn't see curvature, even according to the scientists on the globe side. They say that you wouldn't see curvature from that height.
So, oh wait, that does look pretty flat. To be fair, I mean.
Yeah. It's.
But like, when do you reckon it's going to be scientifically proven that it's not flat, or it is flat? When are they going to find out?
Well, it's about measuring. It's not really a scientific query or problem, right?
Obviously, they're going to find a way to do it eventually. Find out if it's
we've done it. Yeah, we've done it already. We're just, we've got all of the tests that have been done. Hundreds, if not thousands, of tests have been done now, and every single test shows that there's no curvature. Yeah, there's no curvature can be detected. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. Flat's not a shape.
Tests?
There's been hundreds, if not thousands, of tests that have been done, and anyone can go and repeat the tests. We've had teams of engineers, we've had PhDs in optics, we've had regular people. Anyone can go and do these tests, right? It's just a measurement. It's just looking for the things that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, we can calculate that. So if we're looking over a 20-mile distance, for example, you shouldn't be able to zoom in across 20 miles of water and see the shoreline 20 miles away. It should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by a huge amount, right? Hundreds and hundreds of feet, basically, should be missing.
So what you're saying is, no matter what angle. So what you're saying is, no matter what angle you look at Earth from a satellite, it looks like it doesn't look curved.
Well, have a look in the side chat. Okay, there's only a certain height that we civilians can get up to check this. Okay, so that's 120,000 feet that Shut 'Em Down has just posted in the side chat. Okay, that's a weather balloon.
Is that the highest humans can go then?
Well, that's as high as we can check. Okay, without having to just rely on pictures from NASA or something. Yeah, I know,
like that, but so you think like NASA could be editing these pictures to make the outcome different?
Well, yeah, a lot of the time NASA actually admits that the pictures that they're giving you are made in CGI software, that they're composites.
Obviously they're gonna gatekeep. Obviously they're gonna gatekeep what Earth actually looks like.
Yeah, well, I don't think they've been up past a certain height, and we can't really confirm that. Okay, there's a strong argument that they've never done any of these things that they're claiming. Okay, but at the end of the day, we can't. You just have to trust them or not trust them. Okay, I could show you footage from NASA.
So you're saying the sun's flat as well?
No. Earth's not a flat planet. We don't think the Earth is a flat planet that's floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space.
So what are you trying to say then?
This is a different system that we live in, right? And the Earth is like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in.
Yeah, I know, but like they said before, like gravity. Earth was flat. What? Gravity, wouldn't need to
if
work.
Gravity was real, then the water would have to be curving. Okay, but if the water's not curving, then gravity, right, mass attracting mass would be completely debunked. It would be impossible to have a 20-mile stretch of water, for example, okay, that's not curving if gravity existed. Gravity is just something that's kind of like a Band-Aid, right? Like a bandage for all the holes in the globe model in logic, right? It doesn't make sense that you could have all of the oceans sticking to the outside of a ball, right? A globe that's spinning through space.
Why is basically everyone in this channel muted?
Are they listening? People are listening. Some people are working. And also, these conversations get recorded on YouTube. Okay, so we want to have clear audio and just a conversation between two people.
So this the conversation between me and you is recorded, and you're putting it on YouTube.
Yeah, if you scroll up,
there's what's your YouTube? I want to see it.
Yeah, there's 2 YouTube bots at the top of this chat list, right? The member list.
Yeah, I see.
And you can click on those, and you can click on the link, and it'll take you to the YouTube channels.
YouTube.
Probably the top one. The top one's definitely live. I'm not sure about the second one down, but the top one's definitely live. What's that?
How do I become a flat Earth mod?
Oh, we have a home server. Okay, we have a server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with about 25,000 members. Okay, and it takes years of trust and that kind of thing. Well, not necessarily years, but once you're trusted, basically, trusted to be in charge, and then you can become a moderator.
It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Well, look, we don't claim to know the shape of the Earth. Like, we're not making crazy claims here.
No,
we're just
what you're saying is you're making a predicament.
Well, not really. We're testing the claims that are being made, right? We've been told, right? This is kind of like someone tells me that they're 6 foot tall. And I'm like, hold on a second. You don't look 6 foot tall. And then I go and measure them. And they're only 4.5 foot tall. I'm like, hey, what the hell?
DJ, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
43.
Have you done some... But you sound... By the way, you sound younger than 43. You sound like 23.
Yeah.
Also, you have a very good mic, and also, what was I going to say? Wait 2 seconds, I need to think. I was going to say, have you studied any, you sound like very well spoken, like you'd be a lawyer or something, very political, knows what he's talking about.
Oh, definitely not, man. Look, I run online businesses, so I've been studying this topic. I've been studying this topic for many years, and also the questions and related to this topic. So, I know a decent amount about this particular topic. Yeah, the more I look into this topic, the more it's reconfirmed, right? Because the more tests people keep doing. Okay, we got field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser, for example.
Engineers are going out, and you still think the world's flat.
Well, fully qualified engineers, they're going out and testing for the curvature, and it's coming back that there's no curvature over these huge distances.
On the Earth at all.
Yeah, because look, this is what they tell us. The mainstream tells us that we're on a globe, okay, and then 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water, right? And that water would have to be curving at a certain rate, all right? So then we can go to a lake or a section of the ocean, and we can get a known distance. Let's say 40 kilometers, right? We can calculate how much curvature should there be over 40 kilometers, and we can work out that, okay, if the Earth's a globe, there should be 100 meters of curvature over this distance, right? And then we can get a high-powered laser and just set it up just above the surface of the water and shoot it across that 40-kilometer distance to a target that's 40 kilometers away. Okay, if the Earth's a globe, the laser should never hit the target. Right, but every single time the lasers are hitting the target, we can zoom in and we can see things that should be hidden behind the curvature. We're not making claims like to know the shape of the Earth, to know everything. We're just testing what we get told, and when we go and test it, water's flat, just like what we experience in reality. So we're being told it's curving, we're being told we're on a globe, but it doesn't present itself that way. And then when we go and test it, it's not matching what we're getting told. So we're showing people the tests and saying, hey, try to debunk this, right? Go out, test it yourself, look at this information, and try to debunk it, right? Try to find us tests that show there is curvature, but no one can.
The thing is, you're very good at making the statement saying that the Earth's flat and that, but you realise there's going to be someone else that's better than you at making statements that the Earth is flat, that the Earth is not flat.
We speak to specialists all the time in this channel. Now, yeah. They're as clueless as any glober that comes in at the end of the day.
So
none of them know how the Earth was ever measured, how curvature was ever measured at any time in history. They can't provide any evidence to their claims.
So you're telling me that...
Doesn't matter. From the very top to the very bottom of, academic qualification, they all fail.
Yeah, so you're telling me no one's ever came in here and then decided, Do
We've
they
spoke
want
to satellite engineers, we've spoke to astrophysicists, we've spoke to engineers, spoke to all types. You name it, we've spoke to them. They all have the same programmed responses. They all go to Aristophanes' sticks and shadows, which is flawed methodology.
No,
And then from there, they
I've got a
don't
question.
know. They have no idea who originally measured the Earth's curvature.
So you're telling me you've never had someone in here that said that the Earth's
Well, that's exactly what I just told you.
That has had a good argument.
Yeah, that's
well. They can't prove curvature exists in reality. Therefore, we do not have a ball. It's as simple as that.
So I'm struggling to understand. Is it 50-50 and you're just making your points, or is it more leaning towards the Earth? There's more evidence that the Earth's flat.
People come in here, right, from all walks of life, and we ask them, where are the measurements of surface curvature in reality? Okay? Not calculations, not theoretical models, not mathematical jargon. Direct measurements of the surface we all inhabit in real life, showing it to be curving as it would need to be if we live on a spherical Earth. And none of them can provide such a thing because it simply does not exist in reality. So it doesn't matter. Go find someone, pick anyone.
I'm going to come back here with a better argument next time.
Yeah, do that, man. That's what we encourage people to do. That's what we want people to do. Come back with good arguments.
I'll prove you wrong. I'm doing my research. I'm getting people on it.
I don't think it'll be possible for you to prove us wrong, but
trust me, I will. I'll be back.
Yeah.
All right, he's on it. He's on the case. Straight to ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm on it. I'm gonna come back here and demolish him. Yeah.
I didn't mean to shut him down there.
No, that's all right. He was a good sport about it anyway. But he'll go straight onto AI now. And the good thing is we can easily destroy AI in a debate and have it concede eventually every single time.
Yeah.
AI just wants to look at everything very one-dimensionally. Like you could just break out of that box so easily.
They want a hero, right? They want some globe champion to come in and just shut down all our arguments.
And he was so taken aback that you're well spoken, DJ. You know, he's expecting some fucking drooling hillbilly retard or something.
One of the hard things for a lot of people to understand.
No offense to hillbilly, sorry.
One of the hard things for people to understand is the truth rings, man. Like when someone's speaking the truth, like you can hear it, you can see it, you can envision it, and it just makes sense in the process of doing it. Now, you still got to go and verify it, but it totally rings whenever you hear it.
Yeah, that's because they're swamped in just communication that involves no straight language, basically, in the mainstream, you know? People, don't speak firmly and concise. They leave everything's endlessly open-ended, Nothing's ever concluded. And that's what they're familiar with. So when they come in and they listen to us and we speak straight and direct to them, right? This is how it is, and this is how it's not. They're taken aback by that. Truth is generally very simple.
That's it, man. Occam's razor. I'm not saying it's always the case, but it usually is.
Hopefully he does go off and do a bit of research and finds out he can't find what he's looking for, and comes back in and continues the convo, you know?
Yeah, like where can they really look at the end of the day? They could go to YouTube and type in Flat Earth debunk or something. Then they're going to get straw man arguments from Professor Dave and Simon Dan. And then they could come in here and then they have to deal with us calling them out for their straw mans and things like that. Or they can go to ChatGPT and it's just going to list like the same ridiculous 10 like points about boats over the horizon and Eratosthenes. Where else are they going to go? Like they're kind of screwed. They can't. They're not. It's impossible for them to come back with anything worthwhile. Like they don't have anything.
Another channel, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, bro, these globe earthers, or these flat earthers are fucking retarded."
Yeah, and then they'll reinforce that we're retarded. They'll be like, "Yeah, they're so dumb. Don't even bother going back there. They're just idiots."
They always do that. Yeah, they run off and talk between themselves. Oh, fucking school, damn flat earthers. Meanwhile, on the recording, it was the flat earther speaking for 10 minutes straight and them going, you know? Just dropping facts and fucking knowledge on them, and they just have nothing but the usual. Top 10 reasons we know the Earth's a globe. Climb a tree, bro.
It's so repetitive. We could just have pre-recorded explanations and just hit buttons.
My favorite's like, oh, I don't have all that memorized like y'all do. It's like, well, maybe you should, man. Maybe you should know your stuff before you come in here.
Next time I'm gonna come back in here. I'm gonna get you guys.
Yeah. Not going to rag on them too much. I think we all were guilty of that, not really knowing the fundamentals of such an underpinning thing in our lives.
Yeah, that's usually the way to get started, isn't it? It's trying to debunk what you just got told. It's like, yeah, I'm going to go look into it. And then 6 months later, you're like, damn it.
Yeah, but it's really difficult them finding proper information, you know. If you don't have your, you know, you haven't learned how to discern information, right, properly at this point. The internet is just, it's impossible to find things.
You know, one of the things that I'm going to start doing when people say, oh, I don't need to know all that for my daily life. And then it's like, well, then why do you believe it? Why are you fighting it so hard?
They just don't want to admit that they care, you know.
That's really it. And a lot of them, they keep coming back because they know the earth is flat. They're just trying to figure out how they're going to make it convincing to themselves. They know it. They just, they're waiting for like one final piece to make it click, right? It's like when you're doing a job and you keep messing up because it's not clicking, and then one day it finally clicks. That's what they're doing.
It's not gonna click for them, bro.
I think it very much ties into them never wanting to feel like they're that out of the loop regarding something so large, you know? It's a control thing. But that's what we lost as humanity, you know? That great kind of shared feeling of, well, shared humility that, you know, we really don't know very much about this place and this existence, you know?
Newsmax just came out and said that I think they had a flat earther on.
Is that Tenza? Can you repeat it?
I'm pretty sure Newsmax had a flat earther on.
I heard someone say Joe Rogan had a flat earther on or something. Some movie director, but he was talking about flat earth.
Yeah, I haven't listened to it, but yeah, he did.
I think Joe's retarded.
Yeah, I mean, Stark's point out, Joe Rogan's been through the whole flat earth thing already with Eddie Bravo by his side, but admittedly, Eddie Bravo was utter shit.
Yo, guys, you can't say shit to Eddie just because he knows Eddie will fucking like whip his ass, bro.
Yo, guys, does anyone hear me?
Yeah, we hear you too. Hey, Tenza, believe it or not,
yes.
What's his name? Joe Rogan has a black belt under Eddie Bravo.
Joe Rogan?
So he trained with Eddie Bravo. Did you ever see it?
Yeah, he's got a
Guys,
he's got a black
who
belt.
who is the best bantamweight in the world? For me, it's TJ Dillashaw.
We're not really talking about that, man. I know.
Okay, fuck your mom. Fuck
Your
your mom. Fuck your family.
I am. I'm the best. I'm the best in the world. I'm the best.
Why does Mike sound like he was like a tin can that was being like radiated?
Fuck your mom and
Bro,
your
oh my
family
God,
and
he's
your
fat.
dad and your mom and your...
And your uncle and daddy and your mommy and your daddy and your uncle's friend that lives across the street with the bicycle.
Fuck your mommy and your daddy and everything.
The fuck is happening here?
The hell was he on about, boy?
Oh, yay, someone that sounds like they're not a troll has arrived. Welcome, Kale.
Oh, you talking about me? Thank you. I'm here.
Oh, yes. Yeah, welcome to the channel. Let us know if you have any questions about the topic. Have you been in this channel before?
I have not.
You're asking me? Or...
Yeah, you. Yep.
Okay. No, I haven't been, I think, for a very long time in this VC. So for now, any questions? I'm just here to just listen to people. That's it.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, we can speak to Clovis. He's got some claims that he's going to stand behind, I'm sure. He thinks curvature was measured in 240 BCE. Let's get on the mic and explain how it was measured. We'd all appreciate that.
Best claims, yeah.
Just to remind you, Cloris, if you can't speak, you should speak. And we're not going to let you chat skank away, so you will lose text privileges shortly here. Well, a lot sooner than expected. Fences don't fuck around.
One of the server moderators is talking to me in the mod channel, and Auntie Nur wants to ask if we're free to do a Q&A, and she's going to announce it in a bit, so maybe we'll get a bunch of traffic. That's interesting.
So like a server featured event.
Yeah, something like that, it seems. So in our VC.
Yeah.
And then they just said, let me announce it in a bit.
Awesome. So not a stage event though.
I don't think
that
so.
would be cool.
Just in the Flat Earth VC.
All right. So what about we plan a stage event? We have someone who's maybe, I don't know, like not it doesn't even have to be one of us, like somebody that maybe is prominent, like a social media influencer that's
like
sort of no. Who's up there at the moment? Maybe someone from TikTok or something. I don't know. Like, who's up there at the moment that we could invite them as a guest, have a stage event, have question, and have them present. We could talk to them, have people come up and one at a time and ask questions. I don't know.
That's a tough one, man.
Is there anybody
like that we know in TikTok?
Even maybe a debate or something. I don't know.
It's going to be the same fucking 5 to 10 shitty questions as we get anytime.
How come ships go away bottom first?
What about the other planets?
How come the sun? How come it's not light 24 hours a day?
What about time zones?
What about Jupiter?
Where's the edge?
Your mom.
Your sister's mom.
Your sister and your mom are having lunch.
I'm glad you bought into that one. That's a good one. It's non-violent.
There is nothing violent about it. You're just pointing out that somebody went to lunch. It's just the way you present it. Yeah, your mom and your sister, they went to lunch.
Oh, that
Don't you talk
admin,
about my sister.
the admin that wants this event is a psychologist.
Bonjour à tous. Hello, guys. What's up?
Is the mom hot?
Salut, ça va?
What's up, man?
Hey, les gars. Hey, les gars. Comment ça va?
Oh, the fuck is that?
Bro, what are you talking about, man? Parle français tout à l'heure. C'est English. En français, s'il te plaît.
It's English, please.
Oh, it's only English. Sorry.
Sorry about that, man. We use English here in this room.
We're going to learn some English. You guys ready?
You are so attentive.
You guys ready to learn a couple English words? These are good words to greet people with. You ready?
Oh, bro, you have a good accent, man. You have a good accent.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm from Ohio. We don't have any accent.
I've never heard that before about randomly.
Yeah, we don't have any accent. All you other people out there all have accents. We don't.
All have accents.
That's right.
No. All right. You have a beautiful accent.
That's right. That's a knife. Yeah. That's all I know, T-Dub.
One second. So we've got this. Just got a message from one of the moderators saying that they've set up an announcement. Where's the announcements channel? So we've got an event running that's been announced. So we should have a stack of people coming in. Yeah. So cool. It's a Q&A. Let me check announcements.
Oh my God!
Jack Loper.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it's in the events channel. Can you prove Earth is not flat? Join us and prove. All right, so I'll close our event.
Hello, guys. That was very kind of them. Hey, what's up, dude? Did you know the Earth was flat?
All right, so welcome to the event. Anyone that's joined, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them. Right, or if anyone thinks they have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, feel free to present your evidence.
I think the Affleck duck was trying to talk.
Yeah, it's flat.
Oh, it was saying flat. Got it. I could hear it now.
Earth flat.
Even birds know. Yeah, that's what birds are doing all the time. When they're making noise, they're just running around saying, Earth is flat, Earth is flat.
All right, that's who's doing the soundboard. All right, we've got to try and get some seriousness happening here. We've just been endorsed by the server for a question and answer time. So do we have any new people here? Maybe the person that was on the soundboard has questions or wants to make a claim regarding the shape of the Earth. Anyone at all?
Hello.
Yes, welcome in. Do you have a question for us?
No, bro.
Well, this is a room for you to talk to a real flat earther and ask why the Earth is flat. Or how do we know the Earth is flat?
This is a great opportunity for you to apply your newly learned English skills. Just specifically regarding the topic of Earth's geometry, right? So the shape of the Earth, or at least its surface quality.
Yes, maybe you took geometry. Sorry?
Salman Mun, welcome.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions about the topic?
No, bro, but I think you are from England.
Australia. Very long way away from
Yeah,
England.
Australia, that's it.
Kind of similar accent, I guess. Yep. All right. We got just Zane wanting to ask a question. Would be better if you can ask in VC, but if you want to put a question in the side chat while it's quiet, then that's fine.
Oh, I'm hearing crickets. What's going on? Surely there's someone in here who is very curious about what we're discussing here. Maybe you haven't been here before. You'd like to, hear what we have to say. Maybe you can feel free to ask. You could simply just say, "Hi, my name is whatever," right? And then say, "Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" It's as simple as that.
All right, I'll wait. Hey, my name is Suitcase. Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?
That's great. Great question. Thank you for asking. Welcome in, by the way. We say that the Earth is flat because, one, it's what we observe. So it's experiential. We go out into the world, and when we observe large bodies of water, they just look like they lay flat and horizontal, right? And then two, when we test it, like we see how far across that surface we can see compared to the claimed globe geometry, or if we shoot a laser across its surface to try and hit a target on the other side, right? We succeed. Whereas if there was curvature over a certain distance, the laser would miss the target, or we wouldn't be able to see that target because it would be blocked from view due to the curvature of the Earth. And three, in all instances, the average person just goes out and treats the Earth and uses it as if it is planar. They're not accounting for any curvature, and they're not experiencing or having to account for any motion of the Earth either.
All right, you mentioned that, for example, when you go to the ocean, it's flat and you don't see any like curvature. However, I've witnessed it multiple times where I've seen ships sail into the distance and then they disappear bottom first. How do you think that happens?
I'd say it doesn't happen the majority of the time. And when it does happen, it happens for a very specific reason. Okay, so for example, what would those reasons be? They would be ocean swells, okay, which is basically waves out in the ocean. Okay, they come in uniformly, and over distance, it kind of looks like it's quite flat out in the ocean. Okay, but once you actually get out there, you'll notice that there's actually large swells out there. So if you're zooming in on a ship that's out in the ocean, say it's a large ship, it could look like the bottom of the ship is obstructed because those ocean swells are much closer than you, right? They're in your foreground, and due to perspective, that ship is very small, okay? Because it's really, really far away from you. So as it's going away, it gets smaller, but those waves in the foreground stay the same size. Okay, so it appears like the bottom of the ship is being obstructed behind the waves. Okay, that would be physical obstruction. Okay, we have a lot of footage that when we don't have the waves present, the ship will just reduce in angular size, right? Meaning it will just get smaller and smaller and smaller rather than disappearing from bottom to top. And then the ship will disappear, right? Because it will become too small to resolve. Okay, once something gets below a certain size, a certain degree in your field of view, 0.02 degrees is the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So once it gets below that size, you won't be able to see it anymore. But you can still see the horizon, so it will look like the ship's gone and the horizon is still there. Okay, but we can zoom in and we can bring that whole ship back to view again. In that case, okay, if we like I said, if you add waves into that equation, then the bottom of the ship will be physically blocked behind that. Now, sometimes we can also have miraging effects, right? Sometimes it can look like a boat's floating in the air. Okay, and then sometimes it can look like a boat is sinking, right? Like the bottom is cut off behind the horizon. Both of these are atmospheric effects that can happen. Okay, these are miraging effects. That's also something that needs to be taken into consideration. And this is the main thing, right? We can replicate all of these effects on a small scale. We can also replicate bottom-up obstruction on a small scale, on a flat surface, just by manipulating the temperature and humidity and pressure. So Yoda's just put an example of floating ships at what looks like ships floating, right? But that's actually a miraging effect that's taking place. Okay, now sometimes we can have the opposite temperature inversion, and then we can have the opposite effect of that, where it looks like the bottom of the ship is sinking behind the horizon. Now, anyone can check this, even according to the mainstream. You could just go to Google right now and type in what is sinking refraction, and it's basically going to say when you have conditions, right, that cause the bottom of an object in the distance to look like it's hidden behind the horizon, even though it's geometrically and physically unobstructed. It's just an optical illusion, so to speak, due to the way that the light is traveling back to the observer. So boats over the horizon, definitely not proof of Earth curvature. Also, right, this is another thing, it should happen at a specific distance. Okay, if the Earth's a globe, they tell us the exact size. Okay, and we can calculate how far away the horizon should be. So when the boat goes beyond that distance, the bottom of the boat should start disappearing physically behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, that's something else that we can test, and when we test it, that doesn't happen either. So say the horizon should be 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer. We can zoom in, we can see the horizon 20 miles away sometimes, depending on the weather conditions. Okay, that's not possible on a globe. Suitcase, do you have any follow-up to anything I just said?
No, not really. I'm just very curious to understand how you guys think of this or understand this, so I can do my own research.
Can you repeat back what he said to you then? Yeah, can you repeat all that back?
I mean, I looked into a few things that he said. I'm looking into the miraging effects. I'm looking at the sinking refraction.
Where are you looking that up at?
I mean, I'm using multiple sources. Look, I don't have to explain myself to you. I was
just wondering what sources you were using. You don't have to feel defensive.
Brother, you're being very defensive. No, you're being defensive or aggressive. I don't give a shit what you think or how you think of me. I'm just trying to understand how you guys think. I'm not trying to get into debate.
I asked you where you were looking.
I just want to genuinely understand what you guys are talking about. Brother, I can use whatever source I want. it's up to me to decide what source I can trust and what source I cannot trust. It doesn't depend on you what source I should or shouldn't trust.
Yeah, he was just asking which source you're using. Anyway, look, it's all good. Okay, so if you can have a look, people have been posting some examples of the things I was talking about. If you look at 4 minutes past the hour, Yoda has posted a small scale demonstration. Yeah, can you have a look at the one Yoda posted at 4 minutes after the hour? It's a small scale flat surface, okay, and a toy boat. And what you'll notice is that it looks like the bottom of the boat completely disappears. Right, even though it's just a flat surface over a small scale, it's not the curvature. This is a textbook inferior mirage. Okay, this is basically it's like sinking. So yeah, this is something that needs to be taken into account. Okay, if someone wants to say that a boat's disappearing bottom up because of the curvature of the Earth, it's like, okay, did you take in the height of the observer into account? Did you take in the ocean swells into account? Did you take in the refractive index into account to verify that it's not just something that can easily be explained away with these things that even the mainstream agree exist? And the answer is no. I've never seen an observation that has taken these things into account where they're like, oh yeah, it had to have been the curvature of the Earth because we don't have any waves. Okay, we've taken the refractive conditions into account. Here's the observer height. Here's the distance to the ship. Okay, and look, it does exactly what it should do according to the globe Earth mathematics. That doesn't happen. In fact, every time we go out and do these tests, we can see huge distances further than you would be able to see if the Earth were a globe. Yeah, so just Zane is talking about time zones, stating that every single country has one time zone. No, that's incorrect. Yeah, so time zones are just a man-made construct. Okay, some countries have many time zones. And then other countries like China just decide to have one time zone, even though it spans across a huge area, right? The same sort of area that in another country would have 4 or 5 time zones. Right, China just all operates on one time zone. It's just a political or politically designated time zone for a particular zone of the Earth. Right, to the point where we have 2 little islands. I think they're nicknamed Yesterday and Tomorrow Island, right, which belong to Russia and America. Okay, so it basically connects Alaska to Russia, and they're only 2 kilometers apart. You can walk across the islands from Alaska to Russia in the winter. Okay, they call them Yesterday and Tomorrow Island because they're actually 21 hours apart from each other. Okay, so you walk across to one island, and it's the time's 21 hours different. Not because it's actually different, just because it's a political designation. So yeah, time zones don't have anything to do with the Earth's globe. Let us know if you have any more questions. Suitcase.
I thought it was more epic than, the name Flat Earth, something like that.
What's that? Say that again.
I thought it was epic, right? Because we got DJ on this, the house, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for someone to come in here and ask questions, or someone to come in here and prove
No,
that the Earth's a
bro,
globe.
you just need to play some music.
Nah.
Am I wrong?
Well, if we play music, people will probably leave,
Am I wrong? Try to be something that gonna be for real. Yeah. Oh, Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. No. Yeah. Earth is flat, dude, for you. Like LPs or CG or something like that. Does it make some sense for you?
Yeah, it does.
Imagine.
Yeah, it's the Earth being flat is what everybody experiences.
Do you think the same experience that you live and that you enjoy is the same experience that another person's could people, right? Like another people could understand the same way as life is through like you. Like you are in the crew guys, just chilling off, and people say, and then do you think of the world can understand as well as the same beat? Talk the same language, like we're a human and we can make this planet great again. No, it was some kind of toxic, but we need some chili peppers for now for the purpose. Can you answer me that question, DJ? Is some kind of music that I want to listen that.
What's happening?
Hello, anybody with any questions? This certainly is a bit of a shame. I mean, we've had a event announcement posted by the server owners or admins, and not much of a turnout.
Hi.
Hello.
All right, let's do this. See if we can get some interaction going.
Yeah, what are we going to do?
My speaker is on now. Sorry, could you repeat?
Yeah, what's the game plan?
The game plan is that we're going to talk to some people who want to ask questions about flat Earth. I think we're going to play our theme song here.
What is Boris, bro? What is Boris?
What's that? What's that?
Boris, the frog.
I cannot understand. I can't decode that. Give me a few seconds.
Boris the frog.
Did he say where is Boris?
Boris. Don't worry. Boris the frog.
I don't know. We're going to start up with the song so we can get some energy going here.
Okay. Offer it's flat, you know. Boris the frog.
Earth is flat, yes. Can anybody hear this, or is the bot broken?
I don't hear music.
All right, I'm going to disconnect him. And then we're going to have some fun.
Side tech.
That is crazy. Can't get it to play. I'm gonna have to disconnect and rejoin. This is crazy. I can't even hear anything. There we go. Testing, testing. All right. Let's see. Let's interact a little bit with the YouTube people. If you guys want to talk about something over on YouTube, you can just type in the chat and I'll read it here. And then we can go see what the latest space news is over on X while we wait for someone to come in and talk to us about flat Earth. We have an event running right now, and it is your chance to talk to a real flat earther. And the server mods were kind enough to schedule this for us. Or were they? Wait, this is my old event. I don't know what's going on.
Hello there.
All right, the soundboard is working. I wonder if there's a problem with the Discord servers. I can't play any songs or anything. All right, doesn't matter. Let's check out YouTube while we wait. Devon J30 over on YouTube says, NTSB pitch data proves Earth is flat. 1,000 miles level flight with an upward pitch. On a ball Earth with a 3959 radius, a pilot would have to adjust the pitch of the aircraft downward every 5 minutes. Yeah, I remember that argument. It's been a while since I used it. I think we have some data. Someone wants to post it, maybe. I can probably dig it up. It's interesting, though. That came from like a black box or something. Devon J30 over on YouTube says, I've actually worked in the law firm for 8 years, helped win a few cases. I enjoyed the investigation. Okay, I don't have the context there, but that's what he said. Let's see here. And then we have some insults. Those are very common over on YouTube. I don't have to read those. I don't like when people attack persons instead of their arguments. It's kind of stupid. Space believers, mad because their final frontier is in a Hollywood basement. Good quote from the Red Hot Chili Pepper song there. Californication. Good song. The Devon J30 says they want to be Buck Rogers. I think I remember that. Isn't that like an old black and white show from the 60s? Cool channel name says they like the idea that all life is the result of a cosmic collision and that life is basically meaningless, which then allows them to feast and prey upon their fellow man. That's a deep thought right there. Shout out to Devon J30 on YouTube and cool channel name for making the channel interesting over there. If anyone on YouTube want to come in, we're hanging out on English Hub today. Discord.gg/ENGHUB. And this was Flatlord's stream. Let's see if Helioskeptic is up and running. I don't see it. I don't have a live link over there. I see the bot in here, but I don't see the live when I go to YouTube. Let's check their tab channel. No, it's not up. That is weird. Devon J30 over on YouTube says, not sure if it was the 60s, but Buck Rogers was being rerun during the early 80s in color. Oh, you might be right. Yeah. I'm probably thinking of Rifleman or something like that. All right, Buck Rogers. That's a space TV show, isn't it? I can't remember.
Yep, it was a good one too.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Brings some kind of memory back. I'm gonna see if the bot is up for playing something. Now that I actually restart the Discord, completely shut it down. It's a little bit finicky, this bot. Is that a word? Did I just make that up? Finicky. I don't know.
That's a word. Finicky.
Finicky. Okay. Well, that's what it is.
Not reliable.
That's right. Totally unreliable. No, I couldn't play it. All right, never mind. Oh, there's the pitch data. Blumbob posted it. Nice. Yeah. Oh, you have two of them. I actually need to save the other one. Not that I'm a pilot or anything, so if I understand that data correctly, the plane is flying level for like over 1,000 miles. Not dipping the nose at any point except for when they land at the end there when the motor cut out.
You got it.
Yeah, so if they were on a ball, I think they would have had to do some more adjustments than that. It's a pretty decent argument, I think. I don't know. I wish Yoder was here. He has a list of bad flat Earth arguments. I want to know if this is one of them or not. I can't actually remember.
Oh, we talked about that earlier today, I think, and he was mentioning the claim is that, I wish I could remember the terminology for the apparatus, but the claim is that it doesn't show change in pitch because the computer corrects instantaneously with every measurement, so it's in relationship to the surface of the Earth, which is a preposterous claim, but they do have but then there's an account of a 777 pilot where that I can't remember the name of that apparatus. Anyway, whatever it is, went haywire, and he flew the plane perfectly fine, just using his ADI and flight control. What do you call it? The tower control. He didn't need to correct for any curvature, and the computer was out.
So if the computer corrects for the Earth curve, who measured the Earth curve for that software development company?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They're a contractor for NASA.
Okay, who is it?
I don't remember the name.
Okay. So, yeah, there's no such thing as a computer that makes up for Earth curve. So, I don't know why people lie like that.
Yeah, it is
they make that claim, but you can't get anybody to work on them, and when they fail, you can't. The avionics mechanics can't work on them. Yeah, it's pretty suspicious.
Well, wink, wink. I am a reverse engineer, so I've been doing things like reverse engineering hardware and software for 20 years. So if anybody can get me one of those boxes, don't do anything illegal. Wink, wink. But you can DM me if you have it, and we'll have a look at that software.
It's illegal to open it up, but I suspect there's a hamster in there.
It's not illegal to open it up. Just don't broadcast it all over YouTube and stuff like that.
No, that 777 pilot said there was like a sticker on it or something that said, do not open this. It's whatever, against some regulations or something.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well.
I never signed that piece of paper that goes by those regulations. So you can send it to me and I'll be glad to open it for anybody.
Yeah, well, if we can get our hands on one of those, that would be nice. I would really like to have a look at the software, reverse engineer it, and look at the code and all of that stuff. Would have been interesting to see.
That'd be a great live stream. I bet it's full of sawdust.
All right. Well, I wish we had. I can't even remember if it was Yoder. He's one of the guys in here on the panel. Maybe someone who's on the panel today has like a lot of expertise in the area about the WGS84 adjustments and everything that goes on in the plane, not just the black box. I would love to have a little presentation on that at some point, just for us.
Have you seen Shane St. Pierre's presentation on that?
No, but I know him personally, so I could actually. I think I remember something about that. I know he's pretty good at that and GPS as well.
Yeah, he did a great presentation on WGS 84.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a great presentation on that.
You know, he actually does presentations when you ask him. We could probably have an event with him coming over and presenting that information. I know people here critique those guys because they're into the ether and stuff like that, but that has no bearing on his expertise on the GS84 and black boxes. He could certainly come and present that for us if there's any interest.
It's a good one. I don't remember all the details, but I was impressed when I saw it about a year ago, I think. But aren't we all in the ether?
It's an unproven claim, right? So we can't empirically prove the ether. That's the problem. But some people are. I mean, I don't want to make a claim about it because I can't prove it. That's all I'm saying. I'll get myself into trouble in a debate if I start messing around with ether.
I was just making a little joke as though we're all in it.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I get it now. That's funny. We could all be in the ether. When I was a kid, people always talked about that. There was like an expression, "It's in the ether," they said.
Oh, that's an old expression. My grandma used to say that. There's something in the ether.
Yeah, they did. This was like back in early 80s, I guess, when I was a kid. It was my grandma.
Yep, we're probably about the same age then.
Yeah, the ether was something that they knew about back then. All right, do we have any new people who want to say hello? Right, go ahead and do that. We'll talk a little bit with you if you're not shy. We can practice English and we can talk about the Earth. Otherwise, we're going to go back to YouTube and see if somebody else has typed in something interesting over there. Last comment was from Devon J30. He might have something else for us when we were gone. Let's see. Devon J30 says, yep. And that was a yes to the Buck Rogers comment. We talked a little bit about that. And Nathan Quiring 3003 says, shout out 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Shout out to you, Nathan. You're a mod over in the YouTube, so I'm guessing you're a mod in the channel on Discord as well. Don't know who you are, though. Because username usually doesn't match the Discord name, so It's not an insult or anything. Shout out to you anyway. Devon J30 says some emojis, sun, moon, angle, 100%, 24/7 flat Earth Discord. Shout out. Oh, it's Toby. Okay, all right. There we go. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Okay, Toby is over on YouTube. Shout out to you, Toby. Toby Dog 503. You guys love your numbers and your usernames. I feel like I need to do something about my username. Plain and through 5,269 or whatever. All right. Cool. I wonder what's up with Helioskeptic's channel today. I haven't seen it live all day. All right. Should we check out the chat here? Jagabruna says, planes auto-adjust pitch? What nonsense. Older, less technical and manual planes don't use auto-pitch and still do not have to dip down at 500 miles per hour every few seconds, yeah? T-Dub says, as a reply to that, it's such a slight adjustment that the pilot is unaware they're doing it. I think, T-Dub, sarcasm is really hard to type, but I'm going to guess that's what it is. It is funny. They need to get
Let's see them adjusting for that quick change, right? When they're traveling at those super fighter jets, and they're like just almost skimming the water. You seen that?
Yeah, I've seen those F-16 pilots fly about 2 meters over 6 foot or something like that over water, and you can almost see them make a wave.
Right.
And they don't care at all. They just do that for mile after mile after mile. Craziness. If Earth was curving, they would crash into that, the curve at some point, right?
Well, they'd either have to, or they'd have to adjust for the curvature, because if they didn't, they just kept on flying straight, they'd gain altitude.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that doesn't happen. We have video of this, and we see that they're just flying right over there, and I don't think that they adjust at all. It's just ridiculous. As a matter of fact, they are taught to not worry about that and actually treat the Earth as stationary and the surface flat. What do you think about that, mo.n? Mon is a new join here. We're talking about flat Earth in here. If you want to speak up, that's fine. If you just want to listen, that's cool too. Talking about pilots, they don't need to adjust for the curvature because there is none. How do we know this? Because we went out and we took some measurements using lasers.
I don't want to participate. I just want to listen.
All right, it's cool. Just wanted to say hello to you.
Thanks.
Absolutely. So yeah, if you just want to listen a little bit, maybe you can look at the chat. I'll give you the quick presentation on the argument here, which is we don't have a belief that Earth is flat. We actually know it is. How can we say that? Well, we can because we have done some tests, and I'm going to paste in the chat how we did those, how we tested it. How do we know that Earth is flat? Very, very easy. If you follow along in the chat, you can read the method right there. They have told us that we live on a ball in space, and when they told us that, they also told us the size of this Earth. And they say that the radius is 3,959 miles. That means we can use math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. And we have done that, and I'm going to paste a little picture there in the chat. You can look at the diagram. Over 10 miles, Earth has to curve 66 feet. That's just math. So, if you want to confirm if this is the case or not, because I think everyone who are over 10 years old have seen the Earth in the pictures they show you from space, right? They say, look at this, it looks like a ball, it has land, it has water, clouds, and we've seen these pictures. As a matter of fact, the iPhone came out in 2012. They put the Earth globe as the background picture, and they call it the blue marble. It was, of course, created by a NASA employee, Robert Simon, and there is an interview with him where he explains how he created that ball picture. They took flat composites, stitched them together, and wrapped them around a ball, and that was how they created it. Anyway, these are the pictures they send out, and unfortunately for them, they also told us the size, and because we know the size, the claimed size, 3959 miles, we can figure out that over 10 miles, water has to curve 66 foot. So, if you want to check it out yourself, this is all you have to do. You find a friend and a 10-mile wide lake. You have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see the flash, either your friend is over 30 foot tall and water doesn't curve, or water doesn't curve. And you can just Google Earth curvature calculator. I use the omnicalculator.com. If water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a sphere. Or if you have some resources, you can get a laser. You place it 1 foot over the water on beach A. You shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you are living on a globe of radius 3959 miles, the laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. But guess what? It will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side, because water does not curve. It is flat. And that's the reason why we're flat earthers. And if you are listening to this argument for the first time, feel free to come up, open your mic, and ask some questions about it. So while we are waiting for more people to join, I'm going to go over to X and see if there is any news, or we can read some tweets from some people. Or X posts, or whatever I have to call it nowadays, since they renamed it. And of course, this is 24/7 flat Earth. We don't like to speculate too much in here. We usually talk about things that we can actually show evidence for. So over on X, it's a little bit different. People there like to speculate a lot. For example, here is one guy who says, the moon shows a reflection of the Earth. There's an actual map on the moon showing Earth. I don't know if that's the case, and if I do not want to claim it either, because I can't prove it. There's something there, some shadows. Is it a map of Earth? I have no idea. But there are people over on X who claim that with absolute knowledge or whatever. I don't know how they can possibly prove anything that that's the case. Maybe, who knows? Just one example. Here we have another one. The ice wall. We don't make any claims about the ice wall here either, because, you know, at least I don't. I haven't been there, so I don't know. I do make a claim about water, though. Water is flat, and I can prove that. All right, let's see what's new over here. We can do a search over on X for flat Earth, and we will get some posts and see what they say. Maybe something that can spark up a conversation. There's been a lot of talk about Epstein files and flat Earth this week for some reason. Brett Flat Earth Bible Jesus over on XS. There are endless observations from flat earthers with P900 and P1000 cameras that are proving the supposed globe's curvature is fake. Over and over you can observe it's flat, NASA lies, and the Bible says we live on a stationary flat earth under a firmament dome. He is clearly religious, this guy, and he likes to bring up the dome. I don't bring up the dome because I can't prove that it's a dome-shaped container. I can go as far to say as there is a container, because if there wasn't one, we wouldn't be able to breathe. So it's kind of evident, self-evident, or I would even say it's an axiom at this point. But Brett Flat Earth Bible Jesus, shout out to you. I don't think you're listening to this, but good tweet there. But I would stay away from claiming the shape of the container if I were you. The rest of it, though, very good. Of course. I mean, there was some really dumb, I don't even know if I want to call them dumb, but I mean, 500 or 600 years ago when they started this whole thing that it took hold, right? I mean, they started it earlier than that, but let's say that it took hold with the Catholic Church pushing for it and the Jesuits and so forth, right? They didn't have the technology we have today. So I'm not going to blame them for being, naive or whatever, thinking that they lived on a ball when they saw some ships disappear in the distance, right? But we have these P900 and P1000, and we have lasers nowadays. There really is no good reason to stay in the delusional state, right? That you live on a globe in space. It's crazy, actually. It's time to wake up and use the technology that we have. And I don't think those people back then, if I'm going to give them a little bit of credit, I don't think they were stupid. They just didn't know better, right? Because they didn't have the tech. But if we handed those guys the technology that we have today, there is no way that they would have pushed the globe, unless they did it for some reason that I can't figure out. I don't know, money, religious reasons, hiding God. Maybe someone did that, but I don't know. A normal, genuine person back then with the P900, forget it. They would have been flat earthers. So that's all we have. We have a dumb tradition that goes back. And that's all it is. It's tradition at this point. But we have all the tech we need now, so we can get away from that tradition that's wrong. And we can wake up to the fact that Earth is not a ball in space. All right. All right. I got to go AFK a few minutes here. Thanks for listening to my rant. I'll be listening in the background. Food is ready. All right, we have a comment in the chat from MON.
Yeah.
Place a laser 1 foot over the. I'm just going to read it for the YouTube and then you can say it. Place a laser 1 foot over the water on beach A. Shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you are living on a globe of radius 3959 miles, the laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. But guess what? It will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side as well, because water doesn't curve, it is flat. I want to discuss this experiment. Yes, let's talk.
Okay. First, I just I didn't practice English for a long time, so I will try to explain what I was thinking about this experiment.
You have good English. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. I was thinking about this experiment and especially laser because laser is straight, is just low, has low don't spread low spread like other light, but can I share my screen because I was just illustrating it. Is it possible?
I mean, you can try. I don't know how the server has permissions.
You can't. Okay. Let's. I just tried to draw it or illustrate it, but the thing is making me so upset about this, or not upset. I don't trust this experiment because there are many factors that can intrude or just affect this affect the result.
The observation, the test. Yes.
First, you said that water is flat. Yes, I accept this. But if we looked at any water in any container, it will be flat, even if the bottom of the container or the bottle or anything is not flat.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. So water can't be a measurement for this, or can't be a mediate to or a way to explain this theory, because if the earth is round or is spherical under the water will be flat. It won't be. I don't know if the bottom of the water is flat or not, but or bottom of the lake or the place where you will try the experiment, but the bottom or won't be. I don't know if it is flat or not. So even if it is flat or not, the water will be flat. So I can't use this. So sorry. This analogy to explain it. The second thing is that if I'm standing on the beach A, I don't know if the other beach is at the same level or not. I don't know. Or because of the it is the fact is that the layers of the earth is just not the same. Maybe he is in a higher place or a lower place. If your experiment, or if this experiment is tried many times and gives the same result at any place, I will accept it. But it can I don't think that it will happen because if because of something I want to ask about.
Let me get a word in here now then to reply a little bit. So we're doing this at, we use sea level, right? So you know that a lake can't be just, it can't go down, so to speak, or up. It is water and it's level. So I mean, you should not be able to see your friend on the other side. You know, if the earth curves. Did you see the picture? I mean, it's easier to explain with the picture. The picture I posted, you see the earth in that picture. You understand that if you're standing on top of that ball and you shoot the laser straight out, it needs to end up over your friend on the other side, right?
Where is this?
And here's another thing. We
Can you
have
post
done
it again? Can you post it again?
yeah, sure. I can copy it and paste it. So you said that if we do this in many places, we have over 1,000 tests. People have done so many of these. I mean, I pasted one in the chat at 21 miles, no curvature in Salt Lake, right? So in this, if you have time later on to watch the video, you can see that he zooms in 21 miles and over to the other side, and he sees all the houses on that side and the beach and everything. So if Earth was a ball, the curvature would cover up everything, all of that stuff. He should not be able to see it. But yeah, I posted, if you imagine yourself on top of that ball and you shoot the laser straight out, it needs to end up over the beach on the other side. And if it's a ball, the lake has to, there are many lakes, right? So the nice thing about it is you don't have to trust it. But next time you go outside, and if you can find maybe some water that's 10 miles, or 10 miles is 16 kilometers, right? So that's long enough. That's a big enough lake for you to be able to figure out if water curves or not.
Okay, I'll try it.
Yeah, it's interesting. We can post more laser experiments there. I mean, I probably have over 100 myself, but so many people have done these. I'm actually doing one this summer myself as well, so I'm going to come back with that. Here's another one. Someone did 40 kilometers over in Finland, I believe. These are the greatest laser experiment in history. These are field engineers. I think is this the 40-kilometer one, guys, or is it the 30?
Crosses a boundary to another layer with a different refractive index. In gravity or magnetic.
Oh yeah. You have to mute yourself if you're going to play it. Otherwise, we hear it here. So, yeah. All right. So we had a good discussion here with Mon, M-O-N. I think he's watching a video of a laser test right now. Who else is new in here? We have L. Hello, welcome. If you want to talk, you can open your mic. If you just want to listen, that is all right as well. Currently running an event. Jäger Bruno posted us some stuff. Oh, those are space videos, yeah. Fisheye lenses. Makes a good point. All the pictures you've seen from space where the Earth looks like a ball, it's easily explained by either its computer graphics or its the lens effect. As we can clearly see in the top video that Jäger Bruno posted, first Earth goes from convex, then it goes to concave. Or actually, it goes from concave to convex. There we go. I want to save that one. I'm stealing this, Bruno. We have the new Kenny with us tonight. Good evening. And who else is in here? We were just talking to Mon. He was watching the laser video. He seemed like a reasonable guy, and he left. I hope we didn't. I mean, it is tough. This is the first time all of these people hear about flat Earth and hear a good argument and hear our explanation for how we perform these tests. It's very difficult for many people to process this information. They actually hurt, like physically, some of them. Always reminds me of that Owen Benjamin video. I don't know if you guys, you've probably seen it, most of you. But he's in physical pain. He's like, I cannot be a flat earth person. I can't. This can't be real. What is the best argument for a ball? Is it inertia? I can't take this anymore. And he goes through the 7 stages of grief there.
Yeah, he's like nearly crying. And he's like, come on, guys. Someone give me one decent argument for the globe. I'm supposed to debate Eric Debate tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's like freaking out.
He had to cancel it. He actually had to cancel the debate. Wow. I actually saw Eric's reply video. I contacted Owen and he never replied to me, so maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding. Nevertheless, it didn't happen. So, and now Owen Benjamin is a flat earther. He has a pretty big account. Over 100,000 people are following over on X, and he tweets flat earth content pretty often. Sometimes he has very good arguments, and other times he's a little bit out there speculating and stuff. But other than that, he seems like a genuine guy. His conversion story is quite interesting. If you haven't seen it, you should look that video up when he goes from being a glober to becoming a flat earther in real time on his live streams. There's a clip that's maybe 7 minutes long that has it compacted. Otherwise, it's like several hours of pain and suffering. But anyway, very interesting. I wish I would have documented my own process because I had some kind of similar thing. I don't want to be a flat earther. Crap, this is true. What am I going to do now? So when I saw his video, I immediately recognized the suffering.
And I remember I'd heard a little bit about it, right? Going back 2015, right? I'd watched a couple of things and just went, yeah, those are a couple of good points, but nah, right? And then come 2019, right? Towards the end of it, actually, well, all through 2019, I'm in this community on YouTube, and I'm seeing people come into the live chats and say, research flat earth, right? I'm like, oh, this again? Okay, well, all right. And then after seeing a few months of seeing that, I was like, all right, okay, all right, I'll have a look. I can't, see how there's anything to this, but all right, I'll have a look. And I type in flat earth, right? And I get all the anti stuff, And I go back to this community and I say to these people I waited for somebody to mention flat earth, and I said, you, give me links. Where do I find that stuff on it? Because I can't find. I type it in and I just get like Professor Dave stuff and all that, right? I want to know what the flat earthers are saying, and so they give me a few links, and I sit down, and that leads me from one channel to another channel, and then that leads me to from there, and so forth and so on down this rabbit hole, right? And I'm watching all this content, and I'm considering it. And I remember after Eric Debay's 200 proofs, right at the end of it, it ended, and I'm just sitting there in silence, thinking about everything he'd said and all the other stuff that I'd watched and listened to, and just going to myself, There can't, no. There's no way that any of that just made sense to me, because it did. And I'm like sitting there going, how can they have made so much sense? You know, because I'd previously like heard the waters level stuff and I went, yeah, of course, but it's a big ball, right? But then when you hear a lot more about it, and then there's a lot more presented to you on top of that, right? And you see that how failing the globe is, and how much experiential and practical proof there is for flat Earth. You just go, whoa, hang on a second, and it does make you do a double take and step back and go, I didn't realize, like, and it kind of puts you in a little bit of shock, you know, like, how can this be? How could there be anything to this at all? Like, I just can't believe it. It is a really strange experience, especially something that's so monumental to and integral and essential to our worldview, our understanding of reality. Like, we've always known that we're on a big spinning ball, right? Right?
Right.
Yes.
I'm sitting here with the biggest grin on my face the whole time when you're telling the story, because I recognize every feeling. I mean, everything. I watched his videos as well, so it's close to me. It's crazy, really, and I doubted everything. I couldn't take in a single more lie about anything. I had to question every single thing people said to me from that point on, and I guess I still do that, but it's not as extreme as it was the first few days afterwards. I mean, if someone lied to me, I would almost go ballistic, because I just couldn't take it. I can't. Don't tell me anything you can't prove. Was my that was how I felt about it. So yeah, it's good to hear about other having the same experience there. We have Zoot with us in here in the room. Welcome.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about Earth and how difficult it is to accept that water is not curving. It is flat. Did you know that?
What do you think? Do you think the Earth is flat or?
Yeah, 100%. Do you know why?
100%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm 100% sure about it.
Mm-hmm.
Should I tell you why?
Yeah, tell me why.
Okay, sure. Look, if you can look in the chat, I'm going to paste you something there. You can see, we can read it together. First of all, people, have they told you the size of Earth? Do you know?
The size of Earth, I don't know, but I think we can prove it.
Yeah, I mean, you can Google it, but they have told us this, the radius of Earth. They say it's 3,959 miles.
Okay.
In kilometers, about 6,400. I don't know the exact number, but that's if I kind of, wing it. But 3,959 miles, that's not that much, right? So you can actually do some math and you can figure out how much water needs to curve. Because you see, if we're living on a ball, that means that the water needs to curve around it. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Okay, I have one question. If you can answer it to me, that
yeah, sure.
When we are on when we are in north of the Earth, okay. When we look at the sun, it comes. كيف أقولها? It rotates around. Around, it not goes up and goes down like. And
Yeah.
where do you live?
The midnight sun. You know, I am from Sweden. I've actually seen that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
the sun is circling above me the whole time for 24 hours.
Yeah, but in the north, it's not comes like that.
What's that?
in north of the Earth, it's not comes like that.
Yeah, the sun is above you for almost a month, and then it travels towards the south, and when it's over at the south, it does the same thing. They say. I don't know that because I haven't been there, but I have seen it in the north.
No, I know my cousin live right there. He say the sun never comes above him. It always comes like okay. Huh? At an angle.
Yeah, of course, because you're not.
So how that comes? I can explain it if the air is flat.
Oh, but the sun has nothing to do with Earth. But the sun travels in a path above us. That's all it is.
Yeah, it comes above us. For example, me, I live in the Middle East, but my cousin live in south of the Earth. He say the sun comes in an angle. It never comes above him.
Okay, maybe he lives far out. I don't know. I haven't been there. But whatever happens in the sky has nothing to do with the surface. You get that, right? Like, listen, if you're able to look at the chat, I can explain why I say that Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, but let's answer this point that if the Earth is flat, so every guy in this Earth or every person this Earth will see the sun as everyone sees in every point in the Earth. So
right, you would think,
you get the point.
Sure,
so if you can explain it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You say that everyone would see it because Earth is flat. I'm saying that if you let's think about this a little bit. First of all, there's a reason why they wouldn't, right? The light doesn't travel forever. But let's say we're in a warehouse, right? 10,000 miles in each direction. You have a small light in the ceiling. You look at it, right? If you move that light to the other end of the warehouse, you're not going to see it anymore. It's going to be dark where you are, and it's going to be sunshine over on the other side, right? Light. So that's like how Earth works, right? We can maybe see light for maybe 300 miles or so. I don't know. Maybe you've been in the water at some point, and if you dive down, it gets darker and darker. With only 200 meters down, it's complete pitch black. It's blacker and darker than any night, right? And that's even if the sun is right above you in that lake or in the water, in the ocean or whatever. At that point, it will be completely dark because water doesn't let light travel through it forever. And air is the same thing, right? It's just a little bit more transparent, but it's not completely transparent. So light cannot travel forever. And two, we don't have Superman vision either. So the sun can be local and a little bit smaller than they claim, right? And if it travels away, it takes its light with it. You can see this when the sun sets because everything becomes red. On the light spectrum, red is the last color to disappear for you before it goes black. So it's just simply a question about the sun moving away from you.
Plain truth.
I'm sorry.
All that's
I didn't get to the point, so if you have,
hold on. Can I interject one thing? Zoot, brother.
Okay.
You're going to have to deal with one fundamental truth here. I don't want you to point to the sky anymore and talk about the lights above your head. The earth below your feet is measurably flat. There is no curve. Don't worry about what the lights are doing. The earth itself is flat.
Yeah, 100%. So I was actually going to give you the example there, right? How you can test it for yourself. You don't have to believe me, right? Because they have told us the size, we can figure out how much water has to curve over distance. So if you find a friend and a 10-mile wide lake, you can have your friend flash your mirror from the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. You can find a curve calculator on just by googling it, right? And you will see that these numbers are correct. If water doesn't curve between you and your friend, and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a sphere. It's impossible. And if you have some resources, you can do a laser test. We have these fantastic good lasers now, right? You place that 1 foot over the water on beach A, you shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you're living on a globe of radius 3959, the laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. This is just physics, geometry, just geometry. But guess what? It will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side as well, because water doesn't curve. It is flat.
Sorry, but we cannot take just one point and talk about it. We need to cover the to prove that the Earth is flat. We need to cover all objects about around it.
No, we don't. We don't, because the topic of the room is the Earth itself being flat. So that's the one thing that we have to talk about.
So yeah.
Okay, let me say mention one thing that I remember that some scientists make تجربة شو تجربة إيش؟ made an experiment that they put a light, okay, on trying to make it go through I don't know how many multiple holes, which is in the same distance from the Earth, okay.
Yeah, you're going to talk about one washed-up flat earther on a Netflix special who is now back on the globe. Are you telling me that the only person that has ever measured Earth curve is a flat earther?
Can you repeat it?
You're talking about Jaron Campanella from a Netflix special with a flashlight and a couple of pieces of cardboard. Does that sound very scientific to you?
He's definitely not a scientist.
It's not a scientist, but I just heard about it. I tried just to search about it, but I don't know it, the student's name. So
is he the only guy that you know who's not a scientist, used a flashlight and 2 pieces of cardboard? Is he the only one that you know of that measured Earth curve?
I didn't look for this object a lot, so this only I know, but I can look for that and told you.
Yeah,
but just one point. Please do not interrupt me while talking. So let's make that respectful.
Well, I'm just trying to save us both some time, because we've heard all of these. I've had a million of these conversations, my friend. And so I know what you're going to say in rebuttal before you do. And I don't want to cut you off, but you need to think about your rebuttal or your reply to me before you say it. So what you're telling me is that, or somebody in the room there with you is telling you that some guy on a Netflix special with a flashlight and 2 pieces of cardboard prove that the Earth is curving. I think that sounds kind of silly, don't you think?
Might be, but because I don't 100% know every single point that he have done it. But it just.
Well, I'll tell you what.
So I told you.
So, do you have anything empirical that we can point to, some kind of measurement, maybe, of the surface of the Earth, which we would require some kind of drop over distance between points consistent with roughly 8 inches per mile squared? Do you have anything like that?
Actually, I talk to you mentally. I didn't have specific measurement talking about it. I told you about being in the south of the earth, then you say don't talk about that sun and light. You just talk about measurements. So that's I think.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. You're trying to stick to the measurements of the surface of the Earth, which is great. That's what we're talking about. So if you don't know of anybody in all of history, even though you went to kindergarten, all the way through whatever level of school that you're at today, and nobody ever told you that somebody measured the Earth, and yet they tell you that you live on a ball, isn't that weird that I don't know of anybody, and I've searched for at least 10 years to see if anybody's measured curvature of the surface of Earth, and I have found that there is no one, absolutely no one, who has measured drop over distance on the surface of the Earth. In fact, I have found out that every major industry, everybody who uses the Earth and navigates it, all the measurements that they take, the surveyors, the people who build on the Earth, all of them measure, reference, and treat the Earth as a flat and stationary plane.
That depends on the scale.
No, every scale is always flat.
No, I mean the CERN particle accelerator takes into account the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what they tell you. Now I want you to measure for me the curvature of the Earth.
That's something oddly specific.
Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about, is the Earth being flat. I want to know if somebody is saying that they're accounting for something, then I want to see the measurement of the thing that they are, accounting for, not just them saying it.
What's up?
What's up? The sky.
What are you doing, guys?
We're talking about how the Earth is flat.
Okay. Who's that your new PFP?
Who is it on my PFP? Bro, try to follow along. We're talking about the Earth here today. Don't worry about PFPs.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. So the Earth is flat. You're aware of this.
Okay.
Got you. Yep. There was never a globe. The entire space fantasy is just that it's a fantasy. Water does not curve over the surface of the Earth. NASA has been declared by President Trump to be a spy agency, kind of like the CIA. So they're involved in espionage and disinformation. Yeah.
Why do you know about Epstein files?
What?
Do you know about
Why does America need two spy agencies?
Hey, can you guys decide amongst yourselves who's going to talk first?
Well, I guess we can't really.
All right, let me pick somebody. I was speaking to Zoot earlier. Zoot. I'm going to talk to Zoot because I was already in a conversation with him and I don't want him to be interrupted. Did you have anything else to ask or to add, Zoot?
Yeah. What's about those guys who goes to space?
No one's going to space.
Really?
No.
Are you sure? What about NASA?
Space doesn't even exist. I'll just rip the Band-Aid off for you guys. Space does not exist.
Oh,
that's a lot.
Wow. So we need
it's scary for you to think that way, huh?
Because I just found that everyone told me that there is space. So how we can prove that there is no space?
I'll tell you how. Is space supposed to be a vacuum?
Yep.
Yes. So does air fill space according to the laws of thermodynamics, most specifically the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah.
Yes, it does, right? So if gas fills available volumes, then the gas created on Earth at the surface, which is where it is created and cycled, it would be filling that available volume immediately. And it would not be creating any kind of pressure, because even according to NASA, the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the molecules on the walls of the container. You cannot have gas pressure without containment. So, if space is supposed to be a vacuum for gas to fill, anytime any gas would be created at Earth's surface, it would be filling that volume, and we would have no pressure. In fact, we would probably have, reportedly, 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum at the surface of Earth, meaning there would be no life, there would be no oceans, or any kind of moisture for that matter. It would be just this dry, crusty land. There is no space.
But those climbing to the Mount of Everest experience the reduction in pressure and a reduction in air density. And the higher the airplanes go, they suffer from a reduction in pressure and reduction in density. Airplanes can't fly too high because air pressure will get too low. So why is it that the air travel?
Whoa! So you're telling me that there's air? You're telling me that there's air pressure at the top of Mount Everest?
Yes, there is, absolutely.
Okay, so where did the pressure come from? Excuse me. How did they get the air pressure?
Around the air.
No. How did you get the pressure?
Using a pressure gauge? What's that question? What type of question is it?
No, you don't. Not how do you read, dude? Not how do you read the pressure or detect the pressure? Where does pressure, gas pressure, where does it come from?
Gas pressure comes from the movement of air molecules. I mean, your question.
That's incorrect. I've already given you the I've given you the definition of gas pressure. What is required for gas pressure?
Air, fluids, any fluid.
Oh my gosh! So you weren't listening.
No, I'm not listening to you. I know the definition. Like I've studied.
Okay, so give me. That's fine. Give me the definition of gas pressure then. Cite it for me.
Gas pressure. I'm not citing it for you. I understand it.
Oh, okay. So if you're not going to say it and you're not going to play along, I'll just talk to somebody else who will.
No, please tell me. Because, I've studied pressure a lot. I've studied airfoils. I've studied how airplanes move, and I know that pressure exists and causes airplanes to fly.
Okay. As so before, this dude. Oh, you're already. I know you. You're back to troll, are you? Okay. Anyways, Zoot. As defined, gas pressure is the force of the collisions of the molecules upon the walls of their container. That's how we get pressure. So if we have pressure anywhere, that means the gas must be contained. There is no space.
I don't know why you muted him. He was basically saying facts.
Yeah, he's been in here before. He's been in here before. He's a known troll. If you want me to unmute him, I'll mute you. Are you guys friends? Are you hanging out here together? What's the problem?
No, I have no idea who that guy is. I'm just confused why he was muted.
Yeah, I'm confused why your voice has changed all of a sudden. I'm going to unmute you. Hopefully you have a different voice like the one that I was speaking to earlier. Why do you sound like a gremlin all of a sudden? Your English is way better, by the way, as well, Zoot. Some kind of miracle it must have been. So anyway, the Earth is measurably flat. The idea of outer space being this massive vacuum in an ever-expanding universe is soundly debunked by the second law of thermodynamics. There is no measurable curvature on the Earth. There is no measurable motion of the Earth. And I guess if you guys have no rebuttal, nothing to say by your silence, we're going to call this tacit agreement. You agree that the Earth is flat, measurably still, and that outer space is a big fantasy.
Why you mute that guy? His speech is.
Hey Zoot, your voice is different all of a sudden again. How come you don't sound like a gremlin that's a little bit more fluent with English?
Yeah, that's what my friend. That was my friend. He know English more than me. Then we are discussing with each other, and he explained something that you talk about. You with who's the name? Who's that guy? Faisal, I think.
Yeah, he's one of our regular trolls who I don't feel like listening to. But he was even not able to define for me gas pressure. I asked him to give me the definition and cite it, and he said, I don't have to do that, which means he didn't want to engage in conversation. So I helped him out by muting him since he didn't want to engage. Do you want me to answer any other questions?
His speech a bit convenient. So can you just? I'm
not going to unmute. I'm not going to unmute somebody who is already a known troll. Okay. Now, what you're doing right now is called concern trolling. Now, you are trolling. Excuse me. All right. Now, you're going to need to be muted, right? Because you cannot contain yourself either. Is that about right?
Please respect other guys and do not.
Okay. This is not that difficult. I'd like to talk to one guy who comes in. Zoot, that would be you, not your buddy. Okay. I need someone to define gas pressure for me. If you do not like my definition, we will do this one step at a time. We don't have to spaz out, lose control, and then create audio chaos. Can we all do that?
Actually, everything you said is bullshit.
Okay. So you have evidence to the contrary then, yes?
Because when we talk about something, you comes us to saying that we cannot don't talk about that, and you want just to talk about one point.
That's, 1 point at a time. 1 point at a time. 1 point at a time. We can move to other points, but we need to stick with the 1 point which is most important. This room is 24/7 flat Earth. So.
That doesn't matter. I just come to Discord looking for anything. Then I saw that this flat Earth Discord. Then I just comes to just you mean know what you are talking about. So I don't have any measurement and I didn't search for it anything. But I'm just talking with you mentally. And you are just trying to talk about specific measurements that I didn't actually know right now. But you still don't want to talk to me mentally.
No, I don't even know what talking to me mentally means. If you're going to speak to me from your the amount of intellect or what you've memorized, don't worry. I've already memorized all the things that you've memorized about the Earth. The problem is that all the things that you're going to claim for me, you don't have any evidence for. So